I could just get the recipe. I'm gonna get the recipe. If it's been there, still there. No one needs to like it. No one's gonna get it. You need to just go. And you go to all of them. From there, go there. Go and get $5. So old. That's why it's so good. Oven. It's unbelievable. I love that little oven. All of us. They go to the game. Yeah, he's on the way, man. Like that one Chuck was as long as you order Chuck and I was eating some. They go, what do you get? What'd you get? Oh shit, this is good. I know you guys don't know how to eat. You don't know what to eat. We could turn them on. That's what I do. Eat it. Burger, pizza, sandwich. I'm like a good and fresh buffalo mozzarella. Yes,
nice bread,
good
a little
piece of
olive
bread.
oil, maybe some
Unbelievable.
Oh,
You ever had that?
I haven't had asshole.
I'm gonna get you a sandwich like that.
God, with those.
Yeah. A little super size, a little prosciutto. Oh my God.
Wait, this guy in mind slipped about his. Why were you going after the first? I want this train. Fucking turkey. Right. Why you place? You know.
Right.
You don't like.
Why the Ringo's called?
Ringo's called what? Looking for a turkey. We'll make turkey sandwich.
Big one, so each slice is fucking. What's great? My mom used to make it, and it was what a yeah, big, not too bready, cold, sucking something. I've gotten older. I've gotten older. I think when I was a kid, I didn't have great eating. I didn't appreciate the food until I was then I made something. I made a great food. I actually had a fucking joke. Because I didn't have any vacuum. No, that's so real. Stores. I was in stores, man. Telling you, yeah, it was a radio store. I am. I'll show you the shop. Yeah.
Beating.
Sure. Yeah, Charlie Bronson up there. That's great. What a face. Look at that face. I mean, no, you don't even have to act. It's like, go up. You know, when you look at those faces years ago, like, look at good face. Okay. Fucking incredible. These movie stars today, they had no character, no Robin Mitchell, Charles. There's no, there's no Paul Newman, no bullshit. Charles.
Seeing that it could like the mechanic.
Damn,
That's
Michael.
what-
Isn't it him?
Listen, bro.
Good
Chad,
looking.
Michael Vincent Foundation. And Michael Vincent wouldn't have started. And Michael Vincent people up. When he did for Disney.
Mhm.
One
Right.
that was a fucking he was right in the mechanic was on a fuck like Robert that was see the movie Defiance Mark Showman and Paulie Walnuts, Danny Aiello. That's how long ago. It's 70. The mechanic was 73. This was 75. The guy that played the gang leader was bad. Hold on. Like the start?
Watch it. I was
See if they got old school. And all those guys were in that. I was young.
1980.
throw at you. What? Ken Wall. He was good. Remember? Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh my God.
The Wanderers.
Wanderers. He was also in that show.
Nice guy.
What?
My parents were handsome. He could act. Yeah, one of my favorite movies. I love that. Oh my God. I told Stan about that. It's like, you should be the kid. There's a bad
That dude was super nice. We made a video. I don't know. Yeah, dog. This was
Drugs?
wow. Yeah, whatever. Fuck. Well, this is when they showed me.
Is he still involved?
Sure. Yeah.
Shit. So you can't see from around your ducks. I got a book right here. Just close there. Very close situation. I do this thing. I hate this place. I can't even leave here. I ain't got any money anyway. That's the one.
Oh yeah, but that's a good movie though. Yeah, what was bits and pieces?
I like it.
Best.
It's good. And,
Hey man, I was as a godfather. I had to work out of do last little man.
I love it. I don't know why, man. What? Those movies that I watched it, but more I like all I watched. I love those things. That was better than oh, he's like so charismatic. Yeah, and she also liked him. Such a full life, and she. I'm like, what is last scene? Yeah, when he shoots his friend, breathe, dog, breathe. I'm like, what the fuck? I gotta catch you a little bit. Hey, shoot him, shoot him. Shoot him. That's it. Bam! You know what? I go to the house and the guys. Yeah, this guy. Yeah, yeah. They get pay and shit. You know, that's that's Ulysses. The guy who had his work going. His work going. I was going to don't go too far. Don't go too far. And that cop, remember that guy? Oh, that shred for one. Yeah. Fuck, you know. It was great.
I'll tell you something, man.
Song?
No. Yeah. And he, but the same movie, John. Listen, and okay, and the one with Rabbi. Remember when he goes in? Oh, okay, but then he goes back on my turn. Oh, oh, and that's a complete different type of brother. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Great in Boys in the Hood too,
Oh
man.
my God, it's the father.
Fucking great
God,
eyes.
he's the most.
Not as good looking. He's not as charismatic, but I agree with you. He's great. I think his problem I don't know him.
And the Matrix. And the fucking Matrix.
You gotta look at Spider.
I think it's the apocalypse.
You always just got one thing.
No.
Oh, nothing.
Yeah,
Dirty.
I was.
That was my first movie. I said to my brother, I was room and he destroyed everything. My other blue guy become you. It falls right up the stand on that level. Washington. Life. New. I showed them that. And you as a human being, you know, but if you people are good, you know, I heard you so yeah, he gets you get a rich taking this stuff that I don't know what I'm going to put it out there. Put it for both. Put it out there. Yeah, we're friends. Somebody looking out there. Now when I tell you, after that, that way, ever get another job. Ever. So he was looking at somebody can't look at no, that does not mean that you're very happy. He wanted to make that was that. That was his dream. That's why he likes sabotage stuff. To play this card. I had a little bit of it.
He said,
Yeah, character actor early on, but he didn't jump off later on. One of those guys that is on the little street. Yeah. The other one was
oh, that was a different. That was,
one. You know, I like Asian money.
who else? Hunt?
Huh?
Oh, and Hunt, right?
Oh, yeah. Alan. Yeah, we're going to grab it and fight it out. But,
Played this. Yeah.
yeah, I think they will turn that. Do it. You don't put things then he's so hot. Yeah, he's so bully. What do you call it? I think I had a punch out with him. What you want? He brought in. You want to ham it up? Look in the camera. Look in the camera. Look this. Looking in the camera. Went back for the call back. He was calling me. He goes, "I'm not you be the movie. You call me a different name." There's no, but I look the way you talk. Listen to this. This is said, I said, I said, yeah, but get my fucking name right. You call me too, you're not, I don't know what the I said, no, you call me because I know, but this is what I have left. We had a lot of fun. That was right after my mom.
Who's Lover? What? Jimmy.
No, it's like when I had a haircutting job. I was washing women's heads. And they were the owner, this is what are you doing? It was a summer job, and I said, you wash hands. And I said, I'll try it. The women were yelling at me, harder, harder. Well, I had to scream my fucking hair and rub these. I couldn't even shampoo the hair hard enough. It'd be like, it was very tricky. But the owner, his name was Nick. He goes, Jerry, you just can't be Nick. I'm Nick. What am I? Call me Richie. He goes, all right, Richie. I worked there for like 2 days. He'd go, Richie, Richie, Richie. I went past it. I went to his face all day long. Richie, Richie, Richie. Yeah, fuck this. I can't work here. I can't be fucking Richie. Thank God. My brother, he was going to be Richie. I thought it was a fucking Richie. I'm fine over here. Richie, Richie, Richie. My brother's trying to go on. I love that dog. Quit. 2 days. Bus boy, friends clan, treated like a dog. One time, UPS. Oh my God, they look like a fucking animal. 4 hours for $8 an hour. And you had to push out about
You had a touch.
2,000 packets an hour. Yeah. My brother said, okay, with that fucking dog. They gave him a truck and he gave him a truck. Don't ever
I applied.
Oh my God. I still love it. I'm actually know how to work. I mean,
Kept it.
oh,
Around the juke over. But the now that and he wasn't even supposed to be there. Oh, he got the shirt.
just
Like that. When I was 15, I kept it working. I really. What you would get.
that's the way to
Still
eat.
a piece was
Yeah,
not your
yeah.
own piece. Mine. Like 10 years.
Wow.
So, little island diet in Sicily. With my I said, oh, I want this to happen. So, that's all I think of. I had this blog before
hated KFC. Had
You do.
chicken or some shit. They had a big fucking job of like sucks.
So I never worked.
Yeah, I did McDonald's a couple of months. With that job. And it was they're like, if I got sick, I could go home to the hot. I thought I get sick. Cold. I'm like, that. Yeah. Remember that one? Big
That's the
But then he's one of her boyfriend attacked me for weeks. But except when I worked for a hotel. God that I liked. John was there, and my mom said, I was college at home. I had $1,000. He said, how much you? I said, what? Are you kidding me? Yeah, cash, man. Cash is loaded. I was knocking it away. My phone. Like, look at him. He used to call me. I was like, you got me the job, so I'm and they would
you worked.
he was the once in a while I would fill in like you know, they took the ball and tried to get it to run up. I went to town basic. I went to break the kid town basic. And a burger with a off. I took a king burger and how much? And I was basic. And why so much? Sure. I said, cool. But yeah, one time, make it fuck you, man. Not Super Bowl. I went on the street and he was. I don't shower. Later on, on the east side, the Helmsley Hotel. I like it. Yeah, they come with black shoes in this. Yes. Come with brown shoes. Yeah, they said, oh my God, I fucking told you to come in with black shoes. Not brown. Good job. I don't feel the track. I saw it. Shit. Look at them again. Brother, the trick.
And I worked. I was. He knew the guy. Well, he didn't get that one. And put those things. They put the boxes up.
A hair truck?
Yeah, we had. I went to play football. I thought they would forget about it. Fuck no. That's the first thing I had. That's not all I knew was about Frank. And I just, there's two sides. Right? Yeah. Then you know, where one time. Really? Tremendous. After that, they had a oh my
One with you. Me too. I'm
God.
banging. I don't want to. What happens to me to please. I have one surgery in my elbow and it's traumatic for me.
I can't spend the night. That's a
I could.
fucking nightmare. We see the signing.
Like I told the guy not to knock me out. He gave me like twilight. You'll be out, but Jesus. Yeah. Telling me you basketball. I never saw it so funny. And then I woke up crying that time. I don't remember. My eyes were open, wide open, and you talk. I did an operation. And after I freaked out. He gave me Norco, and I jumped out the window. Yeah, I went home. I was losing. I was running around the house. I was running around the surgery. We would. I would check the marriage. Was I would have from the ball.
Yeah, but you told me.
Oh, that pack.
One day, my main man, Nicky Tricky Nick. Hold on with you. You said on the Father's Day, you said you sent them a fucking.
I said, started liking to read Johnny Carson's book, and then yeah, really Sunday. Like, how old is your dad? Well, yeah, he's days. But my dad passed at 60. You only get one father. I started freaking out. Waste most of my time. I feel like I'd like to have.
Just call. Jack somewhere. Yeah.
Albums again. One of these stores. And not like this. I got the turntable. Back into it, man. I'm back in. Back in. About that. Beautiful about that whole experience. Look, how good they are. God, really good.
You know, it's about, you know, Lee doesn't just Lee see the
Beautiful.
it's no experience. It's just a download.
I just
You have the turntable?
yeah, I have the turntable and I listen. You want some market? Yeah, because one of the songs. I'm calling.
And then the other way is dead.
Oh yeah.
The ocean.
Wow. But it's really coming back.
It was different. And then
I don't know what.
do have that. You know, there was nothing like walking.
Right.
You had the 13th birthday.
How are you?
And you were rushed with tax.
Exactly.
You know, for
What's good?
$7. You know, Lee.
Welcome, welcome. How big's your bag?
What I hear.
Right. Always could be bigger. Why did you do it? Oh no. So your bag is empty? You have an empty bag right now? I'm talking about your crypto wallet. Yeah, that's good. I'm currently programming some robots that automatically follow and create lists on it. Somebody's got to be baby. And it can be. You have to remind me. Oh yeah, I remember that. Well, again, it's best to get the approval of the coin. You can also just go in the chat and ask for an ad. Yeah, you just ask for an ad and say, hey, I got this idea for a project, and it's go to Oracle, and I wanted to know how I get approval for doing such. No, I don't speak on behalf of the coin. I am the supreme rabbi, but even I like to ensure that everybody in the community is happy, and I don't want to start a sub project and make our leadership upset if we didn't ask. Look, look how good they are. Jimmy. I mean, they provide me with all kinds of work. I don't want to go on to my back on that. That's why you have to be done. Well, once you get approved, let me know. We'll market it like a motherfucker. Hey, tell me what they are, and we'll go through it. Thank you, baby. Well, just enjoy yourself and relax. You got it, baby. Thank you, sir. No, take care, my friend. Hey, come on in. I'll be there, baby. Do it. Peace, baby.
new one?
No. Oh, he is very bad. It's not that it was a bad movie.
It's a bad movie.
I saw the Warrior movie. It was like a wrestler. Good movie. And there's a movie called Rothschild. Good at that too.
Turned it up.
Yeah.
Turned it off.
Like,
See that? Like,
no,
like this guy. Bro, notorious fucking.
Yeah. Just like my brother was really, really good. And there's something about the you could tell it. You know, he gave to the king for people. This guy, he had a big heart. It was that's what made him so great. I remember how that's why he was a great talent. So he really, you know, I'm not looking bombs. I think for a guy that would win his own way. I mean, he loves he loved or you know, he loved fans. Oh man.
Yeah, he just hooked up with the horse lady.
The horse lady.
Oh, he's never been good with women. He's no faithful. Like, appeal.
And his cousin, worried about Ralph's sex life. So, bro, yeah, we're $3,000.
He goes through. Had to come.
Yes, dude, you guessed right. He was so mean to her. He was mean, but she was.
Put her on the bus. What'd you do with him? I'm looking flowers. He fucking sold it. He fucking sold it. It's
Man,
really
she
good.
loved it.
I was meeting with Maxine. I'm like, flashback. And this fucking flashback.
Yeah.
No. Oh,
They did
no.
a lot of that. Some of it was good. Some of it wasn't. They didn't always do it, you know. But you're right. The plan. So when it's done well, it's really not easy. They're not easy to do, you know. Flashback scenes is just beautiful. The way, yeah, you know, you go from one with that time.
No Godfather movies. I think my favorite scene is go back to the hurry up and go to King.
Yeah.
To me, scenes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh my God. No, like the diner. Finally, I come and go, stop. Okay, and she telling you to stop cursing.
Just like when the first one. You know, we don't. Yeah, right. Cadillacs and shit.
We don't discuss
We don't
business.
discuss.
No. They don't.
And you know that other scene is great when they're all sitting around. I don't know where who jacked up or something.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
that's a
Michael
great scene.
speaks.
That's a great scene. Just answer the phone.
They're not expecting
Yeah.
me. Right, also.
All right.
Start giggling. I think
You know,
Clemenza's yeah. Then you see, they had the funeral.
really?
I never saw him at the right at this building.
Probably. He really is. You know, he's very articulate. He said some fascinating stuff. He's talking about. Yeah. So good. You know, if I was going to make it, things were happening. She goes, yeah, I know. I'm telling him now. And I guess friend wanted it. I had to have it. The way he said that. But when somebody, it's one thing. The woman, yeah. So, yeah. I remember a lot of them. I'm going to kiss her. Watch him. Because I had to kiss her. That's a very powerful statement.
It's, we'll have a conversation of wanting something.
I'm just worried if there's an no, but like you're gonna kiss a girl. And you get ready to date her.
Better Blues. It was 20 years ago. They call him on the fucking computer.
Yeah.
My neck.
Hey, I tried to $7,000.
You really thought, what do you mean? What do you know? So,
What the fuck do you want? Fucking guy.
how I look right now.
How long you doing comedy, Joe?
20. 20 seconds. You. I am neck crying. Think. That. Go in. You know, it was just this is what you're doing. I'm just that fucking thing. Like, what happened? I'm just like, no. Like, it's just, apologize. Yeah, because he was not. And my art, Friday. He made it on Friday. And he knows I love him. I mean, I was on break. something every day, and I know you're with your girl. Take her home and say, I'll pick you up. Like all the time on the couch. Discipline. You want the discipline to doing something. It's I found something. You see it, they come to you with a fucking TV show. Oh, we did this, and we're gonna bitch, and we're gonna just disappear. Okay, you put them up on Facebook, and practice and everything. Working at the fucking highway today. You were just here telling me you were gonna be the next fucking. The commitment level of this country, people do not want to put it. And listen, I'm not gonna fucking lie to you. Different. When I was 19, I got killed. At 21, you look at 5. Oh, fuck. I know you're joking. But the fact is, the point of it going where you want it to go. How I went with the health and thing. It was on the yeah, it was a good conversation. A good conversation. So these guys, they do these TV families. They're arguing still. Well, we're gonna race it. They don't even know. They don't know. They don't know. YouTube. Put a video up on YouTube. You can do a million times. You know. It's better. This is what. Yeah. We make a move. Real. Oh, right. Wow. Movies. Right home. I said, come on. Oh, it's no face. And the spend late night. Oh, fucking, yeah, it's amazing. So that is the groundbreaking that Obama is. So I got you gotta believe it. Other players to you. What the hell? Well, you mind. Second, there's a point for that shit. It's like 3 the agency. They would have done something on the bullshit. That whole fucking show. That whole show. Sorry, listen, that whole show. You look at it. You're on it. You're on
You know, Mark Maron did something really cool, and I've never seen him, but I like it now. At the end of the podcast, stuff like everybody who like artists, like the guy with the website, is also he left a lot of money. And I'm not even sure if they were paying him. He said like, you know, like that podcast is probably it has one for everyone on it.
the bank.
Obama, the article I read that one of his staffers was a fan.
Obama was a fan.
Obama staffers was a fan.
Oh, I see. His attention.
This is it. This is like on Corollas or and this is what I you cannot they don't know how to this is three gentlemen talking. We just had a great conversation about sports and women, this is let me out of here. See no fucking drama. How you feeling? Graham, I love you over there. They correlate and Corey. I love it. UFC in San Antonio.
The UFC did.
UFC gym is Eric Weidenstrat. Bitch, I'll see you this week. Bula. Stop. Jeremy. That's your fucking name. Like, and that's nice to see D. They smoke their number. You're all legend. Guy's name is Jennifer Polo right there. Sent me. I don't know the name of the fucking on there. What do you do? Different folks. But you're right. Fucking day of. If you woke up in New York City, you drank the hotel room. What?
I get scrambled eggs, so I get again. No,
Fuck that. I'm
fuck
just
that. Nine, good. That's cool. A little grapefruit, a little grapefruit, little,
we
yeah. Sure.
I'm running. I want to say.
So, lunch is nice. People. Nice people. They'll on the side. But Hold on. I'm like a big
Okay, I like egg baked when you hash browns inside.
Now you know what? I'm gonna do this. I smoke up a fire alarm. The eggs. Both eggs. It's a dog and it's everybody. I like that. I don't want that. I'm not part of that.
Get you.
But you know what? I have the whole I didn't expect
Our movie makes
I was in 16 seasons. And I haven't thought of it. What did you say? Say it. It's good. It's, I just thought hard about poetry. Now it's thinking pickle and dumpling. I'm thinking ideal. I'm like, I'll tell you the thing, but I think you know what?
like a good
I like the cheese. I think. The fucking
friend of olive. Oh, what a big cheese. Yeah. Flavor.
French bread. Really?
Oh, food. I know good bread. You gotta get it fresh. Use it, yeah.
Yeah.
Go there. Oh, the valley, that's what I mean. I go there, it's the worst supermarket. But they always have like so just don't see how it's
Oh, yeah.
yeah, but you can't really I can't do it, right? I go to the phone and say, everything else. Oh, is it? They get good smelly donuts. The place in the city, Katie's Donuts, they're good. No.
Oh. Hey. You can say,
Don't do some. Oh, man. Not going You make that right. Yes,
it's the happy hour. It's the happy hour. Horrific. Next time you make it, like, first most.
I know.
Beans, what else? Garlic, what else? What else? You really? Yeah. What kind of grass? Something there. Fucking no. There's no.
Robinson?
Some.
I like it, but it's
I don't know.
just too up. I'm British, go. Rothschild. Right.
It's cheddar.
Cheddar's. This country forgot. They all eat.
Every Sunday. Chops. Yeah, every Sunday you do it.
Italian dinner,
Italian
Cuban
dinner.
dinner.
How does that work? It's the people.
Couple different.
Nice. Come on.
The other people from the other side. What's with the call? Yeah. I'm sorry. Hey.
Of course, it's not.
New move. And also their bread. Or give the. Oh, fuck it. That's what I'm talking about. Don't fuck around. All right? Alpha brand is one of the buggy. Alpha. Don't ask me what that is. That's no fucking shit. I know it's close. I'm sure. I know you. I take it for oh shit, CHUR. I just said off the first one. Don't see how fucking good. They'll defy eight those movies are fucking. The devil, whether it was a vapor fest, or the movies are Ronald, the movie man, the trouble bond. Don't talk about it. Like, I'm good. I can't say that. No real problem. 800 fucking bucks. Another one. The big best one. You get 20. Go to bank.com. OBP has 20% off the first quarter. You got a problem. Whole day with this place. What if you got it? My name, motherfucker. Didn't fix. It's in the rate. Yeah. So it's at 11. No, you. They come in different places. You have 24, 16, 0 better than fucking you. So, go to 86.com to press in and get 5 to 15% off. And tell them what we're doing. They'll look like 86.com. You got what's up, Doug? I'm happy you fucking imagine. I'm trying to be fucking. Here's the concept brothers over here. This happened Wednesday night in church. Fucking beautiful thing to be like, I don't know, maybe I'm fucking beautiful shirt. The big junkie told me in Vegas, and then put it on. I just
You have the AC on your house.
oh, like a motherfucker.
Oh, yeah.
Last night. It's been a hot spot.
Yeah, but it's great, man. You know what the thing about it? It's kind of early. I would love to get a convertible. I don't want the Mustang one, but like I wouldn't have a convertible. I don't know.
You should also get fucking head. But there might be a little quick, like, it's like a fucking
not dying.
Get it together, right? You don't want people to bring your fucking in the car. You want to drive and visit. That's a cold point. That's not upbringing I had. Even if you got $10 million, you fucking drive, you keep your mouth shut. Just drive. Don't rub the bottom. Last the fucking. Yeah, you somebody can drive a convertible and wave like you're
I don't wave it.
Yeah, you can see how
Yeah.
you can always tell when they're tourists. They laugh and they'll go and wave your hands.
I don't have hair.
Not you, but they girls. I guess everywhere, and they're driving up Sunset and they're making look like a good time. All right, just put the fucking car with more. Put the AC on. Be good. How was the drive? Fucking hot. Can you imagine this fucking convertible? You've seen it. It's like California. That's a thing. Like you're on SPF, up like fucking -4. You know you're on that fast. That's not like no, that's not man. I remember going. I remember driving with Josh fucking Lake Havasu with the sun on the Saturday. And we got Visine in the middle of the fucking spring. Just the sun hitting the Visine. Visine eyes. You put it in his eyes first. His eyeballs is like fucking minutes. And you know, had one person that shit. That's in the movie. They do it now. His hair gets frozen. And, I did it one time. I had somebody with a year. I got in somebody's car with a was a jack anyway, like a long meeting or something. I was never so embarrassed.
Really?
Yeah.
I've never been in a convertible.
Oh, I was so embarrassed. I don't like that. When I go to a restaurant, I don't want to sit down and eat al fresco. Who the fuck eats al fresco? Germs and dog hair and allergies and your fucking food.
The worst part of that, have you ever seen Magnolia? It's like right on that worst part of Magnolia.
Yeah. One time,
They have pretty good food, but they're outside dining, like literally in the alley, like ridiculous food. And so at one time, I was like, what am I doing?
Momo,
Jazz over there.
God, they got a place called okay. Who the fuck don't eat pie? Who the fuck? America was a fucking piece of pie. All right, open there for 2 years. Mercy with the baby. We went to that for fucking lunch. We went first. Went to that. And I don't know what the fuck happened. Just blew.
We went down one
And then we walked over to get a piece of pie for my wife. She was pregnant. It was 20 fucking minutes. So I said, no. They drink the order. She gives it to a chick. Takes it to another chick. Who takes it to another chick. Who cuts it. Who then leaves it there for 5 minutes. But a chick takes it to another chick. You know, it's not a problem. Besides that, how was you?
And I'm not having fun yet. Like, it's not, I have fun talking to everybody. You were right about that. I'm like, a lot of guys are really cool. But Zach, you know, I'm having fun. But I'm going to come back. I got beat up last night. Just, I don't know. It was just hard to he gets fucking heavy.
Yeah. We're going to sit there and guys will walk in and go, wow. You're the most different. And that guy is not free. And you got to let your mind go. You're fucking going to be blown up.
Yeah.
I always said this to be, and I was looking for something else. I'm not the type of person who goes to Columbus. How they you know, and it's funny when you see four guys on walking, they're drinking, or they're eating popcorn, or they're watching like a sports game. America has adopted that one. Like, sometimes you go to America, this four guys, so the same thing, so cliche. I always hated that shit. It always drove me fucking crazy. So I knew I was listen, once I joined the Boy Scouts, and I didn't involved for a team. But I know it's like going to martial arts. There was something about martial arts that the kids were cool. They got pissed in the face. Everybody knew what they did. You know, that's basically what it is. You know, Joe says it best about people that go to jiu-jitsu. Why they're so nice because they know it is. I can kill them. I can hook you up. You can kill me. You know.
I think that's why I started got over yet. Like the dude who's been wanting me to go back is a lot smaller than me. Every time I grab him, it's like, ow. Like it's like hurting somebody. You know, it's like, so put your arms here. Like I'm not hurt. Like I'm not going to strong. I just like 130. So I'm like, oh God.
You're doing him a favor. Learning from you. You gotta be really good because you gotta learn how to move your way. How to put his hand up an inch and then slide, go back to the guard.
Well, since people, I haven't even asked that yet really, but I have short arms and short legs, so all the strokes really make it hard for me. It's hard for me to get all that deep up and then keep my body where it's supposed to. Like yesterday, we were doing this throw in the back where you had to like grab them around the waist and twist, and then
Make him up.
right, and I could get my elbow in there, and get it down by thing to get it there. So everyone has good moves with some short arms.
Well, your child has a great thing. Some, you know, it's true. All the things you don't learn about your move, not gonna be good, but you don't learn a lot of moves. But for your body, the same way I might not be able to do those. So there's different moves you adapt to, and you pick up them in the way, and you get really good at it. Yeah, because even if there's 3 moves, all you need is a fucking move with it. Popularity will do it. Okay, then. Why do you think she does that? Because she's not from anywhere. That's our go. It's night, I think. It's all over. I'm not going to stop like that fucking arm because I've gotten it like that. Very tenacious.
At what point do you start actually like putting the practice because we actually lived for the first time last night 2 times, and the one that got going with did the move you're doing in class. He got my back, and then he like squished me, and then pushed me to the backwards hip escape, and then got me a thing. I was like, we just practiced that, and like I had no idea what to do, so I was just trying not to get stabbed, I guess. But like, at what point do you start being like, oh, I should go for that?
The more you go. Listen, I'm involved because I just started doing it about 3 months ago. That's how bad I am. So the more you go, and the more you roll around, the more you get adapted to it. But you start going for it. It's like anything else. You start winning, gambling, you go back. Once you start, I'm not even saying, but I kind of like you. Once we see little improvements, we go back. Now we know what we can do. You know what I'm saying? It's like you play a jitter. When you start making product, right? You fail with it. You got a fucking giant that happens around the fucking game. Yeah. Sometimes, oh shit, this is boring. Fuck. Yeah. You go on those issues like that, and you progress. You know, but you have to stick with things. And then there's nothing more than that. Right? The more you do it, you'll find out what does it. If you cut the fat out, you put a system in it. We've done that for years. Podcast on the phone, they don't work. Very rough. And social media, there's just so many listen, and jiu-jitsu will have your steps. It's the same steps every time.
There's so many steps. Like the elbow has to go here.
That steps. It's a rhythm. Everything you can do, you know, when you walk, you're on fire. I'm doing comedy and I'm on fire. If you listen to what I'm saying, not laughing at the words. It's the rhythm. We're in a rhythm. We're saying it, I'm going right back. It's working. It's working. I know how to do it now. I'm trying to go back and get timing my last word. Comedy is a fucking good thing. You know, it's really fucking weird. It's because I've learned so much.
Well, you must have it happen where like I don't know how to describe it, but like in the anatomy of a dog or whatever, if you skip one part of it, skip one lap, or whatever you do, it doesn't work. So it's like if you did to, if I don't close my knees when I put them down and up or whatever it is, like if you forget something, it must it could like in
started doing jiu-jitsu, like now they doesn't do. I've said, gives a fuck. What's up? How many children? I can get on high school. Yeah. I probably should put guys who weird. 15 fucking years. To get weird or dude. It's not 30. And you walk in the guy with put your hands on the table. What? Put your hand. They want to take pictures of your hand. They go, thank you for coming down. You. I put my I'm here. You know, I would go in for a mission like that. Oh, Joey, they want to see you. All right, so the sides don't need house. There's no size. What do you mean there's no fucking size? Yeah, they want you to make up a character and go in there with the fucking character. I never started getting around that people were doing that for my show. Like you come in with a character, they don't hire you. They keep the fucking character, little things. All right,
Where that call coming in?
oh shit. What's up?
What's going on?
Please, what are you doing so stupid?
Hey, you were calling, but I'm not calling back out, but I was outside.
All right, what's happened, brother? It's weird that you called just now.
Huh?
I'm sitting here with your nephew. We were just
Oh,
on
yeah?
the podcast and shit. Yeah, what's up? I told him,
What's happening?
to be the CEO.
Yeah, what is it?
That he's a he's higher fight. No ex-felons. Like not be hired either. Yeah, we only have to give him some work. He wants to get out of Jersey. He's getting
Like a hat on his feet, like the Sopranos.
Look at him. What's going on, Papa?
Everything good. What can I say? Everything's good.
Jesus Christ, I was when I talked to your nephew last night, I was sitting there and I looked up and I'm like, how long do I know Duke? How fucking long? I met you when I was like 10. And I'm not, I don't want to ask you how old you are because I met you when I was 10. But you're still around, Jesus Christ. But you're one of the last ones, dude.
I'm 61.
61. So I met you when I was 10, you were 19. How old were you? I got married.
You got married right there?
Oh,
At 18, 19.
that's when I fucking went to your wedding and everything. Holy shit, yeah. That was a long time ago. You were gone by the time. And then you married her, you still with her so long. I don't know what the fuck happened.
You know, separated, and then 2 years later, we went back again, and it worked. So we both went on with it.
Okay, and I didn't see you say nothing. And then you for my wife. It was spring of 1983. I started going out to you give me $20, you know, you talk to me and shit. I came for a trip to Colorado. I said, I'm thinking of moving to a place called Aspen. What do you think about it? Like, you would
Aspen? I lived there.
I lived there, bitch.
Yeah. I even know the name of the street, Maroon Creek Road.
Maroon Creek Road, the name of the business was Far East Places. There was one fucking carpet in the window. That's it.
We live, the next house over, next Richardson. The actually had a house next door to us.
That was a long. I don't think I used to walk up there, walk around. I was going to look for you, leave you messages on that number.
Yeah.
That was a long.
I was good over there. That was nice.
Beautiful. I was like little like white people.
Why do they call you Tweety?
Why do they call you Tweety?
My favorite. I was always like Twitter, but I was always doing bad things like Twitter and getting away with it.
So after I left Colorado, I didn't talk to you for a while. I came back from Colorado and I went looking for you. What had happened?
Well, I think that came to the Bahamas in 87. I was gone until 89 over there.
Fucking Bahamas. Get the rest of the fucking Bahamas for drugs.
We got arrested.
How is the jail in the Bahamas?
It's like the pirate state. Old cells, no bed, no running water. Get a place to bucket. Until you dump the buckets twice
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Right. In English.
It was locked down all day long. On the night,
Oh, that was home. That was nothing.
guys keep them out. So I always talk to them, keep them out. And people come visit me like once a month. I had sometimes see the mom and they were always making me food there. So, I mean, it was bad, but it wasn't that bad. I always had what I needed.
When did you get out of there?
2 years, I grew up with
89.
And 89, August of 89, I think it was.
August of 89. I was still in the halfway house. And I didn't get back to New Jersey till 91. Now, when I went back to New Jersey in 91, I went looking for the house. I was gone. Where were you in 91?
Miami.
Free.
Yeah, it was good.
For how long?
Well, I got out in 90, 91, and I kept the same for 92.
That's when you were television. Stuff like
Yeah.
I connected with your nephew. Something tremendous. I never stopped. I was still here. I was still west here. I was living in Colorado. And I went back home for a while for 6 years. 57th Street. He had the little bodega in the middle there. Ice cream stuff. An ice cream shop. And I went in there. He bought for me. It was really nice. Brought me lunch. I thought he was going to kill me. But no, it was really cool. I asked him about you. I see you on TV. I was living in, I was living up there with sneakers and sand. My name was Joe. And now you're out, man. 20 fucking years later.
Yeah.
And I reconnect. I was with your nephew because I told the story on the Joe Rogan podcast. And they were over a joint and they came to see me at Flat. I mean who they were. But they were twinsies cousins and nephews from West here. And we all got together in one group. And now they're fucking up in San Francisco. Little beautiful company. They got me some medical, some fucked up. They got the t-shirts, they got the pipes, they got the fucking. It's amazing how life worked itself out. I was really fortunate to get you on the phone last night. We could call up and just talk to us, talk to me. I looked at that. We used to play the comedy together. And my dad, here at Park. History. That's an avenue there, that was a long time ago. Many moons ago. Did you ever think it was to be 61 or 60? No. Maybe I don't think I was going to make it to fucking 37. No, that'd be 37. Then at 37, like, fucking, I'm not going to make shit. And he'll be on. I'll talk to you fucking me and say hello this morning.
I'm still out real quick.
He's like that. He's like,
Well, what's up? Who's that? Raymond Peter. What's up? How's it? Oh.
His mom, the granny is
So, everything's going good over there, huh?
yeah, we came down here and Joey. Oh yeah, he's going up tonight or tomorrow morning. Oh, he's in the
Yeah.
all right,
I might be, I'm not gonna say what, but I got a trip plan for Colorado. I'm going somewhere else. I'm so when I go there, I'm gonna shoot over there real quick, spend a day or two over there.
It's real pretty up by I'm like,
From San Francisco. Yeah, I'm trying to plan this maybe next month.
how does it feel to be out, dude?
Or something great. because I read it in the mail saying that was who was.
I saw Rabbi. Like, for 18 years, I'd be fucking happy. Like, what was it like for you, Joey? You're like, killing them? Oh, he's not. Yeah, so he's like, that's not, no, he's been out for like 5 or 6 years. Oh, okay. How long have you been out for? 5 years? 5 years. So he's been out for a while, working. You know, he started with most things, customer, you know, and then we brought for all that LPG. So congratulations. No, yeah, I mean, listen from, we want to like, subscribe to what they gave for like, it's really hard for the movie. It's amazing what happened in those 5 streets. How many drugs were sold? And killings. And it was just horrific. It was horrific. And I can't get it. You saw me there when the streets were dead. When my stepdad had a butcher shop, we go around the corner. I used to deliver flowers in the fucking summertime over there. They used to shoot me up the corner. At night, it bleed me with the other fucking corner. I forget the fucking names of the places, but.
And that's where you are.
Oh my fucking God. That's the name of the fucking bar on the corner. Are you kidding me? Or what? Right next to the bar across the street was that Cuban place that had the fucking little Cuban food, like croquet mouse and sandwiches there on the corner. I grew up there or something. But a few hours, down you can say at the bar. And it was good. Hang out there. Real cheap those days. So I didn't smoke pot. I didn't do shit in those days. I played basketball in those Memorial High School. I ate Cuban food for lunch, and I fucking walked in the city, my mom's bar, and I get it down there, and I'd see comedians, those guys drinking, and hanging out. I got used to play down there and see. Oh, in the summer, I hope I get that.
All that area all down on the river there, all that shit. All houses now. You remember I used to play hoop for Rothschild? I said, one day this is going to be a fine realist. And he said, nah, they never do that. They never do that. They bring that shit up so quick. I mean, money for that.
Talking about make sure. Yeah. Fucking people. It's a very different city down there. It's like a city under a fucking city.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah, I love you. Oh, yeah. I'm glad you talk about the whole thing.
See that?
No, he's outside with you and walking the shore.
Oh, you tell me there was nothing to call me one day.
Yeah.
And I want to let you know when I can, because the time is, I got a son over there doing something. You want you to go check it out, you know?
Alright.
So, I want to do back to, but back to, you know, make that trip over there. And right over there, right over there to do. Yeah, you got the first one. Yeah. Keep in touch, right? All right, love you. All right, so I love you.
Love you, Papa. Are you? Yeah, we're just, you know.
Okay, I'm going to take it.
We're good. He's a good dude. Rabbi. At that time, it's a different fucking. And I remember growing up, he was like, the weeds, you know, like, go to me again. Got it. Then what do you know? I was in the car. He was in the house. He didn't say that. So I guess now I'm asking you. I didn't see him. He won. Yes, I thought it was early when that went down. No, for a short. Well, yeah. I was really young. This and that.
hungry enough to keep on.
Yeah, well, actually, I have to say it. I was in Spanish. Scratching my head, people on the ski. Walking around like anybody ski. It must have been a real bad so long. The two couples and the grandma with the kids. The grandma had to come down. And she ordered room service. I go to and when you want to meet them, you have another room. Very cool. Because all their rooms are separate, they weren't connected. It's the way checking at all different times. I would buy coke. And the guy would say, I knew people in those days that would just go to this. You guys are in Miami, they got whatever you want. And you go, and they take them in it. And then the guy would fucking pick up the phone. The guy would bring it to another room. Fucking coke.
It's not like a good amount of any sort of drug. How much money? Are you just making like loads of money? It just
okay, you're not. Even at lower levels, you can make money. I know right now, I know let's put 2015. I gotta say, he probably makes $102,000.
He's probably a real school.
And he real sorry, it's just been hearing. You sell that over 1,000 homes in a day.
Yeah.
So you let's say 87 when I got called. I paid 9,000 for 11 hours. Do the math. What's fucking 9,000? Right? Was that what I said? Yeah. You fucking I to figure this shit out.
6,000. 11.
Oh, fuck yeah.
For 1,800. So that way, it was very simple. Dump that on. That would make.
So you made $1,000 profit. 11 grand.
Plus, he was cutting.
Plus, I was increasing my total, making some out.
How much would you sell?
I would sell 2 on 9.
What?
And sell it for whatever, make 11. And I would take one and sell the other one, lambs and 8 ball. I know. I got a little bit.
So you're cutting him.
I inositol, baby. Yeah.
You like it? Great show. I just gotta watch it. That's a good show.
And when I was it was inositol. I knew people with baby laxative and I knew, but that shit always makes you go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Cocaine is nothing to say. Cubans do it because it's quick digestion. When I was a kid, I'd be at a party, take it out and do a couple. I didn't want to bump for the digestion. You know what that makes you do? Run to the fucking back. There's no digestion. I would think about it, and I'd have to take a shit. Like if the guy would call me and say, "Right, Joe, I'm in the office. All right, I'm on Lancashire and from the street. 2 minutes away. Come downstairs. $100. On the way down the stairs, the shit coming out of my ass. I'd pop that first shit for it, like your asshole.
That's a good one.
And then you have to move your legs, like shake them down. You have to walk down slowly. And by the time you get outside, he puts it in your hand. Up. My addiction was so bad at the end that he put that coke in my hand. It was like chopping around. I just sit there until you get yourself out. And I run up those fucking things. And I go in the bathroom in the back there. I believe I was taking a shit. And I started following around across the rock right there. And I stick the fucking dollar bill in the gram. I won't you. How crazy I was.
Were you taking the shit that you needed to take?
Oh, yeah. No. I take a shit. They can So if you're gonna cook, you process it like a.
It's crazy. Like Chris is at work on the Sopranos. I really have like it's dubbed that my food because I'm doing anything like all
What would that? You like it's not
I'm not saying no, it's not
it's people define addiction.
yeah.
You know what? We're like the fucking always addicted to doing the same shit over and over again. You think?
I don't know how it works.
No, I don't fucking
Some of the overeaters.
Yeah,
I was overeating.
Sleep one of these edibles, you know, eventually. It's not like I was sitting there. I've been after I was church, I was that desire. I had to get a meal like I would get a Collins diner or a like a cheeseburger deluxe dog. Next thing, fucking person, steak fries. That's what I want when I go with it. If I can't have that, on my way sometime on the second.
I thought it was bigger than the chance.
I had a guy that the conversation.
Yeah, but those were good. And my favorite poet was on the side. For the egg roll.
I was telling you about this one. They have my fucking big wings too.
Yeah, it's close. Up north, so it's very bad up there. We're at a very 30 pizza joint, decent. Down here, I just keep on different things to eat, different Asian food. It's also fun. I'm a food.
Well, you're an hour away.
An hour, it's not, I'll be an hour and a half. But it's like, it's like, oh, it's really good.
Tacos.
Yeah,
All that shit.
I'm going like, it's like 9 taco years.
Thai is really good.
Especially in college, no, Asian college, like Berkeley. Yeah, Thai's real good.
Jordan.
You don't like that?
I came.
You gotta go with somebody like me.
I made somebody change a meeting to.
Oh, you have pad thai?
I had a black pad thai shirt. I'm gonna sit next to milk. And it's I'm gonna have a heart attack. I'm gonna sit across the motherfucker.
Orange.
I'm gonna sit I can black from walking around all day and not watching this asshole. That's why I can't eat it. Because I don't want to eat curry next to me. I can go milk and shit. Coconut milk in my soup. I'm just going to sit my civilization too. Don't eat a savage coconut milk in my soup. Shit. What the fuck? What? I'm fucked up. I know you're fucking good. I'm not good. Those guys are interesting. That's why I'm all listening up on you. Fucking not.
We were rushed. Normally, we pay some money. We're like,
The dog got me nervous. I was fucking back and find the gas for CSA days. Yeah, it's awesome. This is a fucking big business. This business. I love it. You know, so I'm more enjoying that. I like it. I like it. I'm really starting to like it. You know, like this little week, it's not deep better. I noticed I was getting fired. Maybe he's not getting out. You didn't know that. Because I only had one star. You know what I'm saying? I eat a star. It's like the fucking jellyfish. Or jelly stars, whatever the fuck it is. Just the same thing. I stopped on the high when I smoke. I like that. Man, you know, for the 1 minute. So, I'm smoking for 30 fucking years. I'm going to get to the point where I could just do the medical can't do your neither. I'm scared.
Really?
I
You went to the
No, I didn't have yeah, your heart starts beating. Once you're on the bottom, you don't want to get it.
sometimes you get
Yeah, brought that. My lesson to fucking heart. You know what I'm saying? So, you're still making the movies, correct? No more peanut brittle.
Right now, it's a white chocolate based products, and
You got these in.
we have a strawberry milkshake, banana cream, snow, and rice pudding horchata.
Now, let me ask you this. 250 milligrams still.
Yeah, it's not a.
That's how you feel like you fucking.
Yeah, we.
I love it. I love it. It's not a bunch. You can see the difference. You can tell the differences in some of the edibles. And that's the other thing. But the edibles is like anything. You can build a business. This is a stars, 125. It's great. I don't want to fucking see this stuff. You know what I'm saying? I don't even want to fucking see a star at night, shooting, whatever the fuck. So,
fuck stars.
My brother, he's like, if he has a whole one, he's like, wait. I had
two
four
of
of these. My buddy has eaten 6 and 7.
No, he's a fucking savage.
Yeah, but he's the only one that I can do that. I mean, he's great.
Yeah, he's probably gonna fucking balance.
Other people have. I can't get him on either.
Have they figured out what it is that makes it different for every person? I noticed that one person that comes to a show, I was like, I had 2 stars and nothing happened. A bunch of people say that to me, and it's just like I wonder what it is. Is it like it's for product that doesn't like the THC?
I never really looked at it.
How it works. I wish I had answers. I thought it was a big person. I had a friend that could be a genius. You get higher.
Mango. Any kind of weed.
Mango helps you get a break down food. It's called mango. Those years.
Yeah.
I really. The fact mango was strong in the 80s. And now it's all the country. And it's like $2 and I buy 2 of them. And I eat them. I know Fred Flintstone fucking buy. I was a kid. For like 3 fucking. First grade, a whole fucking bottle of Fred Flintstone
Tastes
pills.
good.
I got all fucked up on Fred Flintstone pills in the first. Really? I don't fucking know on it. It's first couple times I did 1980 cocaine. First 6 months I did cocaine. I didn't get high.
So why do you keep doing it?
I saw everybody else lose their nerve. I thought, what the fuck is wrong with me? This ain't right. And right now I figured out drinking. I would drink with it. And all of a sudden, it take me to I didn't drink with it. I was so high strung in those things that it wasn't doing nothing. It wasn't catching on to me. If I started drinking 2 beers in 1 glass, it was over.
I would recommend it.
No, I don't want nobody to do cocaine. I'm going to do fucking blood. It's funny, I got a lot of my email system has been fucked up. On one computer, I get the old emails, and then the new computer. On the computer at home, I get the new emails, and that computer on the road, I get the old email. It's the weirdest thing I've ever encountered. So I answer them. I got paid for the last 3 weeks. There's been a lot of drug documentation. A couple people dogs have died. That's been so got back on that. Was that family fucking dog died. It's getting good. Robbie. And I got it. But hit me up. So I know. None of it.
It's weird. I hit up from my old counselor who listens to the show. But I haven't seen him in over 10, 15 years. And he told me this email last night that he
used to work into a girl, and then he broke up, and he got cancer, and then he was in prison. And now he has no clue anything. Well, they make like weeks and we're on weeks. But it's just amazing how like quickly like bad things happen. Like stuff like that happens to a lot of people. But it's really bad. Where it's just one bad thing after another. Like you never seem to like. I've been pretty lucky. I mean, I've had some ups and downs, but I always something will fix you up. Like, that's not.
You know, you're very nice kid. You really keep to yourself. The more you keep to yourself, the less you'll get in trouble. Does that make sense? Yeah. I figured out at 19 that if I went out 5 nights a week, it was always an odds game. That's why I became an econ major. I love numbers. I love seeing what happened at this time last year and seeing what's going on at this time this year. I love all that shit. I've always loved. Don't I always call you and ask you how the numbers are you selling?
Holidays and everything.
I love all that shit. You know, I want to know what the fuck. Because listen, the numbers don't lie. Everything else could lie.
There's a reason for everything.
Everything has a reason. So, what are we talking about?
Like when bad stuff happens.
When bad stuff happens. You know, if you go out after 6 o'clock at night, something bad's gonna happen. You know, if you hang out with fucking morons, something bad's gonna happen. In my case, I was that moron. You know, I didn't know that going in. I thought I was being slick. I was gonna rob somebody from cocaine. But that wasn't the first time I did that type of shit. I had been doing that, playing that card for years, not in that capacity with a gun. I was robbing drug dealers. You know where I was from? And you know, from where I grew up and then where I went to, I would see holes in their game. To pick a niche, drug dealers outside of where I grew up left holes in your game. When you're a career creep like me in those days at 19, that I'm looking for a kilo of coke, I'm going to get it from you. I'm going to watch it till I get it. So you can't leave no holes. What's a hole? The guy that goes out to the clubs. The guy that, you know, there's just little holes. Little things that guys do.
Like a raptor.
That a guy like me sees and attacks that fucking hole. That's all it is.
So how long, like, could you be, like, looking at somebody for, like, 6 months just to see what they do? Or, like, how long would it take?
What's the prize, you know?
Let's pretend, all right? I'm going to tell you a story. I'm not going to say no names. It happened in Colorado.
Okay.
I watched this guy for about 3 months. I was involved in a circle of people, and there's something about this guy I didn't like. And he had arguments with friends of mine over, and he was like the dealer that was getting the 5 kilos. Huh?
Like I don't know.
Yeah, he just didn't jazz with me. And I could tell he didn't like me, and because he didn't like me, I didn't like him. But he was a certain person. Like, I know in life you don't like certain people because if not, life wouldn't be the same. He was the type of guy that I had encountered every 2 or 3 years. He just didn't like me. I just didn't like him. But the people around me dug me to death. So the guy owned, his sly was a restaurant, cold cut restaurant, all right? And that was his first hole with me. This was up in Snowmass. But I knew he was getting the powder, and he was giving it to 3 or 4 people. And I was tight with 3 of the 4 people he was giving it to. I was tight with his whole circle. So I didn't know. I inadvertently got a job shoveling snow. And I would shovel in front of his house. But I would never shovel in front of his house. I'd make the other guy shovel in front of his house. I'd shovel 4 buildings down, but I'd watch his door. And I got his fucking programming down. And most of the days, he went skiing. Once you go skiing, I got you.
For at least an hour.
I got you.
Yeah, no
That
doubt.
gives me, even because it would take me 15 minutes. All the apartment buildings were the same. I knew each room. I knew each nook and cranny. You know, if I would go out at night and I'd see him at a bar and he didn't see me, I'd shoot down to his house and see if his roommate was home. And then my buddy made the keys for all the apartments. So it took me 3 months. In the 3 months, I was picking off other people. You follow me? I was saving this guy for a fucking rainy day. And I was going to hit him just for personal reasons. And you know what? I knew This is how crazy I was at 19. I knew that even if he knew I hit him, there wasn't shit he was going to do to me. There wasn't shit he was going to do to me. I knew he was going to come up to me and put the finger on me, but there wasn't shit he was going to do to me. That's how crazy I was. After my mother died 4 years in, let's see how fucking crazy you are. And at the time, I wasn't messing around with weapons, but I had one. I was just a yahoo. I was like that black guy that comes at you with the gun twisted and shit. I had no idea about shooting, nothing. But I knew I didn't like this guy. So because I didn't like him, this had become personal. So the first time I hit him a couple times. I hit this motherfucker a couple times. That was my signature.
Just wasn't enough.
Once wasn't enough.
Now, do you ever
But the other thing I was doing, since it was a small community, I wasn't hitting them for everything. I was leaving. Oh, dog.
You're choosing them?
Oh, I'm a dog. I'm a professional torturer. So I would come to your house, and instead of clipping 50 of these bars, I clipped 20 of them. Now it caused controversy with you, your brother, your grandmother. Somebody took these 20 fucking
Who
bars.
comes in and just steals 20,
And I would listen to the street. I would listen to the bars to see what people were saying. There was a lot of times I would rob a guy. He had too much pride to go out and say somebody robbed him. When you rob a drug dealer and they think they're cool, but they ain't shit, they're just a college kid that their dad lent them $5,000 because they were going to start a skateboard company, but they get into the powder business. Those were the pigeons I was looking for in those days. Those are the pigeons I was looking for in those days. You follow me? So I would clip those guys. Now, I wouldn't clean you out. I wouldn't clean you out unless I didn't like you. Okay, so the first time I hit that fucking jerk off was Labor Day weekend. His guard was down. When you sell coke, you got to have somebody at your house at all times. If I see that you got drunk and got high, you were going down. Your game had to be super tight in my fucking world. Because if you were out getting coked up or whatever, and me and my buddies in those days got a hold of you, I mean, when I lived in Colorado, I hung out with guys in Jersey that were kind of crazy. But when I moved to Colorado, I picked up 2 or 3 friends in Snowmass that were fucking crazy. One of them being this dude from Ohio that was out of his mind. He grew up in Fayetteville, North Carolina. And he grew up the son of a fucking Marine. That's where they trained down there and shit. So he was crazy. Diaz, I'll kill him, motherfucker. You know me, Diaz. I'm gonna kill my stepdad when I was fucking 18. I seen him smacking my mom. I mean, this dude was crazy. So I had him in Colorado. I had some crazy guys in Jersey. But I was out of my mind because of the pain in my heart and the anger I had at the world. Not because I was a tough guy. That was what I put on you. I wanted to put on you what I was feeling inside. So when I didn't like you and I knew you didn't like me, so the first time I hit this dude was Labor Day weekend. I found out he was hiding shit in his business. Right? Not in the safe either. Because he was paranoid that the cops would come, he'd have cash on that. And I heard this at a party from 2 girls that were talking amongst themselves. I was sitting there, I just heard the jackpot. You know me, I got Jew ears. I got those Auschwitz ears. I'll hear shit going down fucking 2 miles down if they're getting the matches ready. I fucking know. I got
That's a new shirt.
What's that? Auschwitz ears?
Yeah.
Shit, yeah.
Or a hat.
And I'm listening to her say that he usually puts it in his office. That's it. That was it. So I went there Labor Day. I went in there to get a sandwich, and they said that, he's in Glenwood Springs doing something. But bam, these fucking people couldn't deal with my savviness. So the first thing, he used to have a back door in the back where people went outside, and I took a razor blade. I buffed the sides in, and I put it in a hole where the door locks. That was number 1. Okay, that was tick number 1. I did that about 3:30. They opened till 5. And then at 5 to 5, I went in there and made believe something was lost. And there was still a bunch of people in there, so she didn't see me. And I left the back door open. She had closed it already, and I just twisted it and walked out. So the back door was open, plus I had the double on it. So either the door lock didn't come in all the way, and I could jimmy it. That they had no security. These people they trusted everybody. It was like nice white people. Oh, yeah. If the door's open, lock it. Not in my fucking world. Your door's open. I'm taking something. And I went up there like 10 o'clock at night. People were at bars. I could hear the people partying at the bars perfect. I went to the bars. I let people see me. Hey, what's up? Let me get a Coke with fucking lemon in it. What are you drinking? Rum and Coke. They don't fucking know nothing. They think I'm partying. Right within the thing would start, I'd shoot over there, boom, kick the door down. I went in the back office. He had fucking 8 ounces of blow. I went in the fucking thing where he had the thing. He had another $1,800 cash, and I took him for like another 2. I remember I went home. I couldn't fucking sleep, guys. I just kept doing little bumps in the back of the room. I couldn't even tell my roommate I had 4 ounces, whatever the fuck I had.
How exciting was that?
Oh my God, at 19, and I knew this, and I was rich, and at the time I didn't spend much. I was robbing Coke, so the dude I lived with was from North Bergen. He was in charge of condos. He worked for a company named VPM, so he was in charge of condos, so I would know who was in the condos, who wasn't, who was out of town. I would ask him, and he would tell me to stash shit at certain condos because they were doing work on them or they weren't doing work on them. Do you understand me? So I took the next morning, I got up and I told him what kind. I go, no, I found this jewelry and a piece of hash I want to hide. I hid the fucking ounces. I hid the fucking cash. And I took like $1,000 cash and I took a bus down to Glenwood Springs. No, I didn't do that the next day. I'm lying to you. I forgot all about that. I waited like till Wednesday. I went to Glenwood Springs and I bought a stereo without the radio. I didn't want the radio, so what I buy an amp.
Okay.
I bought an amp with a double cassette deck and a pair of speakers and some earphones. That's what I spent my money on. I kept $1,000, but I bought the stereo for my room. I'll never forget that. And I bought Madonna's first CD.
Did you see him after that?
I saw him after that. And it was reported to the community that he had gotten robbed for cash and somebody had kicked in the door.
Oh, hell yeah, motherfucker, what's up?
No, they didn't say nothing about the cocaine.
Of course not. You're going to go on the police report? Now, do you ever...
So I made like slight inquiries about it, like to people that were cool with me. Like, what happened to that asshole? And they would say, fuck, because a lot of people didn't like the guy. He was born like with a, what do they call that, a golden spoon in his mouth.
Yeah.
That was the rumor about him. So he always had that air of, I'm a fucking better than you. And then cocaine came along, and now he acted like he was a drug dealer. But you and I knew he was a fucking jack-off. He just knew people who trusted him. They knew he had that business. So they would give him, $200,000 on consignment. And he would just give it to 5 guys in Snowmass Village. And then the second time I popped him in his condo at a Christmas party. I waited 3 months till his fucking thing got down again.
Always while people are partying, having a good time.
And what I was doing to him at first was he lived with a dude that was a chef, a personal chef. So the personal chef dude was tight with me. So he'd be telling me the schedule without him knowing. The guy would tell me the schedule without him knowing of the drug dealer and his schedule. So I knew when the guy was going to be home or he wasn't going to be home. And for about a month, I was just taking 2-3 grams out of his bag. I had the key to his door, guys. I had the whole thing. I'd wait for him to go skiing. I'd go in. I'd take 200 for lunch. And a couple fucking grams of tooth I would take him for. And then right before I found out I was leaving, I took him for fucking like 6 more ounces. And then he raised his hand. And then by that time, I had banged out so many drug dealers in Aspen and Snowmass that the word was out that somebody, they couldn't figure out who the fuck it was. They were hunting him down. They had no idea who the fuck I was playing him. Because I wouldn't smoke blow in front of them. So they knew I didn't smoke blow. I would get my roommate to buy coke for me, or somebody else to buy coke. And I'd make up it was for Lee, a guy at work. You follow me? So they didn't know I didn't smoke blow. So why would I be robbing blow if I didn't smoke blow? They put everything on me, and everybody figured it out. But by the time they put it all together, I left town. And I came back 2 years later, and it was forgotten. They had gotten so drunk for those 2 years, they had forgotten I was there again. I see that fucks up my throat. You understand me?
I feel you, do. Do you ever notice now, if someone's creeping around your neighborhood? Are you more wary of that?
Yeah, because I know the footage. I know how you walk. I know the desperation in your walk. I know your eyes. I know how I shouldn't see you go up and down the block twice. Right there, bam, a car. I know all the fucking movements. because I was doing those movements, you know.
Have you ever pulled anyone aside and be like, "Hey, man, don't do that around here"?
No, I just stand different. I'll let them know that I know without saying nothing.
Fuck. How do you stand?
You sit down and you sit out there with a chair and you smoke a joint outside or something. Very nonchalant. They know, but you know when somebody's watching you. When I would be in a neighborhood creeping or in an apartment building or in a house, as soon as I saw somebody, the deal was off. But I always had an excuse to be there. You understand me? You always have an excuse to be there. Why are you in this hallway? Fucking David lives 2 doors down. Oh, okay. Oh, no, because somebody's been robbing an apartment. Really? That's fucking crazy, man. Have a good night. You have to have a reason to be back there. You just can't say, I'm looking for my friend's apartment. Dead. You know, you have to have, why are you in this neighborhood? Why are you on this
Some
block?
bitches like, I did that with my mind.
Behind this house,
Shut up, woman.
you know, with binoculars on and a fucking
Fuck.
tub of Vaseline, you know. Just looking for fucking birds at night. That's why, cocksucker. Bird watching. It's just really weird. That was a really weird life. And I've been writing about it for the last fucking 2 years. And I was writing that whole thing. I couldn't believe how creepy I was as a human being, you know.
Imagine if you had gone gone caught and then gone out now, like Tweety. Like if you were just getting out now, like what do you think you'd be doing?
You have to get a job first of all.
Well, listen, man, my biggest fear of all time was that I wasn't going to end up doing anything. And you ever go into a fucking Subway sandwich, and there's a guy at a Subway sandwich with a tattoo on his hand from 1965, and he's got long hair, and he's still holding on to that shit. But now he's 53. And he's got an old lady, but this is what he could earn now. Because for 10 years, he fucked off. I never wanted to be one of those guys. That was my biggest fear at 25. That is why when I go to the Comedy Store, I go down there, I do a set, and I leave. Because I didn't want to be that old guy that was still holding on. You know, you both been to places you walk, and I'm not putting anybody down. I'm talking about a man or a woman who's let their life go through, who let their life pass before their eyes. They didn't think. They thought for years, woo, let it skin it, and there's a party in it, and it just, dog, 20 years goes by. That hot chick ain't that hot no more. Now she's a sperm bucket. Her ass, her tits are droopy. She's still good looking from a distance, but you can see she's got 1,000 fucking years of pain in her fucking from sleeping with men or whatever the fuck they're doing. And you see the guys at my age with a missing fucking tooth and with a tattoo that says, you know, Cheap Trick or whatever the fuck they were into. And now you're at a Subway sandwich, bro, as an assistant fucking manager. That's reality. You've seen those guys, Lee. You've seen them fucking too. And you don't say nothing, you don't judge, but you know what their past is by looking at them. Somewhere along the line, they fell asleep for 10 fucking years. They went to a concert, they followed the dead, they joined the cult. They made a fucking crucial fucking mistake here. They did something. You know, life goes by fucking fast. You know, people have been telling me lately, you've been angry lately. Sure, you get angry, because I'm fighting up a fucking ladder now. I pissed away 30 years doing fucking blow, 27 years doing blow. I'm very happy to be where I am, and I did something with my life. But guess what? I could have done much more. I threw away 20 years of my life snorting that fucking powder. And you know what? It went by like this, brother. It went by like that. And that's what happens to those guys when you walk into a Subway. You know they don't own the fucking Subway. Okay? It's not when you walk into a liquor store and the guy's broken. But he's broken because he's been at that same fucking liquor store since 1962. You know, and he's owned it. I ain't mad at the fucking guy. You know, he knows his business and shit. By the way, when I met the dude from the Star Anarchy last week,
Yeah.
I went somewhere and I got caught and I had to go down Riverside. And as I was pulling in to meet those kids with all the Anarchy edibles,
Yeah.
as the chubby chick from the fucking bar, from the liquor store came out, the nice white chick.
Who
That's
works
married
there?
to the black dude. She's dynamite lady. Remember we gave her an edible one day?
Yeah,
And you kept saying, how can you give her that? We gave her those gummies.
we did.
And we just gave her 250. We don't know what her head is like. We didn't give a fuck. She's so cool with us. Every time we go, we talk to her. She always asks me if I'm going to play the lottery. Yeah, I'm going to play the lottery. So they play the lottery. It's $18 million, Papa. So one day I said, you get high? She's like, fuck yeah. I gave her those gummies when I seen her like a month later. She's like, that was terrific. So I saw her last week, and she was going into her husband's truck, the black dude, the nice black dude.
Okay.
And I go, huh? And they both looked at me. And I go, and she's like, and she walked up and she goes, what's up, baby? And I go, here you go. And she's like, oh, shit, I know what I'm doing the rest of the day. So if you stop in and ask her what happened with the fucking edibles Uncle Joey gave her.
Okay. You love doing that. You love, like, just giving it to, like, waitresses. You gave it to that stewardess one time. And the funny thing, you don't even get to see what happens. You just imagine what happens and, like, laugh at them.
Let them go home and think about what happened. I thought I had more money. So I went in the little center compartment in the car and there was nothing. And then I went in the thing between the armrest, and then there was a $5 bill and a single. So I go, all right, I'll go to 7-Eleven, I'll go to Bank of America, and then I'll go get gas. And as I went to Bank of America, I see a dude walking down the street with no t-shirt on, bleeding from his back, with shorts on, dirty, homeless. You know, I don't know what he was. And something, it was 10 o'clock, and it was 11:30 at fucking night. And I went to the Bank of America, and I said, you know what, I'm not even going to take the money out. I'm going to catch him. I thought I would catch him, but you know, you slide out, he was going to walk. And I had those 2 T-shirts in the car. And the band guy sent me, I had 2 T-shirts in the car, and I had the $6. And as I pulled out of the bank, I couldn't find him. He fucking disappeared. And all of a sudden I look, and he's sleeping by the Bank of America. They have those little benches.
Yeah.
Now I know for a fact if I give him the fin, nobody's gonna let him into this business. You know what I'm saying? Like you need a T-shirt to go into a business.
Yeah.
So I said I'll give him a T-shirt. I'll give him $5. 11:30 at fucking night. So I make a left, which was legal. Everything was legal. And I go, yo, come here. I got something for you. And he runs over. He cleans himself off. He looks like a fucking POW. He's like, what's up, man? He goes, you're not gonna shoot me, are you? I go, no, I'm not gonna fucking shoot you here. Here's a T-shirt. I put the $5. I didn't say there was $5. I go, here's the T-shirt. He goes, thanks, man. Now I get up to Sun Valley. This is really cool of you, man. And he looked at me and goes, why'd you do it? And I go, I just did it, man. I don't know. Don't ask fucking questions. He goes, thank you very much. I got to go. I got to get to Sun Valley. He walks away and he looks at me and goes, hey, can I give you some advice? What? He goes, don't believe a word Tipagore says. And he just walked away. Tipagore? What are you fucking talking about at 11:30 at night? And as he went to walk away, a cop went to make a right and almost hit him. And the cop's like, beep, beep, and he puts the fucking lights on. I'm like, oh, here we go. And the guy gets out, and then they leave the car in the middle of the street. So I'm stuck, and he goes, you, turn the ignition on. What's going on here? Is this a drug deal? Yeah, I'm buying fucking drugs from Harpo Dirt over here. Yeah. What's he selling me? Crack rolled in fucking dog shit? Look at his fingers. I won't even want to fucking, you know. I go, no, man. I was pulling the guy. I had no shirt on. I wanted to give him a couple bucks. I come over here and take a deposit out. And he, whatever, had no fucking shirt on. And I figured $5 in the shirt. At least he'd go in someplace and get a fucking soda. And he was very valiant of you. Like, you're the fucking scumbag, you know. I just was trying to, you know what I'm saying? What the fuck?
What'd you do?
And he goes, I'm not gonna, so you okay? Were you drinking? No. Do I look like I'm drinking? No. Drinking? I went to fucking do a podcast. What the fuck did that one? At the Comedy Store. Hash joint, a joint with hash nut that they gave me at the weed store. It wasn't bad, but it's not that other shit. There's a brand that people give you. It's a $15 joint. It's got like bazooka milk in it, hash, keef, lightning, strike. They got dabs in it. This shit. Me and Lee smoked it.
At the store?
At the store that night. We drove up the thing and we were like, this was fucked up. It came in a tube.
Yeah, someone gave it to you at the store.
And I went to a weed store next night. I go, do you guys have this? And we're like, we're not allowed to sell that. That's death. They're like, that got glass in it and fucking Topanga juice and all this shit. I'm like, good. That's what we need. Somebody gave me another one, so I smoked it with fucking the kid from Tennessee, my neighbor, last night, and we went down to the comedy store.
That's fun.
The blonde-haired kid. Yeah, you gotta do something.
You excited for Boston this weekend?
Fuck yeah, I'm excited to Boston. Even my man, those Groupies and Models, got connections in fucking Boston. They got connections everywhere.
It's gonna be fun.
Let me talk to you about something. So he gets an email one day that you're switching from those Groupies and Models to fucking Nailed It Life. I go to those Groupies and Models, nothing comes up. Nailed It Life still comes up. So what are you doing to me here?
No, they're both. LosGummysHermanos.com brings you to Nailed It Life contact form. That's the only thing. Nailed It Life is still there.
So tell me what you're doing with the vapor pen. You don't want to sell the vapor pens no more?
No, we're still doing the vapor pens.
Okay, but you're focusing on the edibles now.
Yeah.
Give me one more of those. What's the other flavors you got in there?
You should try the rice pudding one.
Let me try the rice
Try the
pudding.
one.
How many calories in these things?
Well,
Fucking 300. They
I
smell
think,
like 300.
oh yeah, we did the math on this. This is a brand new product, like super brand new. We brought them down for you. I think we figured them out to be less than 100 calories
Square or the whole thing?
per square. Yeah.
Wow, that's not bad. I had 700 calories left. Guess I'm down to 4. My wife made tilapia anyway, with little yellow potatoes. So it's not too bad. I got a couple carbohydrates. What's up, Lee? You want another piece?
No.
How much did you eat so far?
Edibles.
I have the edible and then I smoked this.
That's it? No, it's time for another piece.
I had 125
You gotta
milligrams.
try your cotton. How you gonna sell it to mama? 125 milligrams.
Which one's that one?
There you go. Oh. You gonna give this to grandma. Give this to your mother.
Okay.
No, eat that. That's yours.
You have to eat it.
Not eat it. For the Mexican people in your life. That's deliciously. Horchata. Man.
Like cinnamon.
Wow.
That's what it is. I can't eat them.
Let me get going, man.
I'm high as fuck right now.
What you got to do, man? You got to ballet.
Survive?
Survive. You're gonna go home. You're gonna watch the Black and the New Orange. And you're gonna knock yourself out. That's delicious, Lee.
It is. I'm just really high.
That's okay. Eat another piece. That's good for you. This fucking guy.
We're trying to expand down here, down the LA market. We're trying to get into a bunch of clubs.
So where are you now?
Right now, we're in Northern California.
That's it.
We're in a couple of spots in Oakland, but mostly patient to patient. We deal with people that just buy a bunch off of me.
And it's a nice fucking thing because they're great. Let me get some more chocolate juice there. They're delicious.
You know what the thing about edibles is? There's a lot of mouths to feed. You just put down like 6 of them right there, and you named like another 6 edibles that you had in the last week, and you like them all, and they're all delicious. A lot of mouths to feed.
And these work. Jeez.
Yeah, some of them don't work.
Some of them don't work.
Some of them do work.
Remember the things the guy dropped off?
Which ones? We got a lot of edibles here.
Some guy dropped off some stuff. They were terrible. I gave it to Lee. That's how I know. When I
Like
go,
the Jolly Rancher ones?
there was big lollipops, and I go, Lee,
Oh,
eat this.
yeah.
When Lee don't get high.
Candy's rough. You can't over-medicate candy because you got that in your mouth for like 15, 20 minutes, and you're sucking on that horrible tasting candy.
Yeah, no. It needs to be like 2-3 bites max.
It's got to be right down for it to be a strong candy.
My favorites are the gummies. I love your Los Gummies Hermanos. And it's like, they're just like the perfect amount. And you can even just, like, if someone's new, they can just bite the head off and be perfect.
When I first bought my license, which had to be maybe 2005, 2006,
Like a pot license, you mean?
yeah, that edible game was completely different. They were huge, Lee.
Yeah.
Lee, huge. You had to eat a fucking chocolate cake to get 100 milligrams.
Jesus.
Like
And there was
whole-
no standard for strength.
There was no standard. It was
2 strength, 3
horrible.
strength, 4
And
dose.
Ralphie May, I love him with all my heart. He would buy s'mores that were 200 milligrams. Like that was like the highest dose then, like 150, 125. There was no Chiba Chews. There was nothing. It was like you had to buy big things like cinnamon muffins. We used to go to the place next to Duke's on Sunset Boulevard. You go to the Duke's restaurant right next to the
No.
Whiskey Go-Go.
Yeah, I've seen it.
That was the first weed store I ever walked into. They had the vending machines. Those black dudes didn't give a fuck whether you had a license or not. They had great shit in there. They really did. That was a great fucking medical marijuana. I had to go get my license. They let me in there twice. Like, Joe, you gotta go get your license. I knew them because they were bodyguards to somebody like Eddie Griffin, and I knew them from coming into the Comedy Store. And they did security for this weed store, and they were like, "Dog, how you doing? Great to see you. You want to come in and check out the operation?" They were selling eights in those days for $85 fucking dollars.
Is that a lot or a little?
That's a lot.
That's a lot of dough, dog.
The place is doing that nowadays, but
Yeah, on Ventura Boulevard.
Yeah.
On Ventura Boulevard and Hollywood and Sunset, you still got places selling your weed for $85, $90.
How much is it supposed to be?
Down the corner, $35.
Oh, fuck the.
I get an eighth down the corner of some fucking killer weed for $45 fucking dollars. They're tremendous.
Yeah, why pay
tremendous.
double? That's
I was
crazy.
spending I was spending 60 a day in Hollywood, and I spend 20 a day in the Valley, if that. Because I'll buy one of those eights for fucking $35, $40, and I'll smoke those. And I have high tolerance, so the weed's delicious. The Ferrari, the fucking Hollywood OG, that shit's fucking delicious. His tolerance has gone up though, but this is different. See, right now his eyes would be bumming out of his head.
They're
He's
almost there.
spinning. He's not doing that. This is the oil. This is
I'm
different.
on the edge right now.
What I can see is that your eyeball, your skin is red,
Yeah.
but your eyeballs aren't popping out of your head. You don't look all Chinese out and shit.
Yes, I do. Look at those eyes.
No, you look healthy. You look good, cocksucker.
but as your tolerance goes up, you enjoy it more. You used to panic. You don't panic as much.
I
It was
didn't,
like you're
I didn't
enjoying it.
panic before,
He
but
was panicking.
I know it's just a lot of.
He'd go into it panicking, so he would still panic.
He would continue the panic.
Yeah, this is going to happen to me. I'm going to get raped. The girl, this is not, and then now he just says, fuck it. Now he just says, fuck it. What do I give a fuck?
Yeah,
I'm
you don't have to get raped.
And that's what it is, People, so I still know, bump into people. Last time I had a pot cookie, I had a bad trip. What are you talking about? What trip did you fucking take? It was a bad trip. What fucking trip? What trip did you take? What acid did you do? You didn't take no bad trip. You know what happened? You fucking went over your head and you didn't prepare yourself, or you went into it scared, and the thought process. That's why I don't like the edibles with jiu-jitsu, because once my heart triggers and you start going, it becomes something else. It's not just Lee and Joey out of air. It's, I'm having a fucking heart attack.
Feels like having asthma.
Yeah, your mind plays tricks on you.
And that happens when you're sober. So when you're fucking high, I can only imagine.
It happens sometimes when you're, or it happens to you when you're sober.
Fuck yeah, in jiu-jitsu so far, sometimes we're like,
And you think, you're like, oh shit, this is terrible. The heat.
yeah. So I can't even imagine being high.
What do these go for?
These go in the club for like $15, $20.
$15, $20.
Depends on the club.
250 milligrams. They taste delicious. Under 100 calories sugar.
Yeah.
So you have sugar in them.
Yeah.
Okay. So you can't give it to diabetics, people.
Yeah, we're working on like gluten free, and we're working on different things.
Different
We've got
things.
requests.
That's the thing. Listen, man, I knew a diabetic dude that him and his wife would buy a loaf of the banana bread every week, and they would eat the banana bread and do yoga. They would have a yoga lady come to the house, and they would do yoga. Then when she leave, they probably fucked that little yoga pussy. Who knew what the fuck they did? They were an older couple that had no kids. He was telling me, I met him at the weed store. He would go in there and buy a fucking loaf once a week. So edibles, that's what I'm saying to you. Edibles are a different world.
Yeah.
Joe
I
Rogan,
prefer them,
if
to
you
be
email
honest.
Joe Rogan, he'll tell you what happens when they hit the liver and the kidney. Because I don't know nothing. I know you eat this and 25 minutes later you're thinking of cheeseburgers and shit subconsciously. That's all I fucking know. I don't know what happens, how the system breaks down in your body. I really don't. I'm an ignorant fuck when it comes to that.
I prefer it as like a novice weed smoker. Like, I feel like the high is better.
You don't
It's
smoke
more
that
full
much
body.
weed.
Yeah,
though.
but
As
when
I
I
see
do-
you more, 7 out of 10 times I see you, we eat an edible.
Hell yeah.
I know. Like tonight we smoked, but it's very rare. We never smoke together.
We smoke like a joint almost every podcast.
The first 2 years we did over at your apartment.
No, even well, not every time here, but
No, we don't smoke every time here. No, we smoke every 3 times.
okay. Yeah,
One
you're
of the
right.
3 times I come, I bring weed for us. I'll say, Lee, smoke this. What do you think of this?
But I feel like smoking only affects my head, and like the edibles, I'm like my entire body's fucked up.
Yeah, well, it affects your stomach. You like me, when you go home, you can't stop fucking eating those rice. You still eating those rice cakes?
Hell yeah. But
No,
no,
that's not either rice cake.
I've been out of them. No, I know exactly when. It was last Monday, and I ate I ate an entire pack of caramel rice cakes after the podcast. That's 600
You
calories.
said I gotta live with. So what are you trying to do, brother? I mean, you've been doing this now for 3-4 years, so you're succeeding. You're making a living.
Yeah,
You and your brother are making, chirping away, which I love. I've been helping you as much as I can, with the webpage and the vapor pens. You got great products.
we're just expanding.
You got to go nationwide. Fuck it.
We had 5-6 really good distributors, and now we're just going to become our own distributor. We're going to go up and down the state, California.
And that's it.
Yeah.
Now, what about these other legals? Is it these other states? Is it legal to have these?
In other states, they have their own separate laws, but going from one state to the next is not legal. So we don't ship. A lot of people email me all the time about shipping. We definitely do not.
So, can you sell these in Colorado?
If I lived in Colorado and I made it in Colorado and I had license, because they have their own regulations out there within their own state, then yeah, I could sell it. If I had my own club and I made my own edibles in house, they have their own separate set of rules out there.
How hard is it for someone just getting into the business to navigate all the regulations and what forms you need and certifications? Just because I like it's so new. I'm sure if you go to the office 4 times, you're going to get 4 different answers.
There's actually people that have set up a really good business of setting people up in their pot business. Usually lawyers, and they'll cross every T, dot every I.
Good for them.
Yeah, pretty good. I don't know any off the top of my head right now, but there's definitely people out there that'll set you up in a pot business, and they'll tell you every single law in that area, fight for you if they have to, and like city council meetings and whatever it is.
Well, the people that I've met that have started edible companies, when you talk to them, sometimes on the show or whatever, they always say they had a knack for making edibles. They just had a knack for making edibles. That for years people told them, man, you really know what the fuck you're doing. So one day they lost their job or whatever the fuck happened, and they started making this particular edible. Have you been good at this? I mean, the fucking gummies are great. I don't know who taught you how to make them. I don't want to fucking know, but it's
just R&D, and I come from a line of Spanish. My mom cooks like a motherfucker. She cooks really good. Arroz con pollo, everything, anything that you could possibly think, and I have that in me. I love to spice things. I love to try things as I'm going. I cook for my family almost every night, so it's natural that edible company would be me and Pete's future.
Be honest, is it Tweety's recipe?
No, that's our own recipe. We found similar recipes, and we merged 4 or 5 different recipes, and even that recipe we've changed it over time. Like people are like, hey, they're a little tacky. Hey, they were a little dry. They're a little this. All in the first few batches, we got people around us that told us what they were and what they weren't, and we fixed them. They weren't always as strong, and now they are, so that they can hit people. They need to uppercut people.
There's a thing called the jiu-jitsu lifestyle where people eat acai bowls and, they get fucking whatever the fuck they do. There's definitely a lifestyle to this, and you guys are definitely the leaders in it. Ari's a close second. This is Ari's lifestyle. Ari, he loves all this shit. Like when I talk to him, it's funny what people think you want to do and what you want to do. Like if you ever ask yourself, what can I really want to do right now? Fuck the podcast. Fuck Joe Diaz. What do I really want to do? You know what I want to do? I want to fucking move to Mexico and make beads and sell them on the side of the road and eat tamales all day till I'm 800 pounds. Would that make you happy? I mean, Lee,
hell yeah.
I thought about it. You think about that, Lee. When I was a kid, I wanted to be Charles Bronson. I wanted to have a little apartment and not have a girlfriend and not have no relationships and not, I knew that if I would get I wouldn't need to talk to people. I mean, I had this whole thing about living on an island. I couldn't even imagine living like that right now. What would make you comfortable? I mean, what do you guys want to fucking do here? If you could do what the fuck you want to do, Lee, what would you be doing right now?
This. I can honestly say this.
You really like this.
I love this.
I love it too.
And then the only other thing, and I talked about it on my podcast today, is what I'm trying to do in Toronto. I really think it'd be cool because I've always wanted to go on business trips. Let my dad went on business trips. I don't know why. It just seems like it's cool, and I feel like young comedians could really start podcasts now, and then grow a following. Imagine if you had fans like those fans you're talking about in Houston, if they were listening to the podcast back then, and if I could go around and help young comedians start podcasts.
Well, I think if you have a feature act, let's say,
Right.
And he's a sharp kid, and he's living in Montreal, Minnesota, San Francisco. He's getting a little work, you know. He still can't make it professionally. He doesn't need to. You know, he's got a good day job in the daytime. Why not? Why wouldn't you be involved in the podcast? You know, and every listener counts. Every week you get a new listener, and you flourish. And after 4 or 5 years, when you're ready to go on the road, these people have been listening to you. You've been communication with them. You've been emailing back and forth. You have relationships with these people. In 3 years that we've been doing this podcast, I have relationships with a lot of listeners. That from Dante Gazzini, you know, there's a lot.
Dante's a good guy.
He's a good guy. There's a lot of people, you know, John Cutler, you know, his wife. I mean, you know, Leon, Constantine Rain.
Jordan Lee called me today to get me a
Jordan Lee was at the Comedy Store last night, looking like fucking James Dean before we went off the cliff. You start, you know, Edgar. You start these relationships with people. You don't hang out with them, but you're friends online, and you support them. They support you. You put a pic, whatever the fuck it is, you know. It's become something else. So, sure, I think a young comic would benefit from talking to you. You know, the same way you have a set of things that'll work for a podcast. They're all going to learn by trial and error.
Right.
If they really put their heart to it, this is what they want to do. This is just another aspect of being a comedian.
Right.
You know, this is like
this is going to make their career, but I see what it does for me, a guy who does the sound and I talk, but I'm not a comedian. I don't have an outlet that I'm trying to bring people to. So, yeah, I can only imagine if I did, and I've been doing it for 2.5 years, what I could be doing. And it's just, I don't know. I just talked to Johnny Roque, and he's just so cool and so nice, and it's everyone's so nice to me through you. Like everyone, like there's a couple of jerks, but like you see all these people, and not that they're struggling, but like you can I've heard you talk about it, and you can see when someone's poor or something. Like why would you want to help someone if something like this, just talking, could really help their career?
You know what you, Simone, Johnny Roque, D'Agostino, Rizzo, you know what you guys all have in common, and there's probably other names I could throw in there, maybe 2 guys that aren't doing comedy, maybe they're promoters. You're all looking for your way. So even though you may not all be comics, you're all in the same part of your life where you're looking for something. You're at the same threshold, or whatever the fuck it's called, of where you're there. You're just about to snap onto what you want to do, adjust the wheels, and get stronger the longer you do it after that, you know?
Yeah.
For some people, it takes 3 years. For some people, it takes 10 years. You're at that point right now. You've got a couple products to work with. You're not small time no more. You're just not making gummies or monos. And you could still whip out the peanut brittle if you wanted to, if you had mass production, you know, and you could still whip up other products. Right now, this is the time to get to this business. And if you've noticed, also, when I first got my license, there was nothing like this, Lee. Chocolate bars to get high, how big were they? You had to eat fucking 2 fucking Nestle bars, Lee.
That's fucking
to get 160 milligrams. And there was no 160 milligrams of those things in those days. You didn't know what the fuck was in there. It wasn't no 80 even. You didn't get as fucked up as we're getting now. And I can't imagine where their business is going to go in 2 or 3 years, where you're eating a throat lozenge and it's got 8,000 fucking milligrams in it. And
I used to have Listerine strips that they used to get you fucked up.
What happened to those?
It's a good question. I don't go to clubs much anymore. So
they were all over Hollywood.
They were down here.
Yeah, they were big time. That's what Rogan used to have. Those things would light you up.
I think I came in right after that.
Those things would light you up. They would light you up. They had
one of those. It stuck together.
Oh my God!
It was a 15 times for the whole pack.
Oh my God!
It was 15 strips in there, and they all stuck together. I had that shit on the plane.
I had that on the plane. I thought I was gonna die. That was one of the worst trips of my life. Get the fuck out of here! I fucking took one from Chicago to Burbank with Martine Moreno. This is when we all worked riddles. It was Felipe, Martine, Chivago. We all went. Rancho Bob, whatever his name is, Silent Bob. And that morning, I get up at 6 in the fucking morning. I look at my wallet to give the lady the ID at the Southwest counter. In those days, there used to be a tremendous flight from Midway to Burbank. Oh, it was tremendous. It got you at 10 in the morning in Burbank from Chicago. You could stop it. It was early, though. And when I went to give her the license, the strip, Well, I came in a little Sealer meal type
Yeah,
deal.
yeah.
Was stuck to the license, and I looked at it, and I thought it was one. And as I was putting in my thing, I saw it broke, and it was two of them. And I'm like, fuck, it's 7 a.m. I'll eat a sandwich at the terminal. Holy, I had my shirt off. That's the first time I took my shirt off on Southwest. In those days, they had the seats that faced each other in the middle, 2 or 3 of those, where you had to sit looking at somebody. And I was in the middle seat with these old Christian women. And, dog, I started sweating profusely. I had to take that fucking shirt off. The sweat was coming off my tits.
What did you weigh back then?
What did I weigh? 390, 380.
I think that's why they stopped selling them, because everybody that I know that's had one has a story like that. Like, damn, I almost died. I had them more than once.
But that was the beginning of shock. Like, they put me into shock. Like, that was the roughest hour and a half. It was cool for like 2 hours, and then the last hour and a half was fucking hell.
People weren't ready for that. It was hash around there.
No, they weren't ready for it.
People were using hash and keef, and like, people weren't.
There was another one, too. There was a gum, Now and Later.
I don't know.
Kushmart, when they were on Ivar.
I remember Kushmart.
Kushmart went on to becoming this 2-floor thing in Hollywood that did. He bought the building downstairs, and they were doing recommendations. It was one-stop shopping.
I remember when they were small.
I remember when they were on the one street in Hollywood, and it was in an office building, and they got thrown out because the office people couldn't take it no more. They had dentists in there. You could smell weed in the fucking dentist office. Hysterical. Right on where the sandwiches, where we get the sandwiches over there. But before that, they were on Gower. You ever go between Hollywood Boulevard and Sunset? There's those shacks on the side.
I used to work on Sunset.
Okay. They had shacks. They were in a shack. And I'll never forget going in, and they had those Now and Plenties. What do they call it? Now and Later?
Now and Laters? Yeah.
They were a little skinnier. And when you looked at the baggie, you could see the haze on the juice coming out of them. And one night I went home and popped 2 of those. Holy, that was horrible. I puked. I tripped that night. I saw stars. I kept seeing purple. I couldn't breathe. I had to crawl. I drank fucking iced tea. I drank water.
It sounds like a bad trip.
Oh, it's a bad trip. No, I fucking took too much. At that time, my body, we were eating brownies, like we were eating little brownies. You didn't really know how many milligrams were in them. We weren't really fucking bitching heavy in those days.
Did you just say it's a good one?
Oh, yeah, when you get too high. And, like, I've been to clubs where the ladies, like, do not eat the whole, I'm like, nonsense.
Yeah, all that shit. When a fucking girl tells me don't eat it because I hit a third the other. You also weigh 90 fucking pounds. I'm a fucking 300-pound gorilla. So take it. And I've been doing it. You're 22.
And give me another one, too.
Yeah, give me another one. As soon as somebody tells you don't eat, did you bring your car? Don't drive, because you're a fucking pussy. That's why. That's what the fun part about this fucking driving.
Yeah.
The lights get all fuzzy.
Oh, my God.
But when you've been doing it, like, and then hardcore, it's like,
dog, I still see
them.
I'll tell you something, the lights get fuzzy for me.
It's scary at night.
Oh my God.
If I'm high and tired, that's a different
I'll tell you what, my eyes get fuzzy on stage. You have no idea, guys.
You can't see it all.
Stage, you see, but you can't look up. As soon as you look at the lights, they start going like this. They start switching around like somebody's playing with your head, like you got knocked out. That's what happens on stage. When you mix the adrenaline with the THC, that's why I go crazy, guys. I don't go crazy because I go crazy because I got 500 milligrams in me. This is the second show. It's fighting testosterone and God knows what else in my body. I get on stage, I can see the front rows. I just can't look at the lights. As soon as I look at the lights, that's how I know I'm high.
Yeah.
That's how I know. Sometimes I'll eat 2 stars and go, this ain't going to fuck me up tonight.
And that's just sweating.
Oh my God. I'll get on stage and bam, the lights start switching on you. Because it's a different game on stage. It's like jiu-jitsu, you know what I'm saying? It's the same as jiu-jitsu. But I've handled it for so long that I'm good. Jiu-jitsu, there's no way I can handle it. That's real. That's a guy on top of you. Excuse me, trying to fucking choke you to death.
It's fucked up, yeah.
But I go on stage to see the lights move around. That's scary. And that's how I know I'm fucked.
What up, dog? How are you?
My sister ended up calling when you were going to the bathroom or whatever yesterday.
Oh, no problem. Yeah, I was gone like 5 minutes and you were gone, and I figured, all right, well, he's got other things to do. I completely understand. We had just talked for like 2 hours, so I get you. No problems at all. How's your sister?
She's good. She's ready to tie you down.
Hey, tell her to get in line.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's what I told her. I was like, well, you're going to have to fucking show your worth if you want to date the Rabbi Michael Rothschild.
Poor dog.
Big Mike Rothschild. That's what you should change your name to. That'd be sick, babe.
What, Big Mike?
Rabbi Michael, and then in parentheses, Big Mike Rothschild.
All right. So I just really have to change my middle name from Israel to that.
Yeah,
Okay. I'm on it.
to Big Mike.
I'm working on it.
Oh, you're actually gonna do it? That's crazy.
I mean, maybe not this moment, but perhaps in the future. I'm not going to turn down any opportunities.
Why didn't you kick me out of the chat?
What'd you
My Telegram is tweaking out, sir.
What'd you do, dog?
I don't know. It kicked me out of the chat for no reason, sir. But I'm back. I'm back. I'm back.
Yeah.
Oh, there's baby ducks eating fucking shit in the yard. It's so cute.
That'll do it.
They're so cute. Finally home.
There you go, dog. Did you really beat Joey Diaz twice?
Yeah,
That's phenomenal.
yeah,
And he talked about not doing drugs.
yeah. The second time. The first time he was like showing something.
At your high school?
Well, the first time I met him somewhere else. The second time was at my high school, yeah.
Where'd you meet him the first time?
He was trying to like act.
You just cut out. He what? Elle, you little bitch. How are you?
Yo, what's up, man?
Yo, did you just hear my man Bitcoin Ass Munch talking about how he met Joey Diaz not once but twice? The second time was at his high school, at which he was the valedictorian and class president. And then on top of that, he met Joey Diaz the first time, and we're trying to find out the location. Ask Munch, where was the location the first time you met Joey Diaz? Go. Yo, Elle, do you know who Hawk to a Girl is? Hawk to a Girl? Dog, you don't know who Hawk to a Girl is? Just look this shit up, man. Where the fuck have you been?
I've been busy. Sorry, I don't know what you're asking. Talk to a girl.
Type HAWK space TUAH. This bitch is taking over the internet. Like when you spit, you go Hawk to a. This bitch is everywhere, dog. She met Shaq. She was on stage for the Luke Bryan concert. Do they teach you who Shaq is in Canada?
Shaq is the icy hot guy.
Yeah, exactly. I'm glad you know him as the icy hot guy when everyone else knows him as a basketball player.
I know he plays basketball, but I think the icy hot better represents him as a person.
L, I couldn't have said it better myself.
How have you been this last little week, Rabbi?
Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. I've got these fucking robots working overtime, and honestly, these fuckers that keep putting sticks in my bike spokes when they ban my email account, so I have to come up with new email accounts. It's like a game of cat and mouse.
They're starting to ban your email accounts now.
Oh, for sure, dog. They've been doing that the whole time. But see, here's what I do. I use temporary email services because obviously I don't have like 10,000 emails to use. And the temporary email services many times they'll work at first, and then Kik will realize that I'm using all these temporary email services, and they'll go in and they'll ban those ones. So then I have to go find another one that works. I have to reprogram the robot, not just once, but 4 times because I have 4 of them. And then I have to, we start all over. And just one moment. I'm getting better at it. So before, if they were to do this to me, it might take me like 3 days or 4 days, maybe a week to get all of the robots reprogrammed. I can reprogram them all in like 4 hours. And it's like, wow, that kind of sounds like a huge pain in the ass. Yeah, but I mean, it's a devastating way to publicize yourself. And so it's a little bit of work where I have to, make nice with all of the temporary email services. But after that, these things just fire off all fucking day. I did some interviews. Like I was on a podcast, and I did a couple interviews with just people from TikTok or from Discord. And, well, they're Kik streamers, but it was in Discord. And they asked me, Rabbi, how is it that you are able to do all this? And I showed them, and they're like, we were in recently, they had one of the head moderators who's paid by Kik. They're a Kik employee. They did an Ask Me Anything recently, and they were asked about you. And the question was, what is Kik's strategy to combat Rabbi Rothschild specifically? When this question would ask, it would be like all of the spam that has recently come into the platform, but now they're just naming me by name. And they said, now when I was asked this question, they asked me like, hey, do you know who like Sarah Tolfin is? I'm like, no, who the fuck is that? They're like, oh, she's one of the heads of moderation at Kik, and she was asked about you, and she said her answer was, at this time, we don't have a strategy to combat it. Every time we utilize something, this person works around it, and so it's a current cat and mouse game between us. But that's a beautiful thing to hear from their actual team, like, we don't know how to stop it.
You have them slickered.
Yeah. I mean, there are ways to stop it. There are a lot of ways they could implement. But it's like, okay, implement something, and then I'm going to come up with a new strategy.
If they ban your IP, just get a new IP address.
Yeah, they've been banning my IP for a month and a half. That's not an issue.
How would you stop yourself?
That's a great question. I know how I would do it. I don't want to publicly say it. That's an excellent question, though, Ella. I'm live, and if anybody of their team is watching this or watches it at a later date, I'm just giving them all of the ways to stop me. Now, what I have done is shown them exactly how the robot works. So it's not very difficult of them to stop it. But normally, when you have a platform that requires an OTP, a one-time password, it is usually like not an issue because it's really hard to replicate OTPs because that's like a stopgap for robots. It's really difficult for robots to be able to figure that out. But if you program it correctly, it's not.
Alright, so your robot has to go and open up the temporary email and then cut the EP from that email into Kick.
It's,
It'll do that.
it's very easy for it to do that, yeah. It's actually, that's not the hard part. The hard part is just ensuring that the email comes. Sometimes Kick doesn't always send the email for one reason or another. So let's say they don't send the email, then the robot just runs a cycle and realizes that it's not logged in, and it'll run it again if I need it to. And then eventually it'll get logged in, and then once it gets logged in, it goes to the front page and is programmed to not only follow the people on the front page, but also create a clip and spam them 13 times before moving on to the next victim.
Why would you call them victims? Aren't they lucky to have you spamming them?
Lucky victims, yeah, absolutely. It's like, they want to get chosen. They're the winners. One person winner is another person's victim.
If I got spammed by Rabbi Rothschild telling me to watch his stream, I would be honored. So.
And many people are. When before they were like, who the fuck is this? Or what the fuck is this? Now they celebrate when I go in there. People cheer. They'll ask me to do an interview. They'll ask me to come in their Discord because I've become like an icon on this fucking platform. And it's very funny to me that normally I don't have the sound on these computers because, of course, I'm listening to Joey Diaz. But when I do have the sound on and I'm just like randomly here, I hear these people complain about me so much. It shocks me. Another thing that shocks me is a lot of times I'll randomly come into somebody's chat and I already have a robot in there spamming. Like, organically. I'll just be like, pick a random person, and it just so happens that one of my 4 robots is currently on that channel and is following them, creating a clip for them, and also inundating them with spam. So I came up with this new strategy with this robot, and it's this. Normally the robot would do this. It would follow you, and it would spam you. Okay, what does that do? Well, a follow on a lot of people's channels shows up on their screen. They can program it so that it says, so-and-so just followed you. And normally somebody's social media is like, L1235, and that's their name. Very few people have a call to action as their screen name. Viral Rabbi in YouTube, Filter by Live, 102, just followed you. So that sends a message to them on their screen, to their thousands of followers who are watching, or viewers that are watching. Then on top of that, when before I would just spam them. So I would spam them with different messages, and depending on the people's settings, and depending on how fast the chat was moving, it could spam all 13 messages. It could only spam a few messages before they ban me, whatever. Okay, that's fine. But once that chat is gone, it's gone. There's no it's already moved up the top to the top. And very rarely is anyone going to watch it thereafter. Unless you're watching the stream, in a restream, but even still, people don't do that. They don't watch live streams in the past unless there's something for which they're looking or they're a really big fan of the person. However, what I've done is, in addition to creating the follow bot and the spam bot, I've created a clip bot. And the clip bot is new. The clip bot's only been going for a week, but it's devastating. And here's why. Normally, when you have a user or an influencer and they do something cool on their stream, let's say they pound a bottle of water. They just chug it. Somebody might think that that's cool content and they'll clip it. And you can make a clip of anywhere between 30 seconds and 60 seconds, essentially, so that people can watch this in the future. It creates basically a highlight. Well, guess what? when I find out that you can make a highlight and it saves it on the person's page, I make a ton of these highlights and then I name the highlight linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. So you'll see on the biggest streamers on this fucking platform, it's like random video, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild, random video, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild, random video, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild, random video, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. So like 50% of all of their biggest streamers have this like, I call it like fucking digital litter. It's fucking spam. And they're like, God damn it, get this shit out of here. So then what they have to do is manually, this is the bitch of the matter. The moderators cannot clear this for the influencer. The influencer has to manually now go in and clean up all of their clips. And now you're making dead interaction with all of these fucking people. Dude, there he is. Where the fuck have you been?
My coworker called me this time.
You and excuses. I don't know what we're gonna do with you. Dude, I just asked you a fucking question. I can't believe you didn't say. Where did you meet Joey Diaz the first time?
It was like some kind of thing. It's like advertising some bullshit.
What was the location?
It was in Jersey City.
What was it though? Like, was it a bar?
It was a bookstore.
Oh, okay. I gotcha. That's fine.
Yeah.
So you met him at a bookstore and you met him at your school.
Yeah.
El, did you know that Bitcoin Ass Munch got into Ivy League schools, was president of his high school graduating class and valedictorian? Let me translate this for you from American to Canadian. This means this motherfucker is smart as fuck and popular.
Not too much. Were you fucking, I appreciate the kind words though, for sure. I was a power bottle. Were you in a sorority? Sobriety. Yeah, the sorority, whatever the fuck's it's called.
Do you mean a sorority?
Sorority.
No, you mean fraternity or sorority. No, I didn't say he went to the Ivy League. I said that he got into those schools.
I didn't make it. Oh, so you got accepted and then you declined? Yeah. I was gonna go to Gamma Penny sorority, but I ended up going.
I was gonna go to what? Oh shit! There's a joke. Damn it! I fucked it up. It's Hold on.
Gamma Penny.
No, there's a fucking joke. It's like I'm not gonna tell you the end of it. Let me look it up. Fuck! I fucked it up. Apologies. There's a joke.
Oh, shit, man. Shit.
Oh, okay. So I was gonna say this correctly. I was gonna say Gamify, which is AKA Grab-a-Thigh. I fucked this thing up though. I wasn't in a fraternity or sorority, so I don't get into all that shit. But I can tell you this: my man, Bitcoin Ass Munch, is not only valedictorian of his high school, not only class president, but his claim to fame is he has met Joey Diaz not only once but twice. El, how fucking sweet is that? Go.
Fuck yeah. Did you actually talk to him for a little bit? Like, how long did you get to talk to him? For the first time, probably 8 seconds, and then the second time, probably like 20 seconds.
Did you hear him say the word cocksucker or tremendous? Yeah, there was. It was called Musically.
It was called what now?
Musically.
Never heard of it. Yeah, I met him at the old school William and L. Dickinson High School, sir. What was he doing at the high school? Doing something for one back then, it was called Jersey City High School, but now it's called that. Yeah.
Yo, dog, do you know the Grinder in Jersey City? It's like, or maybe it's in Hoboken. It's this really big building that looks like a cocaine grinder. It's circular. Yeah, it is new. That's okay. Joey Diaz talks about it all the time because he says everybody goes in there, does coke, and that's why they call it the Grinder.
And when I was a kid, bro, we were drinking in bars and shit when we were like 15 fucking years old, bro.
College, dog.
Yeah, we just do whatever.
El, how old do you? You have to be 19 to drink in Canada, right?
Yeah.
How old do you have to be to suck dick? Can you start doing that at birth?
That's usually exclusively for church priests and rabbis, I believe.
Excellent. I appreciate that. So 8 days after birth. Very cool, man. I appreciate that. Well, I want you to know that honestly, knowing Bitcoin Ass Munch is basically the closest I've ever gotten to becoming a celebrity because he's met Joey Diaz not once but twice, cocksucker. It's tremendous.
It's a good time. I made it to the playthrough with Joey Diaz, Rabbi.
What'd you say?
You live vicariously through Joey Diaz.
I think Joey Diaz lives vicariously through Rabbi Rothschild, subconsciously. But yes, I do. Why? I just like listening to fucking stories that are just ridiculous. I like how he, oh, just a moment. I have somebody in the Discord who's calling for me. Just a moment. What's up, baby?
What's up, baby?
Yo, how are you? Can you hear me now?
Hey, check on my cat. My baby.
Yo, pimp, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro.
Come to YouTube.
Not right now.
They can't hear me. I don't know what to do. Hell yeah. Take a nap and stay in here. Excellent. Let's listen to Joey Diaz.
Noise to
Done.
every child, man.
Can you hear it?
For me, I don't give a fuck about San Diego. I just don't want her to get car sick.
Beautiful.
You know, and yeah, my wife's like, well, once she gets car sick, it goes away. And we don't know that. We don't fuck. She's already gotten car sick. One time she got car sick 3 times on one ride. We weren't even going nowhere. To wait autumn to the knee doctor that time, the Marina Direct, just as we were pulling into the parking lot. She fucking barked everywhere. So
I
feel
just,
bad. But
I'm in this
really,
random fucking Discord, and I like to throw gang signs at people because why not? I'm like the world's whitest person, so why not throw up fucking gang signs? And and people return them back to me, and I just find it hilarious. Anyway, it's very funny.
I finally came through, and I wasn't the perfect guy the first 2 fucking years, but I didn't embarrass her or nothing like that. And I'm happy I stuck it out because I became a better man. You know, I didn't know that for sure. That
I was thinking about that this week because it's 2 years for Paul and I in a couple weeks, and I'm like, wow, Joey and Terry have been together for 8 times as long as that, and it's just you always talk about like, oh, I didn't think I was going to be alive till 30 or alive till 50. Like, can you imagine? Like, If someone had told you you'd be with the same woman for 15 years, that must be pretty crazy.
Well, I always wanted to be with the same woman. I was always looking for somebody to be with, you know. I wasn't looking to sleep around. I was looking to be with one woman because I knew if I tangled with the right woman, you know, and I.
Hey, Ass
Listen,
Punch,
man,
I thought
people,
about you a lot
get
last night.
confused. They all wanna grow up to be single. They
Particularly,
think it's
dude,
cool
you
to
got
be
to get that
single. I didn't
TikTok
die by
going. That's
myself.
great content.
Nobody wants to fucking die by myself. When you're 20, it's cool to say that at the bar in front of your jerk off fucking buddies, you know. But in reality, you don't know. Nobody wants to die by their fucking selves.
It's not even so much that I thought you wanted to be like hooking up with different girls or whatever, but I mean, you tell me, I guess. When you're that much into drugs, do you have girlfriends, or is it more just like hookups every now and then? Or...
Listen, before Terry, I was single maybe 3 years. Maybe, no, like 2 years. And for 2 years, look at me. Nobody goes on a date with me. But if I had drugs and they came back to the hotel room and things worked out, maybe something would happen. I wouldn't say nothing. You know, I move on with my life and they move on with their life, and that's it. It's a great way to live if that's what you want to do. But I wasn't, you know, it wasn't, I knew that for me to be where I wanted to be, and I always thought this after I got married the first time. I knew that when you see a guy and he's got it together and he's got a certain look on his face, he's got something good at the house. You know, I'm not talking about a piece of ass. I'm talking about something all around that's good, that comforts you, that slows you down. That really, sometimes you see a guy and he's really good looking and he's got a girlfriend that's not that good looking, or vice versa. It's not about that. It's about what voids they fill. You know, when you look at someone like Bruce Lee, who was a star, and then you look like Linda Lee. She wasn't the best looking woman in the world. But in all the interviews about Linda Lee, they all said that she stopped him in his tracks. There was something about Linda that Linda could talk to him, that could stop him.
Oh, hold on a second.
You know,
hold on. Wait, this is what that fucking joke was. When I was saying if I would have been in any fucking sorority, it would have been I felt a thigh. That's what it is. I felt a thigh. Apologies for the late punchline.
get me and come back.
Better late than never, baby.
Don't let her down, you know. So I'm really happy that we lasted the 15 years. And it was work, you know, but for me it came easy because I knew I had to work. I knew the mistakes I made when I first was married, and I didn't work. And then when it fell apart, I acted like, what happened? You know what fucking happened? You didn't fucking work. You didn't give in here. You didn't give in there. You know, when you were there, you were bitching, you know.
What did you think, like, when you first started dating, or what did you think it was going to be? Or did you think about it at all?
When I first took up with her, she was about 37. I was 37. God knows how old she was. She was like fucking 32. You know, we just started dating. We didn't say much. I didn't say much. I was living on somebody's floor.
Yeah, she said you just showed up with your bag.
Yeah, and then one September, like after 3 or 4 months of us dating, I was on the floor sick. And she goes, come over. And I just brought my laundry over there. And then I just stayed. I mean, what was I going to do? And then we built this little fucking house, and we got the cats, and we got everything renovated. We got new furniture, and, you know, everything we made was like a big celebration. Like I said, I won't throw that television away in my closet because it was the first TV we ever bought.
What kind of TV was it?
Who the fuck knows? It was $200 at Walmart. But guess what? It still works. It's still a tremendous television. It's not computer ready and all that shit. But let me tell you something. In some garage for somebody, that fucking gonna be a badass TV. We bought that. I did a gig somewhere, and I got $500 for the gig. And we banged the check, and we spent $200 on this TV. We couldn't even get it in neon. We got a green neon then. My car had blown up. My car had been towed. When I met her, I had no car. So we shared a car, and I made half the payments. When I started dating her, that was the deal. It was, we started this from scratch. Like she would make $40. And some days I'd be broke. And, I talk shit about Starbucks, but Starbucks got us out of the hole. Starbucks changed everything because we were fucking broke in 2003 or 4. And she quit the comedy store because she switched to accounting. She goes, fuck it, I have a degree. Why am I waitressing?
Right.
So she switched to accounting. So she couldn't get a job. She was getting like day jobs. What do they call those? Temp jobs?
Yeah.
And then she got a job at Starbucks, and they really liked her, so they put her in the gay one. on Santa Monica Boulevard.
Oh, really?
And she was making $250 to $300 a day in tips.
Really? Mitch is making coffee?
Because that's the gay one. They were giving $3 a person in there.
Oh, shit.
It's one of the busiest ones, and the heavy tipping because they're all gay. So we were living off her fucking tips.
Tips are the best.
How crazy is that? We were living off her. She was working 3 shifts, making $800 with a check.
That's pretty sad that she made more Starbucks.
This is 2003. This is before Starbucks knew what was really going on. Once they caught on, they switched everything, the payment, they switched the insurance, whatever the fuck they do.
Oh, no, but even I'm just saying, like, when you're at a comedy club and they have a 2-drink minimum, you think you'd make more tips than you would at a Starbucks.
It was really weird. And then she got the call at the Hollywood Bowl. And I got the call for Spider-Man. No, The Longest Yard. Like right about that time. She had just started at the Hollywood Bowl maybe a week before I left. Like I said, when I left for The Longest Yard, she hadn't even gotten her first check yet. Jesus. You know, and then it was weird because all those 4 years, we just basically dated and we lived with each other. But I was always working on the road, and I was just starting my film and television, so I was always auditioning, I was always plotting, and I could see it was wearing her out. I could see that our lives weren't mingling.
Was this during the time where you would go out on the road for a couple months at a time?
Oh, fuck no, a couple weeks at a time, 2-3 weeks at a time, 2 weeks, Christmas, New Year's, so I never got to see it. I got to see her at night for 2 hours, and I gave her the money I got, or whatever, you know, it was just really weird. And then during The Longest Yard one day, I got up at 4. I slept one night instead of doing blow till 5 in the morning. I got up, and this was the first week that we were working here, and she put my clothes out for me. In the shower, I said, you know, I have to start giving her more attention. Because anybody who gets up at 4 in the morning and puts your football uniform on deserves a little bit more attention. And ever since that was when I started doing date nights, and I could see she was getting happier. You know, and, I think at that 8th year mark, we started drifting again. I went into a little funk after The Longest Yard, and then after the strike in 2007.
Yeah.
I went into a little funk, man. It was terrible, man.
Just because you couldn't find acting work?
Couldn't find acting work. I was at a crossroads, stand up. You know, here I was, you know, fucking 45, 44, 46, 44, 43 years old. And I'm a mediocre stand-up and getting kind of roles here and there. Yeah, I'm making strides, but they were slow strides. Do you follow me? And then it just shut down. But after My Name is Earl, after like 6 episodes of My Name is Earl, then there's a fucking strike. And I'm sitting there, nobody's talking, nobody's doing nothing. And my stand-up is wobbly, you know, I'm just going up there, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, you know, and something happened. I joined Kung Fu. I started losing weight. I started working on the weight, you know, whatever was fucking with my mind. I said, I'm not going to take care with depressants and nothing. I'm going to go and take care with exercise. I'm going to make exercise. I'm going to go back to where I started. When I came from Cuba and everything, I went to karate. I'm going to go back to a regular karate class and sit in the back with kids and be the fat guy in a fucking suit in the back and throwing halfway kicks and breathing heavy and turning red in the face, you know. But I did that for a while, and I did that for like 3 years until we moved to the Valley. And during that was one day I was talking to the guy, and he said something that just made a ton of sense. And I got in my car, and I picked up the phone, I called Terry at work, and I go, listen, it's September something, I think we should get fucking married. And she said, what? I go, let's get married the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. Nobody does that. And it was one of the best calls I've ever made in my life, man. You know, everything blossomed from there. We moved up here. We got the place up here. We got the extra cat.
Were you thinking about it before? Because knowing you, you're not really one to make impulsive decisions, it doesn't seem like.
Listen, what does he say? You lose more by indecision? What does he say in that scene?
Oh, it's
yeah, he tells the guy the same thing.
Yeah,
these motherfuckers, man, sitting here around. You know, listen, you know that moment where you love that woman. You know, I mean, not with the part when you put the fucking plunger in her ass and pull it out and I love this girl. And then when she cheats on you with the guy next door, you're in shock because you married a fucking hooker and a half. But I'm talking about that one day, that one moment in their relationship where you either got to sit, and you know it. That's why you either run like a motherfucker or you conquer it. You know it. A guy knows it when it's that time. And some women hint it and fucking drive you crazy, but some women don't say a fucking word, and they're the ones that are more dangerous, like Terry. She didn't say nothing about it. She went home and she saw her sister-in-law and her brother with a baby, and I could tell she came back and she's like, "This guy's never gonna give me a baby. I love him, but maybe we should break up and I should start over." And I didn't want to lose him. I'm like, well, if I lose Terry, I would be done. That would be my biggest flop.
She never once in the I don't know how many years you guys were together before you got married.
No, we would goof around and stuff. And she'd say, "You're not going to ask me anyway." And one day I just said on the phone, I called up, I called her father after it, said I want to marry her. He cried, I cried, and then we got shitty rings. She made the cake. You know, I had a suit. She bought a dress. We rented a place in Wilshire. There was no celebrities. There was no helicopters. There was no stupidity. There was nothing. It was just two people getting married. I didn't have ushers. I didn't have people driving. You came as you came. We didn't even want a gift. We just wanted to celebrate a wedding, man. Everything is bullshit. Everybody gets married for the wrong fucking reasons in this country. And then when they get married, it's a $10,000, $20,000. Why? Why? I don't even fucking like you. Why are we spending all this dough for? You know, because that's what you know. You have to somewhere along the line go, listen, man, this is about love. This is nothing about your cousin or your mother or my mother or my stepfather. I'm not doing nobody. We can either drop 30 or we can drop 5 and do it for us and have a great time and save money. And that's when you really love somebody. You know, I was looking at that, all those black chicks from The View. Sherry Shepherd, the one before her, they had sensational weddings with P. Diddy and Oprah was there and a lot of fakeness and fucking armpit stink under a fucking tent in the summer. And look at them now. She's paying child support, the other one, all those fucking $500,000 weddings to show our love. Everybody's dressed in white like this chick never sucked a dick before. You know, stop it. You know, right there you're fucking lying to me. Why are we lying to each other?
Right.
Let's just go in there and make this for ourselves. And it fucking worked. It fucking worked, man. We had a great time. And I'm happy. And it's been a struggle. It's been a fucking struggle. But that's what marriage is. And if you bail, you know, we live in times in this country where people have a hard time and they fucking bail on a marriage.
Yeah.
And listen, I get it. This guy's drinking. He's a fucking junkie. And, you know, you can only give him so many chances. But I've heard couples bail for less reasons, you know, for fucking less reasons.
And that doesn't mean that you guys don't fight, because I've seen you guys not have like a physical fight at all, but you guys get angry at each other, and sometimes she'll, like, her and I have to talk sometimes for the podcast, and she'll be like, "Oh, Joey or this, or Joey that," and then, but it's, you guys have it's not like vicious or anything like that.
Listen, brother, everything can't be fucking roses in nobody's relationships. Every relationship has peaks and valleys.
Yeah.
As long as you know that going in. When you're young, you don't know that going in. Something goes sideways and we bail. It's our natural instinct. Instead of stepping back, some of us get into an argument, you step back, you go in there, you apologize, and you work around that situation. I didn't do that. At 25, I didn't do that. Nobody fucking does that at 25. Nobody has that type of logic. You know, when we're 25, 26, and we get married, and it's a mistake, we're fucking weak. Because we know we go right back to the bar.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm missing out. My buddies are getting their ass, their dick sucked, and people flying off handles, and everybody's doing drugs. And I'm with this fucking hook-faced bitch, you know, sitting here talking about dishes and my mother's fucking missing foot. Who gives a fuck, you know? So there's that thing, you know. Nah, man, marriage is a lot of fucking work. A relationship is hard work. Whether you're dating or whatever, you have to throw your cards on the table.
I thought about you the other day because actually I sat Paula down and I just talked to her just because I'm starting to look to do some stuff on the road a little bit. And I'm just trying to work more. Like I actually went and thought about what you said about like that I should be doing that stuff on Friday, and I sat it just because I was like, you said that to me a bunch of times, and I've heard you tell it to other people that you have to set it from the beginning, and that way like you won't get into a fight 6 months down the road.
Listen, man, there's nothing I like more than hanging out with Terry when I was hanging out with Terry. I just told Terry now. We were in the room watching Halloween Night, Ghost on Bright, and she's singing and she's going, ooh, and she's vampire. And my wife goes, where are you going? I go, I'm going to do a podcast. And I went in the bathroom to brush my teeth, and she followed me. And she goes, you know, really, you're leaving? And I go, The fuck do you think I do? There's a time for fun and fucking games. And there's a time, because it happened to me when she was pregnant. I forgot about everything. I was there catering for her. I wouldn't write material. And that's what you're supposed to do as a man. But your other responsibility as a man is covering the spread. And I didn't say it to you in the wrong way. I said it to you that Monday because you came on the podcast one day and you said you needed money. And I don't, in my world, when you need money, you wrap up your fucking sleeves.
Yeah.
And you go to work. You need money, you have to look mom in the face and say, this is what I do. But we had plans. I don't give a fuck what plans. Jesus had plans, and he died, okay? Jesus had plans on a Thursday night, and look what happened to him. We got to work. We work. I don't know what the fuck world you come from. You're Mexican, it's in your blood. We work, Jack. I'm Jewish. We work.
And she was really cool with it. But
Yeah, sure she is.
I was thinking about it, and I was like, because I have to go now. Now, like, there's 3 weeks in August where we're not going to see each other really. And I was like, oh, I should say something now, just so and she understood.
Bro, a woman understands. A fucking freak of nature. Duh. Well, I'm going to have to go out and meet other men. What do you think these guys do? What do you think these guys do to support your fucking spoiled ass? You got to work.
Yeah.
Unless money comes down from the fucking stars, and I don't know about it. Unless you know something I fucking don't know, we got to work. And it's not even that, Lee. It's more of a discipline. Yeah, I love you. I'll see you at 1. From 8 to 1, I'm going to work my ass. So I'm going to make those emails. I'm going to go to the gym. I'm going to go food. You know what I'm saying? The things I need. It's air. You always need those 2 hours. You're always thinking. You don't work for somebody. You don't go in on Monday at 9 and give you orders for the week and you leave on Friday. You're always creating. You're always looking. People hit me up. Oh, what are you doing, Joey Karate videos? When hell freezes over. I've evolved from that. I'm thinking of doing some other fucking jiu-jitsu video. I'm thinking of doing 1,000 things. We never called V back. We never called the kid that fucking came in for the thing back. My days change from day to day.
Yeah.
I'm very fortunate to be able to even do the podcast. 3 people call me every week to do a fucking podcast. When? I got a call from what's his name? A month ago to come down and do the podcast. The fighter and the kid. Come back. It's been a month ago. A month. We don't have the fucking time. The time, I wish I had time to jump up and shoot fucking videos. Even when she's at school, I got 3 days a week. This week was great. The last 2 days, Lee, have been great because I really haven't had much on the books. It's given me a chance to clean up those emails. Those emails that you went to. You ever go to Olds? And you're like, why do I have Lee's shoe size in here from 2010? I cleaned out all that shit. I cleaned out 3 boxes of paperwork in my shelves. Auditions, plane tickets, itineraries. I did little thing. I took a fucking box of clothes for these people across the street here, the Goodwill. I had 1 sock of one sock of the other, 82 black shirts. I had so much shit to do. Tomorrow I'm going to bring up the casing I bought to fit more clothes in, so I got to move on. So I gave away half the books I have. By the way, I'm reading a good fucking book, Duff McKagan's book, the guy from Guns N' Roses.
Oh, shit.
It's called It's So Easy. Holy shit. This guy's fucking pancreas blew up. That's how much he was drinking. His pancreas grew to the size of a football and blew the fuck up, dog. He's on whatever the fuck you call it, dialysis for the rest of his life. He was drinking 10 bottles of wine just to start off with. Fuck my little stars of death. I'm a fucking half a fruitcake compared to that fucking guy. Now, listen, man, the work ethic, the commitment, everybody quits before the miracle happens. They don't, everybody quits before the miracle happens. You're an independent contractor. So what do you tell you? You look at me and you're like, Johnny, if I could put 5 hours down a day, that's 25 hours a week. A couple hours with you, a couple hours hustling T-shirts, podcasts. That's all you need. But you're never in a position to take a day off.
Right. Yeah.
On Saturdays, who the fuck takes a Saturday off? Yeah, I take a Saturday off, but I'm still writing. When I'm on the road, that's why I like going on the road, because I get to clean up all that shit. Some days I walk in, I think of something stupid, and I write it the fuck down. Never go on to fucking Jersey Mike's again.
Why?
Disgusting service. And it's getting worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. You know why? Because they always ask you what you want in your sandwich when you're not in front of them. And then by the time you get to the category, they give you a sandwich got vinegar on. Who said vinegar on this fucking thing? Do I want mice way on a fucking turkey? Who puts vinegar on a fucking turkey sandwich?
Not me.
No, I hope not.
Yeah, I always wondered why they did that. Like when you're next in line, they ask you.
Yeah, they ask you. Everywhere ask you when you're there. No, they ask you when you're a mile away. Then they fuck the sandwich up. And I fought the guy, and it's always a guy with a fucking tattoo on his forearm. I don't know what it is with tattoos on your left forearm. You're fucking retarded. The ink goes to the fucked up side of your brain, and you can't make a fucking sandwich. You know, I swear to God, it's always a kid with a. And every time I see a guy at Jersey Mike's with a fucking forearm tattoo on his left side, the inside forearm, I go, there goes my fucking sandwich.
See you back to Subway?
No, not in a million years. Not in a million fucking years. I'm done with sandwiches. Look at the side. No, but every time I go to whatever, I get the regular fucking turkey, and they fuck it up. Last time they put mustard on it. Who puts mustard on turkey unless you're Hillbilly Joe?
I'm not brown mustard.
Yeah, I know.
You can't have mayo all the time.
Yes, you can. Oh, that's what
it's really bad calorie-wise.
No, listen.
Well, you're not going to have light mayo.
You sacrifice. Listen, what would you rather eat? That fucking bland turkey or a nice roast beef and cheese? Tell me the truth.
I don't think turkey's bland. I mean, roast beef and cheese is nice.
Okay, then shut the fuck up. What I'm trying to say to you is you're already suffering by eating that fucking bland turkey that they got from some farm that don't have no flavor to it. They got to put 10 pounds of salt on it, okay? You got to put a little mayonnaise on it. You're already cutting half the fucking fat if you would have cheese, cheddar cheese, and roast beef. That's my get. You give and take a little.
Okay.
You follow me? You have a brown mustard on fucking mayonnaise. What do you have on turkey? So I'm done with those cocksuckers too. So the customer service has died in this country. And now they want to give them a raise to $15 an hour. That's $6 a week to do. I'll fuck up my sandwich.
Well, I mean, what will happen if they do raise it to 15 is they're going to hire better people. It's going to be the shitty people, and then young high school kids won't have jobs. Or they'll make computers to do it.
So that's what I need. Some fucking machine from outer space making my fucking sandwich. That's what I need in this day and age.
Not to make the sandwich until I take the order. Like, I have no idea how McDonald's even has employees anymore.
Why is that?
Because you could just use a computer, really, up until the sandwich.
When was the last time you hit McDonald's?
Oh, we have McDonald's like a few months ago, but I'm excited for it. I haven't had forever. Sales are down. You see that? I'm convinced it's because of me.
Sure it is, because I got you off that shit, eating that fucking shit. You're going to sit there one day when you're 50 and go, I still have an asshole because of Joey. You have to lock this one up and drill one under my nutsack. That's good, man. No, I'm happy that, and you know what? At this age, and then what's going on in my wife is happy. She smiles a lot. She's having a great time with the baby. You know, it's hard to believe this, but I got to say it. She's the real first person I've made happy. You know, like I was genuine, and I worked really hard to make her happy. I don't want this to be a unpleasant experience for her until after the baby goes to be 5. I don't give a fuck what happens. But till now, I want her to be happy with the baby and have a good time with the baby because that shows in the baby's happiness, you know.
Well, what do you mean make happy? Because you have a ton of friends who love you. So
it's different. It's different. It's somebody who genuinely looked at you. She had no reason to trust me 15 years ago, man. You know what I'm saying? She had no reason to fucking trust me. And I didn't. She came to me like after 3 weeks and she's like, all these people are coming up to me and scaring me. What did you do? You went to prison? And
she had no idea?
Yeah, she knew, but she didn't, you know. And then I started sleeping over there, right? Like little by little, like one night here. And one night I called Marilyn from there, right? And Marilyn called back like at 3 a.m. And my wife answered. Marilyn's like, cocksucker. And my wife's like, who the fuck is this? And she's like, Marilyn. And my wife liked Marilyn. You know, my wife, we went over there 1,000 times. But like a week later, Dice called over there one night at 3 a.m. And she was like, listen, man, one day she sat me down and she's like, I don't know if you can stay here anymore at night. You can come over, we can hang out, but you got to go home. Because I never seen anything like this. Every time you hear the phone rings all hours of the night, people yelling cocksucker on the phone. She couldn't handle it at first. I remember the first time Felipe came over to visit me with Shivago and the guy, and Ivan, the guy that works for Gabriel, his personal top assistant. I remember, I'll never forget that. Them coming over, we were going to smoke pot in the backyard, and the look on her face, she was like, you know these guys? I'm like, that's my fucking brother, Felipe Esparza.
What did Felipe look like back then?
Jesus Christ, like like hell roamed over. Like a fucking one of the guys that was chasing Mad Max, I don't fucking know. He was just different, and he was wild, and he had a wild look in his eye. We were both doing drugs, and it was a different fucking time,
It's crazy.
She couldn't handle it. And then, right before 9/11, I think I moved in, and we were cool. And nobody really knew we were dating. One night we went to Rouse to go food shopping, and we bumped into Eleanor. And
Eleanor Kerrigan?
Yeah, she's like, what the fuck are you guys doing? And we're like, we thought you knew. She's like, no, I didn't know this. And I was giving her a hard time because my wife bought margarine then. I'm like, margarine? Who eats margarine? Put that down. We go with lightly salted fucking butter. What savage is here? She's like, but margarine is cheap. I don't give a fuck. We don't eat margarine in this house. You think I got on a fucking plane to eat margarine when I'm in jail? Fucking margarine. Yeah, my wife was a Gentile. We had to switch her over on a couple things.
I think a lot of people eat margarine, though.
Fuck no.
Keeps up with all these rules.
Unless you're a communist, you eat fucking margarine. Who eats margarine? That fake fucking butter.
Some people.
Some people, like you, with the fucking frying pan.
I have the spray butter.
Yeah, wait till that thing blows up in your fucking cabinet, cocksucker. Splay it like that fucking when, I don't even know what
the juicer?
The juicer. Yeah, what happened to the juicer?
It's still there. Maybe I should eBay that. That'd be funny.
You should eBay it. Please juice it. And we'll put like some THC juice in that motherfucker so they can really juice to death.
That's what you kept telling me to do. And there's no way you can juice weed.
Yes, you can.
You come over and you're like, when are you going to put some weed in that? You can't put weed in that thing.
I'm telling you, don't know what you were missing. I think if they put weed in that juice, it'd be a lot better for people. That kills
There's no
shit.
liquid in it, though. It's like all dry and shit.
You don't need just the leaves, the same shit. Give it a shot. Let's make a little pineapple juice with some THC crystals in that motherfucker. See if you don't see the devil.
I'm sure I see the devil.
Great. What are you? I'm happy for the 4th of July. There'll be some fireworks. I get scared.
You do? You don't like fireworks?
I don't know. I don't know if it's a gun or a fucking machine gun. We're getting attacked by ISIS. Now we're getting attacked by ISIS this weekend. That's what we need now.
GB, you little bitch. How you doing, baby?
I fucking alert.
Tight. Oh, okay. So are you familiar with Obama and Harry? Well, you're going to see them.
Disrupt the way we live.
Yeah.
Even if they don't attack, just to inflict fear, just for Americans to have that fear,
What about those people up in New York who had to be in their houses for 3 weeks while they look for those guys who escaped?
That's fucked up.
Yeah.
That's a whole shit situation. 3 weeks on the fucking loose. My wife was saying something, and I go, that's an embarrassment for the fucking cops.
Yeah, that's why they shot both of them.
2 fucking momos were running around for 3 fucking weeks. You got helicopters, technology, see-through glasses, and these 2 fucking 3rd graders were in a hut somewhere eating fucking candy bars, and you're out there with dogs and technology. They should be shot and done. The whole jail was brought up. Listen, I don't have all the facts.
They said they
don't give a fuck.
They suspended 12 workers.
Yeah, everybody was in a...
Well, I mean, when you were in jail, was there ever a guard you could pay to do something for you or anything like that?
I never got to that part.
You weren't there for that long?
I was in medium security at the diagnostic. And I never, listen, man, what is the fucking point of escaping unless you got a life sentence?
Yeah, one guy was almost done. He was over halfway done. The other guy had a life sentence.
They're fucking morons. Listen, in today's society, they're going to catch you. There's too many things against you. It's very, you have to be very smart and very well financed to get out of here, go through Mexico, pay people off, go to a fucking hut, live. You got to have $200,000 in your surplus because you don't know when they're around the corner. You don't have to really know. Let me go get my ATM. You don't fucking know. Your ATM machine gets stopped. All that shit gets caught now. You can't open up a bank account unless you got paperwork up to fucking yin there. So, where you got, unless they give it to you and somebody gives you like a PIN number or something, you have to have, when they call Whitey Bulger, what do you have on?
He had a ton of money in his room or whatever.
To be a successful escapee, You got to be financed out the asshole. You got to know people who are juiced because you can't stay here. You cannot stay here with all the fucking rats and rewards, and you cannot stay here. You could fuck with them. You could throw them off for a while, but they're going to get you 5, 6, 7 years in, a traffic stop, something, an ID, something. Once they fingerprint you, it's lights fucking out. You get stitches, you go to a hospital, God forbid, something. So you need to be well financed. You need to get the fuck out of this country.
Yeah, and Whitey Bulger wasn't even in jail. He just left before they
paperwork.
Yeah.
You know, you got to know the local cops and pay them off. So if somebody inquires, they can call you and go, hey, they're on their way down here. Somebody reported you on America's Most Wanted. And now you can fly to Mazatlan on a fucking boat. You got to have multiple passports, multiple fucking things. You know, it's just too much. And two fucking white dudes with Confederate flags. Well, where are you going to go? It wasn't planned out. Yeah, one guy was going to go to Mexico. They had one gun. They were going to kill the guard's husband. It was just too fucking much, man. Yeah, I never thought one time about it. And when I was in Camp George West, I was there for fucking 8 months, 7 months. Let me tell you something. Nobody ever thought about it. You can just jump a fucking fence. And it's right there. It's right there. It just doesn't make sense. Unless you have a life fucking sentence. And because you're not even going to die in these days. Not anymore, right? How long does it take for an appeal to fucking end? 29,000 years?
Yeah.
By that time, you're going to be dead anyway. So when do you escape? I mean, at what point do you escape? Something has to make you escape. If I know I got 30 mil in fucking Europe waiting for me, I'm out of there.
Well, you said you drove some vans from the prison, right? To go get food or something?
Right.
Not one part of you ever was like, I could just drive off right now.
All of them said it. Goofing around. We could just drive off right now. Now what? Now you're driving down I-70 with an orange fucking jumpsuit. Okay, you tell your girlfriend, that dummy, to pull over. How much money she's fucking got? She's going to tell somebody too. So now you got 3 people that fucking know. Okay, now where you going to go? You're in Colorado. So this van isn't. So you have to do it. So you have the longest amount of time until they know. So let's say you leave at 8. You don't have to come back till 12. That gives you a 4-hour start. That's a beautiful thing. You drive to fucking Invix. You drive somewhere. You meet your fucking girlfriend. You get different ID and you go right to the local airport and fly the hell out of there. And hopefully, they won't see you. That's one way. You fly into somebody else's name. You have a fake ID. Go right to Denver Airport or charter a fucking plane. Charter a plane under her name, put a disguise on, and shoot the fuck out of there. First of all, they know your girlfriend's name. She's come to visit you in jail, whatever the fuck. They have all this shit on paperwork.
Right.
So they're going to go right to her job. And what are they going to tell her? She hasn't been here for 3 days. Boom. Now you're a fucking fugitive. She told the sister. She told somebody. No chick leaves without telling somebody. Okay? And eventually that chick, whoever she told, is going to crack. And what do you have? Then you get caught, man. And then it gets worse for you. Then you'll never get bail. Then you'll always be in a maximum security until the end of your sentence.
They said they were going to put this guy who they just caught in solitary for a minimum of 7 years. That's fucking...
What the fuck? Listen, he gave it to the New York tribe.
He got within 2 miles
I was skeptical.
of Canada, but I would think Canada would extradite you, so I don't even think it's a big deal.
Now you got to go somewhere and get a job. And what's the first thing to do when you fucking get a job? You're going to get a check and do drugs. You're going to go to a fucking bar. And that's when the problem starts all over again. Every time you go to that bar, every time you buy a bag of weed, your fucking chances improve of getting fucking nailed. It's funny. I was thinking about prison. I was thinking about I'm trying to write, man. Sometimes when I write something, I discover other things that I forget about my life. And I was thinking about this dude, Timmy Holloway. Listen to this. And I don't know if he remembers this guy. When I was a kid, after my mother died, I was very weak and I didn't know, and I was angry at the world. And at that time, people had given me money at the funeral. And I put some money away, and I had a little gig. Carmine got me a little gig. And this kid came into my life that I'd always known. His name was Mike Denny. They called him the Devil. And they didn't call him the Devil because he was a nice kid. They called him the Devil because he was the fucking devil. He was a state championship wrestler. He went to like a big-time college, but then he quit because his parents his father owned the ship. When the ship comes off the ocean, when they dock, and they take everything out, They fucked up the ship. Him and his father and his brothers are going on that ship, paint everything, take the rust off, fix this, fix that, weld that back, do this, pick up the ship, do everything. The ship had 20 days. You had to do 40 days worth of work in 20 days. So Mike Denny worked 16 hours a day. He was one of the hardest working kids, but he also stole everything that wasn't glued down. And I was his assistant. So what I would do is, this is how I broke into thief. Like, I was always a fucking piece of shit thief. But how I got creepier was hanging out with Mike Denny. Because Mike Denny had no conscience. Mike Denny would steal anything. You know, I would call Mike Denny and I'd go, what's up? Nothing. Where are you? Home. I'm picking you up at the Benders. He'd pick me up and we'd go to Newark and we'd steal 4 fucking things that he had put out, that he had stole from the ship, and he was going to sell it to somebody else, a different contractor. He stole something every day, guys. Every day we stole something. And a lot of times I was hanging out with a Villo. I'd be hanging out with my friends that were my age. But on some nights, he would call me up and go, dog, I got some great blow. You want to do some coke tonight? Fuck yeah. And I'd go over there. And that was my first taste of the mafia without being in the mafia. He wasn't Italian, but it's the ship business. All he hung out with was Italian people. And he was robbing these people.
Just from the ships he was working on?
He was robbing. I mean, dog, when I was with him, we robbed ships. We robbed drug dealers. We robbed people on the street. I saw him beat the fuck out of a uniformed cop one time in the Bronx. He was tough and he was crazy. You know what he's in jail for? Killing his wife in North Carolina.
Motherfucker.
I mean, this guy was nuts. I must have hung out with him.
You don't want to get caught like that.
No, and I knew the law. At that time, I had a combination death wish.
Well, yeah, man. Can you believe you say it sometimes, but I didn't know some of that stuff. Like, how you shot out like 9,000 times.
Oh my God. I hung out with Mike Denny like on Wednesdays and Tuesdays. And we'd always do drugs. We'd always go into the city. There was always everything we did. And he was robbing me. I mean, let's say we robbed 4 things. We got $1,000. He'd give me $200. And tell me all he got was $350. He was giving me $200 because he liked me. And I'm like, you motherfucker. You know, and I knew it, but I didn't care because he was introducing me to people. I was learning. I mean, you know, he had no character. He had no couth. He had no class. There was nothing to this guy. You know, if he didn't have something to steal, he would go rob one of his friends. Like, I remember him stealing sheet metal. Like, if we didn't steal something, he had some place where he'd go, and he'd take 3 sheets of sheet metal off, get $300 a sheet in those days, and give me $200 out of the 900. And we'd go into the city and we'd buy blow or something like that. I was 16, hanging out with this fucking 22-year-old that had an RX-7. We went to concerts. We went to, you know, he always had a fake ID for me. He always knew the doorman at bars, you know, like, he would take me to bars where he knew the people. So I would be up at the fucking bar drinking with these guys. But he was evil.
16 and 22. Jesus Christ.
Oh my God. But I used to make money with him. I stopped hanging out with him because I think I stopped hanging out with him towards once I lived uptown. April of 8, I hung out with him probably from summer of 79 to like summer of 81. Like that. It was like a 2-year apprenticeship I did under this fucking thief, this creature of a man. I've been telling a story about a guy that made a chick suck 16 dicks after a football game in high school.
Right.
That we called the Marathon Woman. You know the guy that was pimping her out, that was making her do that? Jimmy Denny, his brother.
What the fuck?
The whole family was like the devil. He was a twin. He had a twin sister, Janie, who was fucking gorgeous. She had big blue eyes and big titties even back then. Then he had a brother that looked like fucking a big Santa Claus with a beard. And then his father would always sit in the chair drunk and go, how you doing, Coco? Thanks for coming over and hanging out and stuff. The father was pretty cool. I don't remember the mom. I remember the 3 fucking, the brother, the sister, and the creepy brother. He thought he was Jimmy Page. The one that got the chick Marathon. Like, she would blow 16 guys, then he'd make out with her. Like, he was a nasty, and he had no teeth, but he had false teeth. He would put them in and take them out and shit. Jimmy Denny, hysterical.
You never said she'd being pimped out.
He wasn't pimping her out. Like, let's say I'd see Jimmy Denny, right? I'd be walking home and I'd see Jimmy go, Coco, come over here. He would say hello to Arlene. And then Arlene would say, hi, Coco. And he'd go, you like Arlene, Coco? Arlene, why don't you suck my friend's dick? And she'd go, come on, suck his dick one time. Just suck it on the side. I'll look out. Come on, I'll take care of you later. You know I love you. He would talk her into sucking. That's that chick Marathon. I don't know if Arlene was her name. I'm just making that up. But that's what he would do to chicks. Like he was like 2 or 3 years older than I was, Jimmy Denny, because his brother Mike was older than Jimmy. And Jimmy looked older because he had no teeth. Sometimes he took his teeth out and he'd be like this and he'd put them back in. And he had long, creepy hair and fucking long, freaky fingernails. And he'd play. He thought he was Jimmy Page and shit.
Did they live in like a trailer?
No. They had a nice house. They lived on Murderers Row. They lived on the street.
That might have been it.
They lived on the street where I hung out a lot, and it was a good street to live on. It was next to Gunter Brown, where I did heroin the first time.
So
across from Joe Rayo, who was a cop, a dear friend of mine, who had 2 brothers. One of them ended up killing the flower guy up the corner of my house. The gay guy hit him with a shovel or some shit. He did time. Then the other brother was a cop, and he got arrested for corruption. That's Joe Rail. Then the guy next to him with the Flannerys or something, they had a cute sister. She was good friends with me, dear friends, very nice, very polite. And she had a brother that was very nice. And he joined the service, and he came home on leave one night, went to Union City in the 80s when it was Gunner Root Town, and he went into a Cuban restaurant and started talking shit. And one of the Cubans fucking shot him, though. He didn't die. He fucking lived, but he got shot in Union City. And then up the corner from them was a Moran's, Kathy Moran, where I used to hang out in the house. She used to be a track runner. And when I used to be in shape for basketball, her and I would run at night. And then next to them was a Garcia's. And under the Garcia was Martin the Fag. Martin the Fag was the coke dealer I robbed. He was good friends with my mother. After my mother died, I robbed him. And he put a Santeria fucking spell on me, that cocksucker. Across from that was the Jansons. That was Murderers Row. It was a good street. The Longos lived up the corner. Nancy Longo, she's on Facebook all fucked up today, talking about Jesus and fucking whatever the fuck she's talking about. So that's why it's Murderers fucking Row. And I walked on that block a lot because you had to walk on there to go to the Spick store. Right around the corner from Gunter Brown, there was the Spick store, Herman the Spick, who was friends with Martin the Fag. No, they weren't friends. They were brother and brother. But Herman the Spick hated Martin the Fag, even though they were brothers. And he was married to some chick. The chick ended up cheating on him. This is years after I left Jersey.
With Martin?
No, Martin was a fag. But the Herman's wife cheated on him. She was a good-looking Cuban woman. Herman hit her, and they put him in jail, and he killed himself in the jail cell. Jesus. Very tragic street. That's why I call it Murderers Row. Right across the street from J.R. and Son, where I saw the black guys had to get caught by the fucking, by the thing now. You know when you pick shit up and you move it?
Yeah.
What is that called?
The hand cart?
Hand cart. I saw his head get caught in the hand cart. That's a tremendous street. I played football on that street. Jimmy and Johnny Rail, those are the names. They were twins. Joe Rail was the brother I hung out with that ended up being a cop. Very dear friend of mine. I love him with all my heart. But he had 2 brothers, man, that were twins. One of them robbed my house. Right before my mother died, he robbed 8 ounces of pot out of my basement. I love those motherfucking twins. They're the first person who's ever turned me on to dark rye. I went to their house, and their father gave me a dark rice sandwich with like ham and cheese. My fucking taste buds almost blew up. Remember I told you I had a piece of dark rye about 3 weeks ago? My head almost blew up. I hadn't had that shit in fucking 30 years. But that was Murderers Row. And the Denny's lived next to the fucking Gunter, where I did heroin the first time. So they were kind of close. And it's weird now looking back that they were both like devilish motherfuckers. And they hung out with each other. And I got, today I have Mike Denny taught me a lot. You know why he taught me? He taught me about con men. Because he was a fucking con man. And you know what I learned from looking at Mike Denny? You just walk away. Like, you don't even get to talking with them. Because once you get the conversation with a con man, he's got you. He's got you. Like, he's got you. Like, you were walking down a fucking street, they got this new thing now, and somebody comes up to you and says, here's a gift for you, a box. And then they give you a piece of paper, and it's like $149, and you have to give them the box back. But you already got possession of the fucking box. Those are con men. Those Africans you see in New York selling watches, whatever, fake, they're con men. You never stop. You never even look at them. They're the devil. And I'm not saying these, I'm just saying, and that's what Mike Denny's lesson was. Like, I don't talk to nobody. Ever since then, I don't talk to nobody. I don't know nothing. Hey, man, come here. Psst. I got a deal for you. 10 ounces of blow. I don't know nothing. Yeah, but you and Lee were just over there buying coke. Me? I don't know nothing. And the more you talk, like if you say anything else except I don't know nothing, you lost. Like, yeah, you and Lee were over there buying coke. Once you go, no, me and Lee were not. You lost. Don't say a word. I don't know nothing. And keep walking as you're saying, I don't know nothing. And they think you're crazy. I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing. What that dude say to me last week? Can I talk to you for a second? The one I gave the shirt to and the $5 by the Bank of America. All these, don't listen to a word. A tipper is a whore or some shit. I don't know nothing. I don't fucking know nothing. I don't know. I like these people that twit me and say, who you bringing to the next time? I don't know nothing. And they sit and they're like, well, I don't know nothing. Hey, listen, get this guy on the podcast. Sure, whatever. Absolutely. I'm on it. I'll call him right now. I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing. You understand me? That's the fucking key word, Lisa.
That's the name of your next special.
That's the name of my next special. I don't fucking know nothing.
Colon epileptical.
Yeah, Mike Denny would set up fucking like Mike Denny would set up like Mike Denny would call him and say, hey man, like Lee got any blow tonight? Like he'd go, you're friends with Lee. Like he knew I was friends with Lee. He'd call me up, he'd go, hey man, your friend Lee, you got any blow tonight? Yeah, you think he's got an 8-ball? Yeah, who'll say you got an 8-ball? Well, then he'd say to me, what do you think he's got in the house? That was the question. That's how I knew he was gonna start tricking. And then he would call you in front of me and start with, hey man, listen, I got a deal tonight. Let me buy an 8-ball from you. Let me get it for $200. And now I come back, give you the second one for $350. And he just confused you. He was brilliant. And I sit there and go, that's my friend you're robbing. No. And he'd get pissed off at me. Joey, it's business. No, it's not business. You're going to rob him. And then you're going to set up a problem with me. And then I love this guy. So it got into too many of those with him. I learned what it was to be a con man. He was brilliant. It was in his blood. I don't know how the fuck. And he went up to strangers. He did the creepiest fucking things. I don't know how the fuck he got away with it. And he was one of those guys, man, that I ain't gonna lie to nobody. At that age, I knew I was gonna end up in jail. The problem and the question was when. I always knew he was gonna end up in jail. Like I forgot all about him, like Lucy Snorbush. Like it was one of those things in my life that I just remembered Mike Denny 3 weeks ago. I was writing about that time period. And I thought of a particular story one night, and I was like, I was with Mike Denny. Oh, my God. One of the worst things I ever saw with Mike Denny that made me really stop hanging with Mike Denny was I saw a car accident. We were the 5th people when we got there. We got there as the ambulance got there. And I could hear the girl screaming. And they had to get the jaws of life to cut them out. He was dead. The guy was dead. And we were on acid. Me and Mike Denny. That's why I don't drink and drive today. That's the reason.
That's a good reason.
New Year's 1980 to 81. We went to a concert. I don't remember what concert we went to. I wish I fucking remembered. And we were going to a concert the next day. And we were just taking a ride. And we went out. I don't think we were drinking. I think we smoked a joint. We were listening to like Aerosmith in the car. And we saw it at the light. Like we were at a light and we saw the whole thing. And then we saw people running over there. And then as we pulled up real slow, they couldn't get out. Something was on fire. It was horrible. And I remember the cop, when the cops were cutting the thing out, one of the cops came back or something and said there were vodka bottles in there. They were drinking. And I remember how that always stuck with me, like her yells and the vodka bottles. I remember getting in the car, going home and going, one thing I know for sure is I'm never fucking drinking and driving. Like I'm never fucking drinking and driving. Like I done at that age right there, which was, 34 something years ago. So it was very interesting. I'm telling you, I learned a lot with Mike Denny. It was, I wish him luck.
Did you guys ever talk?
Me and Mike ended in a good way, but I'd see him out, and he'd try to work me, and I told him, yeah, I call him, and I never call him. And then he just drifted away, and I drifted away. We went to a fucking good concert. We went to see him and I was young, and he took me to see the New Barbarians, which was the Stones without Mick Jagger. It was Keith Richards and Ron Wood and Stanley Clark, and he took me to that concert. He took me to a lot of neat things, man. I had a lot of great times with him, but everything was always a fucking crime. Everything. We didn't do anything on the legit, you know? And at that time, I was working at a lumber yard, and he was helping me sell the wood, right? The wood was $40 a piece of 4x8, and I would sell it for 20. He'd want 15 of the fucking 20. And I go, Dennis, I'm the one that's fucking stealing. Yeah, but I'm the one that's selling it. So I couldn't do business with him. He was the mafia. He was always the mafia. He was like the Russians. Fucking Russians. So what are you going to do for the 4th of July, fucko?
I bought a grill and Paula's mom was going to cook carne asada again, I think.
Where?
I don't know. We were thinking maybe even North Hollywood Park or a park up by them.
Are you really a fucking half a Rican?
That's what we did last year.
You went out to a park, just you
That's
and
what
a cousin.
Yeah, and her mom cooked.
Right out in the open, like savages.
And when we got there late, it was like this.
Not even your backyard. Somebody else's park next to squirrel shit.
And like we didn't like people got there like to get like the good spots and shit, but there was a lot of people there. And her mom likes to cook.
That's it. That's all you got. What you cook?
Carne asada.
With what?
What do you mean with what? It's carne
She makes
asada.
some fucking.
Yeah, she makes corn too.
Do you have some beans? Did you get the fucking wrap so you can put it all in there? And the fucking what do they call that? The blanket.
Burrito?
It's amazing how you go out to these restaurants now, and everybody got what do they call them? Wraps. That ain't a wrap. That's a Mexican that you fucking robbed. How can you call that a wrap? That's a burrito.
Well, yeah. Well, a lot of cultures have it. Like there's
What culture? What culture? Who calls it a wrap? Since when? Since when? I grew up in this fucking country.
There's shawarma and like gyros.
That's that. Those are the fucking Arabs. Okay, but when did the rap come along?
Yeah, pretty.
Okay, yeah, the rap culture. What fucking culture? The Gentile culture?
You know why don't you like wraps?
I just said I didn't like raps. I just want to know why would I eat a rap when I gotta eat a fucking burrito?
That's true.
I don't get it. Why would I eat a fucking rap when I gotta eat a fucking burrito?
Sometimes you want turkey.
No, I don't want turkey. Just funny, I was just thinking of Michael Denny. Like, I don't blame anybody about my childhood. I knew what I was getting myself involved with that fucking animal, you know. I got a lot of emails about last week about the story I was telling somebody last week about robbing drug dealers, you know. And some guy was kind of pissed at me. Who do we have on? Not Brian Scalaro. Last week that we were talking about.
Ada?
No, after Ada, we were talking about Aspen, Colorado, and
was it Nail the Life guys? The tweet?
Yes, Peter and David. That's it, because it was the last podcast we did last week, and I got a few emails from people asking me. Some people were like, "Hey, man, we liked when you spoke about it." Other people said they were disturbed because my voice had changed. Not that my voice has changed. When I think about that, it's a dark fucking time in your life. So when you tap into that energy, you get upset with yourself. You can't believe you were doing craziness like that, fucking breaking into a drug dealer's house, just taking a little bit of his coke, and he confused him to death. That guy hated me, Lee.
How could he not?
Oh my God, that guy fucking hated me.
And then he'd come up to you, he'd be like, "No, Doc, I don't know what you're talking about."
And he never really approached me. He mentioned it towards the end when I got busted for the liquor store, for the jewelry store. When they chased me to the house and they saw that the boots, but they had no proof. And the word got out, and that's when I could see people were like, I could see him. But by the time they figured it out, I was on a plane to Jersey. And that was the end of that. But I came back 2 years later, and nothing went missing. So now they couldn't really put a finger on it. I blamed it on somebody else. That kid died. The story ended. A couple people came up to me back in '87 when I went up there and said, "Hey, man, we heard a story that you might have been one of the guys that was burglarizing Snowmass." And I was like, "No." They go, "It's funny because when you left, they stopped. There was a couple burglaries, but they stopped because there was another kid that was robbing, kind of saw the drug dealers, that I knew who he was. And people started realizing that he was robbing drug dealers. So it was still up in the air whether he had robbed them or I had robbed them. But when I came back in '87 for 2 years, nothing went missing. So all the suspicion died until I bumped into a guy at the airport in Denver. And he came over to me years later, and he's like, "Hey, man, can I talk to you about something?" And we started chit-chatting, and he told me that he goes, "Was it you?" He goes, "Somebody said they saw you one night, late night." I go, "Bro, it was me." And I told him who I robbed. And about 3 months later, I get hit on Facebook by the girl. And I called her up, and she goes, "Did you really fucking rob me?" And I go, "Yeah, but it wasn't me. I had an accomplice. I had no accomplice. I just didn't have the balls to tell the truth." And I wanted to call the podcast, and I would apologize, but she can never call. She's a yoga teacher now and ask.
You must have busy schedules.
I don't know. It was fucking crazy, Lee. It was crazy. It's this life of fucking redemption, because I never really wanted to be that, at all. At all. That was I even hate talking about it on the podcast. But I know that a lot of people that listen to the podcast have been stuck with fucking problems, and they've gotten arrested for various things. I was just a fucking clip. But I love clipping the drug dealers, Lee. That was my all-time fucking favorite. I love those motherfuckers.
What was the most you ever got?
The best was, I think, I had a lot. You gotta remember, in some situations, it was a revenge type deal. It was like a revenge type deal.
Okay.
And some of them, it was people I didn't know. Like the biggest ones was the people I didn't know. Like that somebody else knew when I went in there indirectly. The one I did with Rago before I went back to Colorado, that was a gimme. To get $30,000 like that, that's a fucking gimme.
Just in cash?
Yeah, after I sold the shit.
Oh.
How
do you find people to sell that stuff to?
You sell it wholesale to them and you move it.
But I don't know what that means.
Okay, you don't know what that means. Okay, so
you're just like walking
let's
down the
pretend.
street?
No, let's pretend. I'm in the drug business, okay? I do coke. So I have a couple guys I work with, right, that I do coke with. Let's say I live in Studio City.
Okay.
Okay, but I fuck with some guy down in Redondo Beach. Okay, I know him from some bar. Okay. Now I got you guys up here as my drug dealers. I got you, I got the Armenian, I got the black guy in Hollywood, I got the white guy in Hollywood, okay? After a while, I get to know you guys. And you'll open up to me and say, "You know what? I usually get 4 ounces at a time. I usually buy 2 pounds every 2 weeks. So right now, I got a customer, okay? I know that you're a fucking customer also. Everybody's looking for a good deal.
Right.
Everybody's always looking for a good deal. So I got 2 options. I can either go to you before I rob the dude and tell you what I'm going to do, but I'm not going to do that because then your ears are going to be open. Okay? Your ears are going to be open to listen to see who the fuck is going to get robbed. But if I show up, if I go down to Redondo Beach and I bust into this drug dealer's house, let's say I find out he's at a bar with some chick and he's buying drinks for everybody and he's in no way coming home, and his grandma that he lives with went to bingo. And I know he's got 2 kilos of coke. Let's say he's got a pound of coke that's uncut and 3 or 4 ounces that are cut. And I take that, I can make $20,000. Okay, so let's say the pound goes for 16 ounces. In today's market, it probably goes for maybe $7,000. Right, for a pound of blow. Maybe. I don't know, Lee. I'm just using an example. I'll come to Lee and go, "Lee, taste this. Jesus, this is good. What is this? It's a pound. Look at it. What do you want to do? What do you usually pay for a pound, Lee? $800. What if I can do this for $550 cash right now?" That's wholesale. Okay. Now you'll come to me, a Jew, and go, "Joey, why are you losing $250? Because I move it. It's moved. It just became cash. The longer I have it around, the more I'm going to snort. We're going to lose money. Let's take the fucking money we got. Those other 4 ounces, we'll do them."
I get like the wholesale part of it. I'm just saying, like, you get something from something you stole. How do you find guys to give that to? I understand the drug part of it.
I just told you.
No, I understand.
You're always going to buy something. Let's say I bump into a $30,000 American Express card tonight, and my buddy owns a computer store. Before I go to the computer store, I'm gonna come to you. I'm gonna go, Lee, what do you need? Wait a minute, what I need? What do you need? I could go find out. Oh my God, can I get the new Apple? Yeah. Add it all up. It's 6,000. What if I came back in an hour and I gave you everything there for 2,500 cash? Could we make that work? In a box. What fucking moron wouldn't take that deal? What Apple guy that these fucking idiots that stand online for 12 hours to get the iPhone? What if I came back with a camera, the computer, the thing that you can stick your dick in there and sparklers come out? What if? How much is it, Lee? 6,600. What if I gave it to you for 2,500 cash in 1 hour? You're gonna have my cash when I come back? Fuck yeah. Because you'll go to your wife and borrow. It's not coming in a box. But I know you, Lee. We're fam. You know what I'm saying? It's not like I just knock on your door and go, excuse me, sir. I see you use fucking Samsung products. How much did you give me for a Samsung? No. You go to your family. You know the people you know. And you go, hey, man. And if the cops knock on your door in a month from now, Lee, you tell them. I was in my office and some fucking black dude with a cooler knocked on my door and said if I wanted to buy new computers. What do I know? We're going to charge you with fucking possession of stolen goods. They're not going to take your shit. They never do. That's wholesale, Lee. That's people who already know where to dump it. Let's say I get a call. Okay? Let's say Dick Syed, your father.
Yeah.
You know your father well.
Yes.
Correctly? You know him with all your heart.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Did he have a restaurant?
No.
Okay. I thought you said he had a
He
restaurant.
worked at a restaurant, yes.
Okay. Let's pretend.
Yes.
Let's pretend
Dick's restaurant.
you have the number one fucking seafood restaurant in fucking Boston.
Okay.
Shrimp, number one seafood. And I know for a fact that the distributor in Maine is shipping out a ship, a cargo, a truck,
Yeah.
and he's going to ship on their mussels and shrimp.
That's a good truck.
Now let's pretend for the sake of argument that a pound of that shrimp is $12.95 wholesale. That's what your father pays for it.
Okay.
Well, he gets 50 pounds a day. Your father has a tremendous fucking buyout. Your father has a tremendous fucking fish business, okay?
Yeah.
Now, he pays $12.50 for the fucking pound of the 15 to 18 shrimp for cocktails and spaghetti and linguine and all that shit, spaghetti for a Diablo, whatever the fuck they use it for. I show up to you, the Christian, the Jew, Lee Syed. I go, hey, Mrs. Syed, can I talk to you for a second? Yeah, what's up, Joey? Listen, what are you paying? You get 50 pounds of shrimp a day at $12.50. My man Leo told me. Yeah, what's that got to do with you? What's that got to do with me? I got 300 pounds of 15 to 18 shrimp for $5 a pound. That's what it's got to do with me. And I got an additional 30 pounds of fucking mussels in the pack. They just caught them. I still got a black dude's finger in one of their fucking clamps. They go for $10 a pound. I'm going to give them to you for $5, but I need cash tonight. I don't have that type of money. Yes, you do. Give me the fucking checkbook. Let's go. They'll get the money. It's wholesale. He's going to sell that for $20. He's going to make a shitload on that fucking shrimp boat. Do you follow me? So before you steal it or before whatever, you already have an outlet. I'm going to get caught. Oh, amateur people rob a van and now we got to move in the morning. Oh, we got to move something in the morning. That's not going to work. I come to you. Listen, we're going to steal it at 1. I'll be here by 2. You got to have the cash. I don't have it. Boom, let's do it. That's the wholesale. I just call it wholesale. In reality, it's giving you a good price. Even though I know I'm taking a beat. This is a $2,000 gold chain. I'm going to give it to you for $750. I'm taking a fucking beat. It's not really a beat, and I'm moving it. Didn't cost me anything.
Right. I get it.
Okay, then what the fuck don't you get? Where do you meet the people? The people are right in front of you.
Yeah.
The people are right in front of you.
That's
This is a hard place. This is a hard society in California for me. Right now in California, if I went to 20 doors and said, I got TVs, the biggest flat screen, beautiful HQ 4K TV, it's going to cost you $800. I got them for $200 in the truck. People would slam the door in my face because they're not raised in that culture. You have to be raised in that culture to understand that culture. Some people think they're getting robbed. They've heard about the fucking dudes that sit at the side of the road and put rocks in fucking stereo boxes and sell them to some jerk off who buys fucking stuff from a guy on the road, then they realize why he got ripped off. So a consumer like that. But guys like myself, guys like where you're from in Boston, you buy whatever I have. There's some place I have shoes. You're the type of guy that you're like, listen, bro, anytime you have anything, bring it by. Let's see what you got. Dog, I got winter jackets. I got 2 kids. What do I give a fuck where you got them from? You got winter jackets for kids? Yeah, let me see 2 of them. Well, she wants paint. Yeah, we'll spray paint it. You know, it's a different society. It's a different understanding. You know, it's a different culture. That's what we were talking about before. I had an argument with a nice kid one time. We were talking about people who pay off bribes on the East Coast. And this guy, and he was a nice guy, and I didn't really want to fight him or nothing, but I could see how he's an American. He understood, but he was too American. He was from Indiana, something like that. And there was a bunch of us, and there was a couple. In fact, Josh Wolf was there that night. And this is 15, 20 years ago. And we were talking about bribes, how bar owners in Boston. Lee got a bar. There's 18 bars in the block. I come in here every day in the morning. I got a shot of the agent doers and a beer back. And we talk. You know what? I tip you. You don't charge me for that drink. I go to offer, but you go, no. You're the guy that works my... Yeah, okay. You come in here, you get a sandwich for lunch. That's bribe today. You can't do that. So if I come in here and Lee says to me, Joey, do me a favor. I come walking by and you come over to me and go, Joey, can I talk to you for a second? I came over before with my fucking tomatoes. I left them in the front. I parked the car. I went in when I came out. I had a $9,000 ticket. I'll take care of it. It works both ways. It's not a bribe. He's not doing nothing wrong. He's going to go to the ticket guy and go, listen, it's Nicky. It's Louis. It's fucking Lee. You gave Lee a ticket. I didn't know. Boom. So now when I come in, instead of you saying, no, there's nothing to say. You give me the house special on the house. I come in every day for a shot, and I come in at lunch. You don't charge me. I don't abuse it, though. I don't come in and get the lobster tail. I get a tuna sandwich, you know. What that means is we're there to rub each other's back. That's something that's been forgotten about in this country. Now, let's say you have 15 bars in the place. Your bar gets a little rowdy from time to time, Lee, right? Somebody talks up. Somebody sells coke in the bathroom. Somebody gets beat up in the bar. There's UFC fights.
Those crazy kids.
You want the cops to come, and you don't want to come with their guns drawn. So you take that cop and you give him a little 200 a fucking week. This isn't today's society because these young kids don't understand that concept unless greed takes over their fucking head. But they don't understand that concept that we're all taking care of one another. Listen, Lee, you're making fucking $20,000 a week dealing cards out of this office. I'm the cop on shift here.
Okay.
Some bitch comes up here, gets drunk. Some guy's got a smack her in the face. I'm gonna show up here. You don't want no problems, right?
No.
So you're gonna give me $500. You're making $20,000 a fucking week. What's $500 for a local guy to keep him shut? I'm also the first guy on the scene.
Seems like a solid investment.
If something happens, who's better than you? I'm the first fellow fucking here.
You better be.
You know, it's very interesting. It's really interesting, and it's hard to explain. In the world I grew up, I understand and I get it. Do I agree with it? No. They're disrespecting the badge to a degree. Disrespecting the badge is what these motherfuckers are doing today in sorts.
Right.
When I saw that thing again in L.A. where the 6 cops shot the homeless guy, and he took the gun from the guy didn't take no fucking gun from nobody. He had like a lighter in his fucking hand. So that's disrespectful of the badge. You know, some of the shit I seen growing up, listen, man, it's not that I agree with it or don't agree with it. It was just done, and I had nothing to say about it, but I understood it.
Yeah, I mean, I could see where they would do it. You know, but to make more money.
Well, it's not even to make more money, man. It's just cops make dick. Cops make dick, man. Cops do a lot of fucking work for dick. I can see why their attitudes get bad. I can see a lot of shit. Then it gets hard to promote. If you're white, a black guy gets promoted before you. A Chinese guy gets promoted before you. This is the way it is. I'm telling you, man. A lot of shit happens. There's a lot of inter-racist shit in police departments. And they'll find out later on throughout the years. They always find out in these places that there was 2 or 3 fucking racists. There was a couple cops that, when you're black, what are you going to do? You're in a white town, and there's a couple fucking white cops that are making fun of you. You're a black cop. What are you going to do? You're going to bang up? You're going to goof with them, too. You got to have a sense of humor. You know, you gotta have a fucking sense of humor, right or wrong.
Yeah, you do.
All right then. How fucked up are you tonight? You're not talking.
I have no idea what the last story was about.
I know. We're talking. You were the one that got me started. You're the fuck that got. Well, wow. Explain it to me. Wholesale. Let me tell you how to fuck wholesale. You're not gonna steal nothing unless you already got it sold, Lee. That's the fucking deal.
That's why
Okay?
we're still on it.
I don't even know why we did this fucking podcast tonight. How are you tonight?
I'm
I had to
surprised.
talk the whole fucking night. I'm over here winded to death. Like I didn't do dick today. You understand me? I did 1,000 things. I went to jiu-jitsu. I got beat up bad. But something interesting happened in jiu-jitsu today.
What happened?
Hegan's got a guy staying with him. That's like his energy fucking guy. That whenever you're hurt, he cleans you up. And the last couple times I've been to Hegan's, he's been there, but he's always been busy. I left in a rush. Today I got there early, and who do I see? Bam! I see the fucking Indian. He's a Cherokee Indian dog.
Oh shit! Was he cool?
Oh my God! He lays you on the fucking floor, and he starts doing these things for you, and twisting your muscles, and moving energy, and lifting your neck, and making you breathe and stop. Then he crawls over to my knee, and he pushed it over, and he adjusts the thigh. I love all that type of shit.
I didn't know Indians did that.
Well, it's a different type of Indian work. Like he did this thing, a Cherokee Indian thing. It's a different type of stretch. Listen, man, every culture, again, has their own different beliefs. And I'm the type of guy, I'm open. Anything that can heal me, anything that can adjust me without having to put a needle in me or fucking surgery in me or something like that, I'm cool with. I'll try anything one time, Lee. When it comes to health, holistic health, I'll try it one fucking time. You have to. Anything's better than what they're prescribing to you in this type of medicine. Everything is a surgery or a pill, and everything has a consequence. When I go to get cut tomorrow, 11 o'clock, there's no consequence for me. You know, when I do acupuncture, I know I'm strengthening my fucking chi, which is just another word for energy. So what this guy today did was just transferring energy, man. Same thing Joel does. Same thing Dr. Joel does. When you go see Joel, what this guy did was what Joel was telling me. This guy didn't even have to do an x-ray. He just saw how I was standing. He turned me around. He touched both sides of my back. And he goes, you got something over here that's affecting your fucking hip and it's twisting your leg. I go, holy shit. He just saw that, me walking in.
Is that true?
Yeah, that's it. That's why sometimes when I'm driving, I got to catch my leg. My foot goes all the way to the right. And I'm putting the strain on that knee there. That's how I fucked that knee up in a way. I guarantee it. Because my leg always goes in. It's like the anti-pigeon toe. I had that friend in high school that she had one foot on the 10 and the other foot on the 2, and they used to call it 10 to 2. My foot's always on like the 2:30 mark.
Your
So-
friends are so mean.
No, it's true. They used to call it 10 to 2. She was just
How do you even think about
10
that
to
at
2.
that young?
10 to fucking 2.
Oh my goodness.
I didn't give her the name. I wish I would have. I would have been a comic genius at that age. And when she would walk down the hall, they'd go 10 to 2. And she'd go, fuck you.
You could call it right now and she'd be like, ah.
You know, our friends are on fucking, you know what? Our friends are on Facebook. That whole side of my North Bergen friends, let me tell you something. They never really wanted nothing to do with me. I dated one of those girls before my mother died, and we broke up. And that whole little crew of girls, they're very decent. There's a crew of girls that were my age that I graduated with, and they're on Facebook. And they don't. I think they followed me and read a couple of my fucking things and just unfollowed me instantly. Roseanne D'Agostino. I grew up with her and her brother. She just unfollowed me because she's a Christian, man.
What did he put up today? Mrs. Obama's getting fat or something?
Oh, I saw Mrs. Obama on TV. She got a little chubby. She was looking good with that little Chinese wig on and shit.
The Chinese wig. Oh,
Fuck, you don't think that's Chinese hair? You think that's really African hair? Get the fuck out of here.
I don't know.
I know Chinese hair when I see it. I even know Chinese food when they bow and shit. I know what that hair drips down like. The fuck? Yeah, they don't like me at all. They don't fucking like me at all. What are you going to do? I tell you, man, I had a really good time in Boston. I was really surprised by the attendance in Boston. And I don't think I really had great sets. You know, I've been writing this week a lot. That's why I wrote that today. I was thinking of something else, and all of a sudden I saw a picture of it. My mind was kind of fucking sharp today in a way. Because the last 3 days, that's all. I'm trying to get this thing ready for This Is Not Happening tomorrow night. So I think it's me, Janine Peluso, Dean Rel Davis. I don't even know what story I'm going to say. I got like 8 of them lined up, and I just don't know. Because the stories that I'm hosting, so I can only do like 12 minutes.
Oh, okay.
So
I think it said it sold out.
is it already sold out?
I think it might be.
By now it probably is. I'm gonna have a good time. I don't know what story I'm gonna fucking tell yet.
That'll be fun.
I was gonna tell I want to tell Mike Denny stories, but I'm embarrassed
Why?
because they're scumbag fucking. Like the lowest thing I did by myself was rob that chain sting for blind kids from a Carvel. But they only get like 10% anyway, so I didn't feel too fucking bad. You know those little things you see?
Oh, yeah.
Those are scams. They only get like 10% of that. So if there's $20, the kid gets $2.
Okay.
The rest goes to some guy. He's driving a Mercedes. And meanwhile, you think you're doing something good for yourself.
That's fucked up.
That is fucked up. Which why all those fucking donation things, I don't like them. What, Lee? What, cocksucker?
No, I just
Chiba Chew came through today. I
They
want to
did?
thank Chiba Chew. Chiba Chew, listen, man. People put down this marijuana business, and I get it. And I come around, and I got the morning joint and all this shit. But let me tell you something. I've been smoking pot for a long time. Before this shit came along, I've been smoking pot. And I was always this free. I mean, in the back of my mind, if you're going to throw me in jail for pot, what am I going to do? I'm not going to stop smoking. I didn't stop smoking when I was on probation. I mean, I love it. It's my true fucking essence, the reefer. For some people, it's alcohol. For some people, it's playing with fucking lizards. For me, I love it. But I don't have the whole thing. I don't have the posters. I don't have the pot leaves. I'm just one of those guys that likes to smoke it. That doesn't mean that I'm the fucking, And sometimes I just hear great stories. John Evans told me a story. His father-in-law has cancer. He weighed 200 pounds. He's down 127 pounds. Somebody said, give him a fucking brownie. He ate a brownie. John Evans said he had a smile from ear to ear, and he ate a whole steak. When I hear that type of stuff, George's mother, my best friend George Kaladinsky's called into the podcast 20,000 times. His mother has cancer right now.
Oh.
She just got diagnosed with head, spleen, and something else. It's level 4 in 6 months, And he's been feeding the Chiba Chews. And she fucking loves him. She went out to the pool, she swam, And in that situation, I get it. These people never got high, and you see the enjoyment in her eyes. George says she's calling me 3 times a day. I got to go out there. She's giving her Decas in 4s.
Yeah.
And she's eating, and she's moving around, and she's not in pain. They were giving her morphine. So that part of the THC process with I took 2 CBDs this week.
Did they
Without
work?
getting high. I tell you what, I felt great the next day. I get what people are saying.
And you didn't get high at all? Because I had a CBD thing once and I got kind of high.
No. The Chiba Chew ones in the pink box, they're fucking great. The purple box, they're great, man. They taste great. I was very surprised. I didn't do edibles for 2 or 3 days, and I had those fucking things, and they were great. But yeah, we got high Monday night. Who am I lying to? But yeah, it's really weird when you see that aspect of the medical marijuana field. And I've had Auntie Dolores on here talking about, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about when it comes to all that stuff, but I see that part of it. When people tell me, John Evans don't get high. John Evans listens to gangster rap music, but he don't get high. He's a white dude with a nice haircut. I don't know how he does it, but, whatever. The fuck? I'm just having a conversation by myself here, people.
No.
I'm sorry. This Jamoke is just looking at me, dreaming of Yum Yum Donuts or some shit. Thank God I went to Hegan's today. I got stimulated. I come to do the podcast and you just shut down on me, fucking.
I didn't shut it down. I've had about 300 milligrams.
Who gives a fuck? You have 300 milligrams every 2 days. You gotta come on here and give me something.
I know.
You got me out here talking to myself like fucking Bill Burr on a Monday. You know what I'm saying?
I've just been listening. It's been interesting.
No, it's not fucking interesting, cocksucker.
But I was thinking.
What were you thinking?
I've never been like super confident. I'm getting better with it, but like every once in a while, you meet somebody who's just like they walk in like just take over the room and like they're super confident with everything, and it's I wanted like how you seem like you're confident, but then you've talked about not being super confident. So it's like how do you make yourself act more confident?
It's not making yourself act more confident. Is I don't have a choice. If it's up to me, I'd rather sit at the house and crawl up in a fucking ball. But I have no choice, so I got to walk in there in my mind extra fired up. Because if I don't get myself fucking fired up, I'm not going to do this.
Right.
So I think that comes off as confidence, but it's really not confidence. It's like an air of anger because I'm pissed off. I have to face this fucking issue, whatever the issue is. I didn't have plans, Lee, when I was 20. I wasn't like you, most people in America. When I was 20, in my mind, I was doomed to fail. I wanted to be a thief. I knew I was going to end up in prison. You know, I didn't have all the natural mechanisms that most people had. I was shot at, TSD, whatever, PTSD. My mother had died. My best friend had died. My father had taken the house. You know, I had to live with strangers. I became a fucking thief. It broke my central belief system down. So the only thing that kept me alive was this desire to make my mother proud. But at that time, I was hoping she wasn't watching me. Like, I'm like, I hope she's not fucking watching me, man. I don't want her to see what I'm going through now and the things I'm doing to make money and the people I'm burning just to snort blow. I didn't want her to see that type of lifestyle. But the air of confidence comes from anger. It really does. I'm pissed because I'm scared. I don't want to fucking do none of this. You think I want to get on stage at the Comedy Store in front of those people and try new material? Are you fucking crazy?
So, would you consider yourself like a confident person?
No, I consider myself somebody who gives up and knows that that's what they have to do. Like at that point, you just give up. And it's like when I go get a shot. When I walk into the doctor's office, I'm a confident guy. When I hear Jose Diaz and I walk in, I'm fucking great. Hey, how are you? Great. How are those tamales? A Spanish girl. We always talk about tamales. She always tells me her cousin made something for her. They're from Nicaragua, tortas, whatever the fuck they eat. And then I get down. She takes my blood pressure. How's the doctor? He's busy today. You're going to be a couple minutes. Okay. She takes my blood pressure. She takes my temperature. She tells me to take off my shirt. The doctor will be in 5 minutes. I'm pretty fucking cool. Then the doctor comes in. Then he says something to me. And he goes, "You're going to get blood today?" Yeah. And once I walk into that room, Lee, oh my God, Lee, the thoughts I get. Somebody asked me that day, what you do when you get bad thoughts. Lee, I get bad thoughts. 3 out of the 7 nights when I lay down.
What do you mean bad thoughts?
The plane's going to crash. I'll take a situation where I'm not going to be specific. Somebody will say they're traveling. A friend of mine will call me and we'll talk, and a dear friend, even somebody that not crazy over, but I like him, will call and tell me something. I'm driving to New Mexico, and for some reason, I won't think about it until I lay down at night. And all of a sudden, I'll think about all the bad things on the drive down there. Now he's going to hit a wolf, and he's going to go off a fucking cliff. And I got to tell my mind to stop, and the only way to stop is to say a fucking prayer. I figured out after fucking 30 years that the only thing would work is when I said a prayer. And I say the prayer like 2 times, and the thought keeps trying to fight my head. And by the 5th time, that thought goes away. So I say the daily prayer. Our Father who art in heaven, yeah, I will be thy name. And some people listen to me like you're fucking crazy. When you're a Buddhist and you lay down and you get into the position and you do the mantras or whatever the fuck they call them, you're repeating chakras or you're opening up your chakras and you're repeating the mantras. It's in a way, it's a prayer. You're releasing a prayer. So I took it from that one time. I used to get fucking crazy thoughts, man. You know, sometimes at night I'll be laying there. The other night, I lay down. And I was in a good mood. I don't know what the fuck I was watching. And this had to be 2 weeks ago. I lay down and all of a sudden I clicked on my ex-wife. Just clicked. It was like a movie. And all of a sudden I could feel, I was slanted and I could feel the blood pressure elevating me from the anger. But I had worked myself up. My fucking heartbeat was leaving the bed. You could hear the heartbeat going boom, boom, boom.
Like just instantly you were back to where you guys were like fighting with each other.
1995. There I was. Fuck you, you fucking whore. Just the feeling and anguish I got. And it was getting worse. Like I couldn't fucking breathe. And I had to stop right there and I must have said the Lord's Prayer 10 times.
That's cool. That's a cool part about religion. Even if that just calms you down.
But I didn't start it that way. I just figured that out one day when I was watching a Tina Turner movie, and she was doing those things. I forget what it is. Reiki, whatever fucking Duncan does before he goes on stage. Or Reiki.
The chants or something?
Yeah, the chants. So I thought about it that way. I go, what's the fucking real difference? All these religions that are not fucking Scientology, but they basically talk about energy. all I'm doing is switching up the fucking energy in my mind by saying the prayer. I was raised Catholic. I'm not saying the prayer. I would say any prayer. I would say a Jew prayer if I knew one. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's like
If I hung out with you and you took me to the temple and there was a prayer, and I would get a bad thought on a plane. When I eat the edibles and I sit in the fucking plane, what do you think I do? I say a fucking prayer. What do you get coming out of my mouth? 9 out of 10 times. Lord, please help me. Lord,
really on the
please help me.
plane?
No, I say it to myself all day. Lord, please help me. And then when I get stuck and my mind gets stuck in that death, I just fucking go right into Our Father, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done. And I'm still getting hotter and hotter as I'm saying. I'm not gonna lie to you.
And this happens 3 times a week?
This probably happens 3 times in a week, not at night necessarily. It could happen when I'm driving. It could happen when I'm trying to write a joke or trying to write my plans for the day. I just think of something and get fucking fired up. And I gotta control myself. And you get negative thoughts, man. But not. Listen, I get crazy 10 times a week. I'm talking where you get to the point where you're just thinking stuff that's not natural. And you know when you think stuff that's not natural. We all have that moment where you're like, wow, you daydream. But I get them where they get dark, where they get scared. I get them about my family. I get them about my friends. I get them about my friends' families. And I got to knock myself out of it, man.
Do you think it could be the edibles? Because I can't tell you how many times I've been sitting here putting the podcast up late at night, and I'm super hot. I just get really, I think someone's mad at me or something.
No, in my mind, the edibles have elevated the levels of it. Like they make it worse. I get anxiety.
Yeah.
But even 20 years ago, I would work myself up at night. After it started, I've always been a head case like that. I would think of something 10 weeks later and get mad at something 10 weeks later. Or say something to me and I knew it was going to be wrong. And then something goes wrong and I bring it up 8 weeks later. I'm the king of that shit. It's just my nature. It's just some people's fucking nature.
And you weren't holding it over? You just didn't even think about it for like a week?
I wasn't even thinking about it. And all of a sudden, it would just pop up. The thing last week with my ex-wife really scared me. It was about 2 weeks ago. Where it just took me over into the morning. And in the shower, I had to pray. Like in the shower, I had to pray.
And there was no like communication or anything?
Nothing. Just my mind. But it happens to me with a lot of fucking things. If somebody says to me, hey man, what are you doing? Nothing. Let's hook up later at 4. All right. I'm going to go for a bike ride. I hate when people say that to me.
Why?
Because my mind goes, especially if I care for the person, my mind goes in 88 different fucking places, Lee.
You told me not to get a bike.
Oh my God.
You're looking really serious about it.
It's just a bad. I told the girl at yoga, and a week later she got hit by a guy at night. There's just different times, there's different places to ride a bike. I would not trust. In California, you got to assume 60% of the people are high.
Yeah. But
the sun gets in your eyes, 70%. You're thinking about also the mountains, 80%. You're in a 20% possibility you're going to get hit by a bike. You're in a fucking bike lane in one of the nation's worst fucking traffic areas. And you want to drive a bike in a place where the IQ of the people driving is amazing. That's number one. Number two, I guarantee 50% of these motherfuckers don't have insurance. So you get clipped, you're on your own, bitch.
Yeah, they're going to go.
And they're going to go. So now what are you going to do? So, you know what? Just don't ride. You want to ride a bike? Find the fucking mountain. Get a Subaru, put your bike in the trunk, and on Saturdays go up there and you can ride all around with your little helmet, your girlfriend, and hold hands, and take a Viagra and fuck her up in the weeds with a blanket or something.
I was shocked because this is when before I started working out. I was like, oh, maybe I'll get a bike. Because I lived pretty close to the office, and you were like, no.
I worried, no. Especially at night, you with a fucking helmet, I'd hit you out of principle. Like if I saw you with a helmet coming at me, I have to turn the car around and hit you out of principle, like on the thing, on the steering wheel, something. No. You don't want to take a chance. How many times you've been driving, don't you see people fucking up?
All the time.
Okay. So now you want to take that chance without metal around you?
No, some dude, when I said I might have wanted a convertible, some dude tried to get me to be on a motorcycle, and he seemed very nice, and he was like, he knew a lot about it, but I can't.
It's nice. I love motorcycles too. I wish I got a motorcycle.
I could never.
In a fucking small city where people have respect, and I knew everybody's car. So if somebody did deck me, I wouldn't take it on. I ain't Sons of Anarchy. I don't need to go to New Mexico or hang on. No. Nice community. On the weekends, take your bike out.
And it scares me
put
here.
a fucking kid on it. You know, I'll put a helmet on, I'll put elbow things on, I'll do the speed limit, but I don't want to ride around cars. That's what I'm saying. I'll go get some dirt bikes with you. We can do some dirt bike riding. That's my world. But for me, I'll start that all over again. I grew up on that shit in Jersey at first with the Balzanos. I had the XL 175. I love all that shit.
I used to like it fall off.
But I'm not taking a motorcycle on the street with these fucking dickheads driving today with no respect.
And you see, and you know what they do here when they go like right down the middle of the lanes and they're going super fast. Like my buddy, who I used to edit with, got hit by a car.
I don't fucking know
And he still does it.
coming. I'm listening to music. I think about that. How many times do I not pay attention? And I'm the type of guy that I do pay attention. How many times is my mind thinking of a joke or a plane ticket, and all of a sudden I'm stoned and there's some music in the car? I don't know if you're coming or not. I'm focused on something else. And here you come behind me with your beautiful girlfriend, with your little helmet, and I go to switch to the other lane, and there you go. Whether you're on a motorcycle, a fucking bicycle.
But it's not even that you're not paying attention, because when you're in stop traffic, you're not. Like when I first moved here, they don't do that in Boston. When I first moved here, if the traffic stopped, I'm like, okay, no one's gonna come up from the side of me, and then they'll just appear out of nowhere, and they get mad at you. They kick your car.
No. Just stick to the fucking car. You're gonna have a.
I would never have a
Let
mercy.
me give some shout outs. Let's abandon ship. All right. First of all, happy birthday to Dylan Klein. Your girlfriend's been bothering me on this shit. I think she bothered Lee. I think she finally sent Lee a picture of her titties. I'm just kidding. Happy birthday, Dylan Klein. We love you, cocksucker.
Happy birthday.
ATM Daddy, David Boy, Javier Jimenez, John Papelia, Rick Ricemore, and Gareth Allen Evans. Fucking shout outs to you, cocksuckers. I love you guys. And also, happy Canada's Day to all my Canadians who listen to this. You know I love you with all my heart. You motherfuckers are the backbone of the show, you crazy fucking Canuck cocksuckers. I love you.
Do you ever have poutine?
Huh?
Did you ever have poutine?
Yeah, I had poutine.
Do you like it?
Yeah, don't you see me jumping up and fucking down? Ari likes poutine. I haven't had poutine in like 30 fucking years. I went to fucking Montreal one time, one of those places. I don't remember it, so I'm not gonna lie to you. Not gonna lie to you.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, you know how I fucking roll. Anyway, next weekend I'm in Atlanta. The week after that, the fuck am I the week after that? I don't know what the fuck I am. Tomorrow night I'm at the Comedy Store. Next week I'm in Atlanta. I know we're in Chicago, and then I'm going to the Ice House with my man Lee doing the combination Testicle Testament. Whatever the fuck it is.
Live church.
Yeah, live church. What's up?
How high are you?
You know me. Chilling like Tony McMillan. I ain't high. I'm just coasting in life, cocksucker. It's our world. You just visit. It's been a nice week, man. I know a lot of you are out of town this week. I want to tell you something. Be safe. Be careful. A lot of bullshit. I'm scared about this weekend. I'm not going to lie to you. These ISIS people are crazy. That ain't no fucking dildo flag they saw. That was ISIS.
You think so?
Yeah, that was
I thought
ISIS.
they said it was a dildo.
No, ISIS is a fucking full effect. They're going to strike somewhere. Keep your doors locked. Keep your eye on your kids. Watch your cats. They'll turn that motherfucker into hummus, those ISIS people. I just saw that movie, American Sniper, when they put the drill bits in the kids' fucking eyeballs and shit. It's fucked up. Third time I fell asleep watching American Sniper. But I like it. I'm always tired when I watch it. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
You gotta be ready for when ISIS comes.
What's that?
You gotta finish the movies.
Shut the fuck up. Why you gotta torment me for? Look at you. Look at the shape you have. You can't wait to go home to have your usual pepperoni fucking almondine. That's your name, pepperoni almondine. You pick it up in a fire thing and you put almonds on it. I want to give a shout out to our sponsors. On it as usual. Been here since day one. Roughing it with us motherfuckers. And that's why I rough with them. I can look you motherfuckers in the eye and look at you, tell you. The Head Force Protein is what's crack-a-lacking in my world. It's what's keeping me together. 2 scoops with a fucking banana, some ice cubes, a little piece of peanut butter, and some water. Stop me. Somebody stop me. You understand me? The fucking Alpha Brain's got me all tuned up. You smoke a few joints, you got an e-cigarettes, you puff your fucking eyeballs out of that Alpha Brain. Alpha Brain, I'm sorry. Number 1 nootropic. What has it got me again? This is some fucking serious shit. Earth-grown nootropic with Alpha, GPC, and AC11. Stop fucking around. Go to Honda.com. Take a look at what they got. They got supplements. They got kettlebells. They got ropes. All I can help you is at the supplements. I'm going to give you 10% off. Go to the box and press in.
Church.
Boom. What do you think you're going to get? 10% off. What do you press?
Church.
CHURCH. We don't fuck around here. I love Honor. Trust me, give them a shot.
Biggest
Brain.
pip of all time.
100% guaranteed, and you don't like, we don't even want the product back. Try that with your local drug dealer. They'll tell you to go fuck yourself. Number 2, you're sitting there going, what am I going to eat for the 4th of July? I've been trying to offer it to you, trying to hook you up for fucking 2 months, and now you're thinking of this shit? Go to naturebox.com. Nutritious, delicious, nutritionist approved. You can seal them, you don't have to eat them all at one shot like a fucking savage. They got delicious stuff. I mean, just fucking tremendous. I mean, my favorite, the garlic plantains. You eat some pussy after that, it's all over. But the shout, you understand? That little monkey gets salty and garlicky. You got that little wang in your mouth. Look at it really fainting over there. You have to.
I'm just thinking about the sriracha almonds.
Oh. The sriracha cashews.
Oh, cashews.
Oh, the cashews.
That would be good right now.
And the chocolate nom-noms with a little glass of fucking milk. I'm telling you, I'm hooking you up for free. They want you to get a sample box. They're going to give you 2 big bags and 3 little bags. All right, go to naturebox.com.
I love this.
Press in.
Go to naturebox.com/Joey.
Okay, and you go to the thing and pick the snacks you want. Tell them if you're gluten-free, if you're allergic, whatever the fuck you want.
Like crunchy or chewy.
Crunchy or chewy. They don't fuck around. They got some bars that are delicious. Some almond bars. Oh, my God. Go over there. See what the fuck they got. 2 big bags and 3 little bags. Make sure you get the sriracha cashews. Make sure you get the French toast. They might not even have that. Because I didn't see that last time.
I never get that one.
I always switch it up.
I always say Kale's and this one, and then I never get it.
I always get the. That's because you don't come to the house. They have your shit. I try to call you. You're jumping up and down with Paul over there, playing no fucking tango. Anyway, go to naturebox.com. I got a free sample box for you. You're gonna be fucking tremendous. Go there and press on what?
Naturebox.com/Joey.
Boom! You get your free box coming at you. Also free, but you gotta pay for shipping, maybe $1.50, $1.90. Stop complaining, bitch. Let me tell you something. I've been going to jiu-jitsu more and more. One thing that makes me go to jiu-jitsu is comfort. You know, at first I was going with those white underwear and your nut would pop out. Lee found that out once he joined jiu-jitsu. MeUndies, the most comfortable underwears you will ever fucking wear. Do you understand me? I've tried them all. I'm a fat fuck. MeUndies feel good. They cup your nuts. No sweat. There's no stink in between your fucking legs. They pull all the moisture out.
That'd be amazing after jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, I just take them off after jiu-jitsu and go a la carte until I get home and I wash those fucking things. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to drive up Laurel Canyon with stinky nuts. That's disgusting. Anyway, go to MeUndies.com and look at their selection of women and men's underwear, sweatpants, sweatshirts, t-shirts. They got some great fucking shorts. They got a pair of red shorts that they cut. They're like sweatpants that were cut already. Comfortable. You don't even know you have them on.
Their t-shirts are great.
And their t-shirts are great. Listen, don't believe me. Go to MeUndies.com. Look at that great selection of clothing. Pick something, go to the box and press in.
Joey.
And get what? 20% off and free shipping in Canada. In the United States. All right? Who takes care of you like Uncle Joey?
For Canada today.
I fucking love you guys with all my heart. Thank you for all the love and support. You know, we talk about some crazy stuff on here. We like to mix it up from time to time. I know some people get mad at the food talk. We're going to cut it down a little bit, but we're switching it around. You know I love you motherfuckers with all my heart, all right? Have a great 4th of July. See you back here Monday night. Stay black and stay beautiful. I got you.
Awesome.
What's up, Ben Saunders?
Chilling, man. Just got done training.
It's a pleasure to have you here, my brother.
Pleasure to be here.
I remember having a conversation with you maybe 7 years ago in a hotel room with Joe about Jeet Kune Do.
Yeah, that was
you were just a young pup or something.
Man, that was my second fight ever.
Was it?
Yeah, we were in UFC 87, John Fitch versus GSP, man.
Jesus Christ, you got a memory like a hawk, bro.
Yeah, dude, it was amazing. Like, when I met you guys, I was like, oh, what's
Minneapolis.
up? Yes.
Minneapolis.
Yeah.
That's right. And we hooked up and we were giggling and telling stories. It's great to have you here. It's great that you're with Eddie.
Yes. Yeah, the mastermind himself, man. You know, traveling across country just to get this work in.
And you're fighting in July.
Fighting July 25th in Chicago. UFC on Fox 16 event.
And I'll be in Chicago with you, just not at your venue. I'll be doing comedy at Zany's.
Are you doing? I know Joe's doing a show.
Joe's doing it. I'm doing it.
Night of Wayans, right?
Yeah. I got this date, a year ago when I got the movie, and then the UFC came up with the date, and I was already stuck. So
Yeah, it's a shame. I would love to make it out there for it, but obviously I'm going to
recovering.
I'd love recovering.
I'd love to make it out for you. I can't because I'm going to be on stage. How did you, get hooked up with Eddie?
Oh man, I'm just a huge fan of the guard. When I started JKD, I started with a striking background. Hoist Gracie opened my eyes. Obviously, UFC 1 and the first early UFCs. Seeing someone tear it up off their back. I was under the impression if I want to get involved in this game, I want to keep it standing. People are going to want to take me down. I need to become a savage off my back. So, I worked really hard, lots of dedication to my guard work and his game. I'm very flexible. I'm very long for my weight class as well. I have the build that I could probably, if I packed on the muscle, I could fight at any weight class above 170. But his take on the guard game just transitioned very well into what I was already doing. And more than anything, when you're in a fight, you don't want to get punched in the face. This man's coming up with his own system and theories and ideas of how to not get punched in the face while also being effective offensively. I'm not a fan of defensive guard. Defensive guard works very well if we went old school MMA, no time limits. I'll let you tire yourself out. I can play the defensive guard. But even my defensive guard is more open guard. I'm not a fan of closed guard. And everything Eddie does is the only closed guard that I feel is effective is top closed guard, a high closed guard on their upper back, pulling them in, making sure they can't posture and punch you in the face. And his entire system, it just seemed like a no-brainer. I went on The Ultimate Fighter Season 6. I basically had no money, going into that show. But when I got off the show and I made it to the UFC, my first thing that I did with the money that I got from being on the show was buy his book, Mastering the Rubber Guard. And I just did everything in my power to try to understand, like I said, his system, his style, his methods.
It's crazy that, what was the guy that died hiking?
I don't know.
He died of MMA. He was a UFC guy.
Wait, no. He wasn't hiking. Evan Tanner?
Evan Tanner,
Yeah.
He was very much self-taught. I never understood how a guy could get a video series from somebody and just teach themselves.
Yeah, that
is phenomenal to me. Like, I'd be scared. I wouldn't want to get into a bad habit. Like, there's people that have no, they're in a little small town and there's no jiu-jitsu for 3 or 4 hours,
You had no jiu-jitsu background at all?
I mean, what you're talking is
exactly what
exactly
we're talking about. What he did, he just went and got the DVD.
That's what I'm saying. He got the DVDs with no background.
No. At that time, but
okay.
But realistically, that's exactly how I did it. I taught myself training with my friends, and my brother, pretty much from watching UFC, the early UFC VHS tapes. Once the internet kicked in, man, that was like, I was a computer nerd. I was all about it, and you're hearing that dial-up, AOL, you name it, all that stuff.
I miss that noise sometimes.
Yeah, just to get the information, man, like, I would print out anything I could find. Jiu-jitsu, philosophies, techniques. Sometimes it was pictures. Sometimes it was almost just articles. I printed out everything I could. Anytime I could get any form of information, I was all on it, man. I mean, since 10 years old, I saw the first UFC live on pay-per-view. Changed my life. I knew from that moment, I looked at my best friend and said, that's what I want to do. He said, you are crazy. Yeah, right. And I said, watch me.
And you're in Orlando, Florida.
I am now.
No, but at this time.
At the time, no. I grew up in Fort Lauderdale. And then I eventually moved to Coral Springs. But yeah, basically down south Florida.
And you're down there and you're watching all this. Now, what's the matter?
Someone just sent pizza to that guy.
Perfect.
Keep going, I'm sorry.
So what made you walk into a Jeet Kune Do studio? I'm sorry.
Honestly, there was nothing around but Taekwondo and karate schools where I was from. I got into Bruce Lee through my older brother, who was all about it, and it kind of. I ended up getting like Tao of Jeet Kune Do, which is like his main book, and my best friend had all his other books. And with my ADHD, I'm not the biggest fan of reading, at least at the time growing up. I'm young. I started getting into this when I was like 7, 8 years old. So I'm like extremely young. So I'm just like, yo, show me the pictures. Like I want the graphs showing me he's doing this to that to that to that. Let's put it together and see if we can make this happen. You try to pretend you're doing kung fu and all that stuff, but it almost seemed like fate because the only thing around was my best friend did Taekwondo. I didn't really, my parents were divorced. I grew up with no money. So it's not like my dad could really pay for Taekwondo or karate or anything for me. So it'd be like my best friend would go train and then I would just kind of spar, play with him like when he would get back from it. And we were walking through the mall when I was 14 and there was literally a Jeet Kune Do like a table set up. They're showing Dan and Asano doing Filipino Kali, knife fighting, stick fighting, and I already knew what all of this was from the books and from magazines, Black Belt magazine, and all that stuff. That I was just like I literally told myself. We looked at each other. We're like, this is a sign from God, Like we went there. We listened to what they had to say. I didn't even care what he was saying. His name was Sifu Neil Khalifa. He still has an academy, American Dragon Martial Arts Academy in Coral Springs, Florida. So anybody looking to train JKD or weapons fighting or whatnot, I would definitely recommend that spot. And that was my original. I was like, how much does it cost? Doesn't matter. I'll figure it out. And I went and I asked my mom. I didn't live with my mom at the time, but I explained to her. I was like, Mom, I gotta go here. What can I do? And she's like, well, let's see if we can get you a job. And we went to a local McDonald's that was near where my dad lived. And she went in and she talked to the manager. And they had child labor laws at the time, so it was like you can only work like 2 hours, and you would have to take 15 minutes or 30 minutes off and whatnot. I could only work weekends. But I didn't care. Like I killed myself on the weekends, do whatever I could to make that money to pay for these JKD lessons, and that was my official foundation. Everything else was self-taught. Even when I was going there, it was self-taught because there wasn't jiu-jitsu there and whatnot, and I had to kind of, I was just learning fundamentals. I was learning a little Wing Chun, a little Muay Thai, Filipino Kali, you name it, man, and my life kind of exploded from there.
How long did you stay at Jeet Kune Do for?
I stayed there for 2.5 years. So I was 14. I stayed there almost till I was 17. But I hated school. I really hated school. I knew what I wanted to do with my life. And at this time, UFC was banned from pay-per-view. It was banned from TV. So I'm like, okay, so that route might not be practical. But going to Japan, going overseas still is. Pride was at an all-time high. And so I'm like, that's still my goal. I'm like, worst case scenario, I'm going to open up my own martial arts academy. I'm just going to live the martial arts. I am so down with the mediocre. Even if I had to live at my gym, I didn't care. I was like, that's what my mindset. Let's just live the martial arts lifestyle. And crazy how things blew up the way it is now, obviously. But I stayed there for that long, and then I had to go into night school, and I slept in every class freshman year. Freshman year, literally, I would come in. I'll probably play video games and stuff, play around with computers and whatnot all night, go to sleep for like 4 hours, wake up, go to school, and then sleep throughout school and do this over and over. My GPA freshman year dropped to a 0.8. Come junior year, they were like, you're not going to graduate. You need a 2.0. You're not going to graduate. I was like, obviously my dad was like, if you don't pick your grades up before that, like freshman year towards the end, when he was like, are you joking me? You failed all these classes and D's, and the only ones that I did good in are the ones I enjoyed. Art, like art stuff. And I ended up have to go to night school and all that and do whatever I had to do to make sure that I could graduate. And otherwise, he wasn't going to let me, continue the classes. So, I picked my grades up, but once the night school started happening, it kind of took I don't know. I wouldn't say I got just life in general, man. Life happened, and as far as working, what academy owner is going to look at, a 16, 17-year-old boy and be like, no, I see a lot of potential in you. Clean my toilets, and, I'll let you train here for free. It really was, business is business. So, I didn't have the money to pay for the classes, and I kind of bowed out of the JKD for about a year, and then, but the entire time I was still training. I was still doing everything I said. I was printing out articles. Anytime I had, I even remember I had it was like social studies or something, and we had to do different eras, and our era ended up being 2000, and they gave me sports. Like, we had a group project, so everyone had different sections, and they gave me sports. So I'm like, okay, yeah, cool, I'll do sports. I wasn't really into sports too much, I was a little into football, but martial arts was my thing. So I had like little blocks for every other sport, and then UFC was like the biggest thing. I had the most hardcore pictures that I could print out, and I made a VHS tape literally with 2 VCRs. I found the most hardcore fights, and I put the parental advisory up to make sure that everyone in the class knew what they were about to see. Let the teacher knew what she was about to see, and we're talking Tank Abbott, bloodbath stuff. The Taylor I forget who he fought. The guy that he ended up making like stone up, where his arms got locked up, and then he makes fun of him for having his arms locked up. Like, it was just the most vicious. I had I believe it was Gerard Gordeau kicking out the tooth and punching the eye of Taylor Tooley from the first UFC. Like, the most brutal stuff I could find. And by the end of it, everyone thought I was absolutely psychotic. Something was wrong with me, and the teacher was scared. Yes. She wasn't. I mean, she was probably a little annoyed by it. She luckily, my brother and sister, my older sister, and I actually have a twin brother. We're fraternal. He's the complete opposite. He's a huge pacifist. At least physical pacifist. He went the political route, so he's a verbal aggressor, I guess. But yeah, all the teachers liked them, so I was kind of like the oddling out, the black sheep of the family, and so she accepted it. But ever since that moment, it definitely scared the crap out of most of the people in my grade. It was messed up. Yeah.
Now, when did you get on the Ultimate Fighter? How old were you when you got on that? Which was 6 or 7 years ago, correct?
Yeah, I just turned 24.
Jesus.
Yeah, man. I was 4-0-2. I just won the CFC Combat Fighting Championships welterweight title, and my first 2 fights were draws. Fight of the night, but they were AFC old school. Dan Lambert from ATT was, it was actually amazing. The old school show AFC, he actually brought, you'll see a lot of people from there. Hermes Franca and various people he brought from Brazil. I fought a guy from Argentina. He really made it an international show. And that was kind of my breakthrough.
How did both of your first fights become draws?
Yeah, they were only two round fights. And, I watched the fights, and still to this day I watch the fights, and I feel, depending on the judging criteria, I feel I won them, but I'll give it a draw. It's cool, First fight, I actually knocked my dude out and then woke him back up when I hit him on the ground. He gave his back, and then for 3 minutes, I'm just squeezing his heart. I took the fight on 3 days' notice because, 3 other people dropped out from fighting him. Dean Thomas gave my name to the matchmaker, and they called me up, and I just remember squeezing for a rear naked choke for 3 minutes, and then the round ends, and I'm like, oh man, lactic acid buildup in my arms. I was like, I can't even lift my arms. I gotta go out there for 5 more minutes. Okay, so that was all heart. I remember after that round, I ended up getting the takedown at the end. He kind of teed off on me. He was a Muay Thai dude. He was an ISK kickboxing champion. He came out with the tongue po. headgear, you know, big diesel black guy. My family, I had my family there. They're like, shut up, he's fighting him. This guy's fighting him. I was 21, he was 31. It was like, I'm fighting a grown-ass man, you know, with experience. And, you know, I got a takedown at the end. I had side mount. He was trying to get a guillotine with side mount. You can't finish a choke from there. The round ended, and the crowd's going crazy. Going at it for the entire time. I had the first round, second round. I'm taking everything he has, but I didn't quit. I kept fighting back. I thought he knocked my front teeth out. And I'm thinking to myself, oh, you kind of I'm here getting oh, I'm definitely going to knock his teeth out. I gotta try to knock his teeth out because they ain't. I don't have dental insurance, and I don't even know how I'm going to get this covered. Yeah, and the entire crowd screaming, "Oh, one more!" Like the entire place was going crazy. And I walked my like, "Oh my god, I really got to go out there for one more round." And they're like, "Yo, contract, you always said 2 rounds." I'm like, "Oh god!" And it ended up being the draw.
So we go down a battle. I mean, think about it. You're training all your life, and all of a sudden, you tournament, you think it's going to be potion. You look across, there's a 31-year-old guy across from you, 10 years your elder. You're like, Jesus Christ, it's the same as glamorous as I thought it would be. I got to fight this fucking.
I actually did too. I actually had a smile on my face. I'm like, I was so excited. I was so excited. I was like, oh my god, yeah, I can finally go pro. Like, no, I'm going straight pro. I'm getting paid for this. This is gonna be on my official record. I'm gonna be on shirt off. You know, like people gonna be able to look me up. I was so excited. I didn't even care. And then I'll say this though. After the fight, the worst thing that I did was I was probably concussed too a little bit, and we're like, yeah, let's go to my friend's house, let's drink some beers. He's got a hot tub, and that was probably the worst thing I could have done. I dehydrated myself with alcohol, went into a hot tub, dehydrated myself even more, and then I woke up the next day feeling like absolute trash. From that day forward, man, I don't really like to drink after a fight, you know. I don't think it's good for the brain. I don't think it's good for vitality. You know, you're already cutting the weight, you're already going through the fight. There's so much your body just went through physically. It's a shock. Yeah, it's a shock. And then you're gonna give it alcohol and drugs, whatever. Yeah. I learned. I was like, the longevity, the vitality of my body. You know, maybe 3 days. Let me come home, relax, good night to sleep.
I was wondering, and I know it's going to be different for every fighter, but I can't imagine going from fighting for the 60,000 people to going home and watching some public fights. What is like a normal?
That's
me, man. Oh my god,
like, please let me just go away for a little bit. Let my body just give my body 3-4 days to just take it back. You know, sometimes you know you can go out there and have the greatest fight in the world. You take you know, you still had to cut weight. You still had to make weight. That's the only real trauma that happened. And maybe you know anything that happens, you can't beat the fight. But you know, you got the good times, you got the bad times. But I'll agree with you on one factor was I could have went out there and I dropped him in the first minute and a half. Could have been over. And yeah, I would have got a W. But man, to know what it's like to just be in there and be in the grind and have you find out real quick. You have to work for this because I had no cardio for that second round, you know, and when I thought he knocked my teeth out, you know, there's so many times that I probably could just take down, you know, gave up, tap down, you know, give him something, whatever. And, you know, that's definitely a defining moment in anybody's career. Is you can go out there all day long and knock people out, smash people when you start dealing with perseverance, you have to deal with the struggle and trying to come back or trying to that's a defining moment to kind of let you know what kind of person you are or what you're trying to strive for. You can always get better. You can always keep that. I was ready to tap out and say that'll never happen again. Make sure you see it every time, and then obviously you can be a little bit more ambitious, have more heart later on if that's your thing. Or that's what happened to you was my first you start to drugs. I learned everything you would learn from a law by getting them off on the record, and for sure that's kind of gave me the motivation and the understanding of I can do this. I can actually do this. I just gotta get my bearings down. I gotta understand. I had no clue back then. This is 2004. I had no clue how to fight. How to train for a fight. How to do proper conditioning for a fight. I was doing classes. Sometimes when we would have pro class, and it was just fighting each other. Like that's how Muslim came up. When I came up before, when I moved to Orlando, I went to Dean Thomas's place. It was United Champions. It was Junior Vine, Dean Thomas, Mike Bell, Mike Black, and Paul Rodriguez were the main guys. And from here in California, Raw, coming out here, the old school band team. I don't know if they're around still, but like people that I saw on videos, Gladiator Challenge and Champion Games and stuff coming through those doors, and we just threw it out. At this time, I'm 18. I'm old, and I'm just trying to understand the game. I was always, I think the biggest thing is, keeping you out the door, man. Tell as much as you have to, and think about the longevity. You're not getting into that. There's no insurance. You break your hand, you're out fucking 3 months, 4 months of what? What are you learning at that point in time? You're very limited in what you can and cannot do.
Because of fear play, it's fear along the way. I think it's nuts. I had a little out last week. So we were 24 years ago. You always get. I love it. I revolve about it. That's what brings the best out of it. I'm scared. And I know a lot of people in the U.S. because a lot of other when I was a kid, I came to karate at 8%. I did like 20 minutes. There was a time where, it was funny, but I could do that. And we had to put the balls as a kid. I could, I still have the hope of being a fighter, but, if that's the last straw, then I'd be happy to fight if I really need the money. And then one day I went to mother school, got beat up really bad, 1,000 times. I don't remember saying to myself the next day, working ice on my head. He hit me everywhere. Fucking ref. There was no Mario. There was no Mario Saka. That's what I was. For his life, he was hitting me with shots in the fucking head, the face, any way he could connect. And I remember putting back my head. You know what, man? I learned to be the rest of it. Don't mug people. You're never gonna be fighting. This is never, ever gonna work for you. This is not that I was scared. I just didn't like the whole 3 minutes of my life. That was just all over there. Anyway, I know where you got it. I was on the way out of my question, and I punched in the throat, and I ran out of there. But I do have a half of my ass. I get
Scoring is a lot of things to fight.
That would be just as bad. Pretty bad. If I see these guys, I was going to this kickboxing place, but the reason why I stopped going it was great. But they had too many guys in there. But I'm like, well, you're a fighter, I'm a fighter. Why do you want to do it? Like Corona, and they're really going to fucking knock you out 150. I'm just going to let them lose weight. I'm not going to knock nobody out. These guys are going to knock you out. You're like, I feel bad for you. You're actually going to go up into a fight or something. And he's going to hit you with some shots or something. Maybe beat up a few year-olds. And go over and put them out beast. Something you're talking like fucking first grade teacher. You get a lot of those guys. Well, that's the ego, right? That's the ego. They don't know. They've never given it up. They've never give somebody a finger in the car. That's the quickest way. I don't know if you're a tough guy. by the car. I saw it 1,000 times. People get lit up. And sometimes having a fucking horrible day, and you think you're cute, you give them a fucking finger. It's like, getting lit up is scary, but at the same time, it does something to your heart. It tests you. It tests you. And this is anything. I always tell people, how many people go to college and get a degree and some fuck. You come out after 3 months like this, you never got some job doing. I think before you become a fighter, you should go somewhere and get punched in the head. Got to mug somebody. And tell 3 black guys all my racial slurs. If this is for you, something. I mean, I did this, you and I was always in a program. Think about how many stars have to be Olympics for a fight. People think, we got to do each other. How many stars have to be aligned? Johnny Hendricks, and I'm just using this guy. John Hendricks is somebody to fight. He's a great athlete. He's a college level. Kind of a long way. He's got all the stars. The boxing coach has to be on the same track as your wrestling coach, as your jiu-jitsu coach, as your conditioning coach. There's always one guy that wants to take over with something that's going, but they have that doubt in your head going into a fight. People have no idea what goes into winning. People really have no idea what goes into fighting. They just want you guys, it's every 60 minutes, and they're like, oh, this must be easy. They have no idea. You have to train 3 disciplines just to do this. Plus, God, if they have a baby, he has 3 baby hours. There's so many things that go into a fight. It's, when I was a kid, I see this guy get on stage and called David Brenner or George Carlin, whatever the fucking name is. I thought that, I'm the way that he wrote this shit in the car. That's what I really thought that. Like, honestly, that's not what we got to say. I thought they got a call like a threat. What is this? Come on, PBS is here. We got some cameras. The way that I fucking thought. So that's what I fucking think about that. What is a common show? I thought that the easy right thing I meant. Then went up there. And the first time I went up there, I just thought, boy, you gotta walk in. You were quick. But that first experience lets you know whether you're going to do this again or you're not. Some people do it to your pleasure. You're running like a fight. You could do it. You know, what? I want to overcome this wall. It's really fighting, or like I said, I gotta understand. I don't want to be somebody understand. And I know most people. As I watch the UFC, and ask more questions of belief, right? What goes into fighting and what goes into winning? It's 2 different worlds. It isn't a fight. What goes into winning? It's 2 different fucking categories. And then what goes to winning the championship is a completely different fucking level. That's when you you could be a fighter, 5 and 6, guy, put you in front of the fight, professional, being Hall of Fame, whatever, but when you fighting, winning the championship level has to be. Or even being in the top 10. You break in the top 10. See Ronda Rousey. She's whatever. What is she in the UFC?
Somewhere like that.
But when she's still walking down the fucking road with the twins, with the dude that trained Pacquiao, with the, champion never seen. Now you have money as a champion. Hopefully, like you list around and be. Now you have take a flight over the fucking world. And you have the Pacquiao fighter. You can go to any problem. When you're a champion, a lot of people say, I'm a champion. I'm just going to fucking fight. No, you got to work even harder than them. Now your shit's got to be even tighter because now they're coming to take your fucking head off. And if it's not, look at the 155 division. This kid got hurt last year. How many people raised their hand? Yeah. You got people always looking to take your fucking head off. Yeah, you talking about the Connor? Yeah, Connor. He didn't 45 last year. Yeah. 145. I'm going to that fucking hand last year. He's in fucking jail Sunday. He's in jail Sunday. Said, fuck, I'm ready. I'll drop down to 145. It just really is a years how people such a final thing or anything to take it to that level. You have to be at a it's fucking like ESP was really worth it in that movie. I'm good. Crazy. Really good. You picture that the tall one. What's his name? Roger? Yeah. The really tall guy, the real methodical guy. Yeah, that was really good. And if he wears some stand up, God, Roger? Yeah. Oh my God. He's out of the UFC now. I know, but he's still stick with it, man. Listen, if I was Roger great feet, I just motherfuckers. I love that guy. I love what? It's so late. He doesn't do much. He doesn't do much. That's what you thought. Hangs out for a little while. Play. He goes for that same show. What's the joke? He gets CEO or something. He gets the same show every time. And you know what's coming. You could stop with no big collar. And he's still going to fucking get it. Oh, man. He puts his leg over you. He passes your phone real simply. But the whole time he's running you the fuck out. He's grinding you out, man. It's very proud. Oh, it's. I love that chess game. I love the jiu-jitsu chess game. And I'm just starting to see it now. For the first 2 years, all breathing at the bottom. That's it. I just went to jiu-jitsu, full guard, and you beat me up. I just wanted to be on the bottom and learn to survive at the bottom. Because I too went to watch Red Brown about 6 years ago. And he was fucking high. And we went to the barbecue. And he gave me a ferocious ear beating about the future of the UFC. But if you couldn't finally get back, you were going to be killed. Because wrestlers don't like being on their back. So they're going to always throw you on your back. If you don't know how to attack, they start getting the belt. In the UFC, he said it to me. I didn't tell nobody else. It was just me. I was just a fat fuck stone. I didn't even want to go to jiu-jitsu. And I just enjoyed seeing the different technical areas of jiu-jitsu. I knew that. I knew it was a chess game. This wasn't no physical game of jiu-jitsu. When you really see the high-level guys, they're not even exerting themselves. They're just throwing their arms around. It's like watching. I went to a fucking clinic. I went to a Higa Machado clinic, and Dan and son was standing next to me at the Higa Machado clinic. You know, bro, I had tears in my eyes for 20 minutes. But here I am, 200, 350 pounds, 340. And I tried to do everything Dan did because he was 70 years old. Believe me, 70. I need to do it. I got to do it. So when they did the neck rolls, I had to do it. Even if I felt like choking myself, I would kill myself. He called me and he goes, hey, can you do the back rolls? I said, no. I didn't tell him why. I didn't tell you no. I just said, no. Yeah, you did it there because I almost suicided myself. And I won't probably worry with myself in one of those fucking rolls. I was definitely on the fucking shoulder. But when I saw Dan in the sand, I was like, yeah, are you kidding me? I was everything. You fucking trap. I was doing everything just because my dad was next to me. That evening. I didn't even get to that part of that. Got Bruce Lee, G. Cousteau. I did a harvest with James Coker. We knew Bruce Lee. Trying to pick his brain up, but he started crying. Once he started crying, I started crying. There was fucking crying. I started smoking drugs to come back from the misery. What's up, Lisa? That 500 milligram 50 yet? Yeah, that's it. Good, good. What do you got playing for later? You got some astronomy and how do you got? I don't know, man. You got pepperoni, you got Mexican food left over from the wife. No. How was the barbecue? Oh, it was great. Talk to me. How was it? What'd you want? Shrimp at the park. Yeah, at the park. The deal was at the park. Shrimp kebabs, marizada. They had the rice already. They had the guacamole. And then carne asada, and then not linguiça, but it was like, I can't do this, but like linguicola, or it's like kind of like, what's the Mexican sausage? I have no idea. You know what I'm talking about? Like, you know, like eggs. Chorizo. Yeah, it's kind of like chorizo. Good shit. So we gotta get that. And then I thought of you. His dad came in like halfway with his like 10-year-old son, and they were like, we got ice cream. Like $3 an ice cream. I was like, fuck yeah, that's what I want ice cream. And I was just like, of course they're not like making it. I could just see you doing it, just like in your attitude, like selling ice cream. Oh yeah. No shame to sell ice cream. Of course, 200 people outside sweating their asses off. He probably made us more 200. Oh my god. Yeah, he probably made us selling it for $3 each corner in the box. And if you run out of rounds, it's $6 before. So he was making a ton, but he's got money. Okay, that's a good deal. That's American ingenuity. Something this country has forgotten. Yeah. But we must be embarrassed in some way to what the prime minister. He's a positive
too, bro. When people, you should have seen it. People, we got there at like 11 a.m. and people were like roofing the area. They were tying off, saving parking spaces. They like, I've never seen people be like so selfish.
Yeah, but I was saying, you know, they have no place to do it themselves.
It was fun.
It's fun. It's fun. It's cool. You know, I don't know what to do. It's the greatest drive I've ever had out there. It was like ghost town.
They're less. Yeah, I could get what normally take me 45 minutes. I did it in 20 minutes. It's great.
That's
I
nice.
train.
That's nice. You're doing like little part-time training. Yeah, that's cool. Like if I was a fighter, this would be the ideal place. This would just be able to go to Justin Fortune's for myself. I would go to Nico Machado for jiu-jitsu. You go up here and wrestle with some wrestler from up here. But they have like some college that goes up here and wrestle. Somebody from jiu-jitsu school went there and goes, they killed me the first time. You know, there's no amount of work out there. Wrestling. Like a locomotive. I used to play basketball here. The wrestlers went up and down the stairs. And they would run up and down the stairs, the locomotive press downward, backwards. You know, that fucking Tarantino guy was his name, Tarantino. So he'd make them run those 4 minutes 1,000 fucking times. And they always said that. So the problem with the training camps here was everything's so fucking far. So in the city, you can type all over again. You know, everything's like so far apart. You know, unless like at 1 to 2 hours. I like Justin. He's a heavyweight fighter. He's back training and conditioning. Was Pacquiao's original guy all those years. And he opened up his own gym with him and Frank before. So now he's back to Pacquiao. But I would go over there as a fucking, he's a savage. He's Australian. He goes up to the yacht and dog. I see him say some wild shit. He goes back and with one bicep. One big one and one like my fucking picture. That's how his bicep. Go to Justin Fortune. These on Sunset Boulevard. Between your son and really sweet man. The guy that will fuck around with him, boy. He has a Saturday class, like just Gentiles. Where they come in, wheelbarrow, tires, guys see them TV, I could do this fuck John Jones. You know? He just breaks them right there. He just breaks them. He beats them up in that one. It's all over. Oh, with the one girl, like my shop teacher, that's the arm and that motherfucker would elbow you with that fucking dead Vietnam. Oh my God, you would go flying. You think he had it, then you would do this in the rib. For what? If you thought right? For what? I went to school in the 80s. It's like, you know, you would go. Right to his rib. Oh my God. He would slip like his finger, like this little stub from his elbow and the little rib there. Oh my God. That was painful. That cartilage ready. Yeah, oh my God. Got the fucking hair out of you. The old guys will listen to it. They'll fuck you up, man. Before John Saxon fucked up Robbie Kemp. We have one he fucked up black dude. I'm telling you right now. So they tell you they're really impressed. The problem with me is that you dreamed up stuff. His parents, man, you went out to be on TV for 2 years. You had it for 2 years or 4 years. You came right back to the show, just started business. I didn't stop. You don't remember the times to stop. That's why I did that song. I love that. You know, you went out and I still apologize to Joe and the SC. And then I know you called that. You said, all the money, yeah, I believe you called it. So it's funny. This song, really like, that song is like all those guys who are going away. You know, there's people who fighters who would hate the and songs to them. The bad movie. Because they had, you know what I'm saying? Just people who might have to have the bad. I'm right. Almost time to him. He might play the fucking death note. He gets his head changes. His head gets broken. But he started his whole head changed. said, it's a fucking great thing. It ain't the thing. You know what I'm saying? I got like 200 punches in a strike thing. Don't I get my that's all like, I'm going to have to go beat the teacher. Yo, but you know, go back. I have to go down there and go out.
Oh my god. People are getting crazy.
Why?
Like one guy was like, he was dragging a lawsuit on me. The other guy ordered a bunch of pizzas.
Fuck that. That's how we do it.
Dude, these are I was in your room. You hate the people who did them.
After you win, where did you go? Bellator. Yeah, you went to Bellator. And after you won, they contact you or you contact them. From the UFC, come back to the UFC.
I fulfilled my contract with Bellator. I didn't want to resign with them. My whole purpose. I didn't even think it was going to take that long, man. But, you know, you sign a contract, you got to fulfill it. So I did what I had to do. I grinded through my contract. Got done with my last one. Didn't want to resign. You know, they knew that I wanted to go back. I was really out of pride alone, man. I promised myself when I got cut from UFC, I was like, I'm going to do everything I can to get back there. Like that's my goal for life. If I don't make it back there, no matter how good I could do at Bellator, if I don't make it back, then basically I lied to myself. You know, like I committed to something, and if I don't accomplish that, it doesn't matter how good I am or what I do, I feel like I lost. And I was actually supposed to play that Titan FC Ultimate title. I don't know if he broke his ankle. He did something to his ankle like 2 weeks before the fight. And at the same time, like I read on, you know, go on Underground, over Romania, Junkie. I saw someone got injured on how did that fight? Wherever I got the spot, I forget where it was, but it was in Tulsa. There we go, Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Yeah, I watched the fight last night. I just started to do something pretty crazy. Like, the cool thing was doing something fast, and then the guy was wrestling jiu-jitsu did it to me in the world. So when I watched the almost fought, I was like, how many like hours do you spend just doing that? And it just seemed like it just rolled right into it. And it blew my mind when someone did the we're doing it fast. Like, whoa. Like it's a lot different. Just going through the beginning,
Hey, drill it, but then get it in a practical situation, and a live situation, it's a totally different experience. But I mean, doing the plot I just go to, I was playing with it a lot, even when I was out of Bellator. I mean, when I got like UFC, it was pretty much like, hey, so at the time, UFC was overrun with really high caliber wrestlers, and you either got to step your jiu-jitsu game up, you got to step your takedown defense up, or something. You know, my striking was always good, and that was never the issue that just said I need to work on it. I completely agree. But at the end of the day, man, I'm a martial artist. I'm like until I die. You know, I'm gonna keep evolving. And you gotta evolve, or it's gonna survive. There's only new things that come into play, and whether you use it or not, you need to have it in your brain and your arsenal so you can at least defend against it. Or if you're coaching, you can see it happening. You can coach your person against it, and all that stuff. But the way I got back to the UFC was pretty much. I was supposed to fight for the welterweight title against Matt Riddle. He got injured. I saw MMA Tunchi. Took got injured. My weight class for the Tulsa show, and I immediately told someone, like, "Yo, what's up, yo?" You know, I read you got your replacement. He was like, "Go fight, Matt Riddle first, and we'll talk after." And I'm like, "Well, unfortunately, he's injured, and." It was supposed to be a 5-round fight. No one wanted to take the fight on short notice, 2-3 weeks notice against me. And, I feel everybody on that too. Because you're dealing with a weight cut, you're dealing with a lot of rounds of cardio, and I'm not the, easiest person to take a matchup like
I'm not putting you away with submission, there's a good chance that I'm trying to obliterate your face and body. So, there's a lot of team that could potentially be there. And Joe still will. I told him the situation, and he ended up the next morning. Wake up, and he's like, if you can talk to Titan SC and they're cool with you put them over, well, let's do it. I'm like, oh, shit. But yeah, like right there, I was just like, I gotta see if I can work this out with Titan. And Titan was cool as fuck. As we can see now, Titan's got to Fight Pass, UFC Fight Pass. They work together at UFC, so their shows are going to be going on there. And yeah, man, they let me go. Silver called me up, Silver set me up, and he's on the contract. Just like, man, back in the day, it's great. It's absolutely nuts. And what's great here is even more so of deer. And then you go on street fighting situations, I would have to say that for sure. I'm not a bully. I was like, anti-bully, like, what the fuck with me and my friends, my brother, or anybody? Like, jock motherfuckers, like, these motherfuckers. I don't know. There's a lot of jocks that are fucking bullies, man, and they think taking on the weak is either fun or they have this crazy psychological thought process of, well, I'm making them stronger for later in life. And I don't see it. I don't see that because, then you get the people that either just whittle away and think they're nothing or, man, sometimes they snap. Right? They snap, and I've seen some other crazy things I won't even mention on the show, but, yeah.
I say boys, like I went to somebody who when I say boys, I struck them, for only yesterday. That's funny. One time I kicked a ball, and you gotta kick those motherfuckers. I kicked them in the leg. But then one time I went to rob Freddie in the gas station, and he kept telling me, if you rob me, you gotta make it seem like, I got run over, you gotta tie me up and shit like that. He was like, it's like regular jiu-jitsu. And I'm just like, listen, I look at myself with every day. I'm a fat fuck. I don't want me out there. So when I'm in side control, a lot of guys like, grab the fucking side and put your shoulder into my jaw. I don't like doing that. That's a bully. You know what I'm saying? Just me being a zombie, and that's good enough for me. You can figure it out. You're a fucking ground dog. You know how to get me off me. You get him away, and I'll figure it out. So that's the only two times I really went out of my way to bully somebody. And I felt, to this day, every time I think of Rob Freddie, I robbed him like 8 times. And then he had the gas station, but I always brought somebody else to kick him because I like Freddie. And I found no satisfaction with the fighting. You know what I'm saying? Freddie was a sweetheart that was half the cause. It was his fault. Life just felt fucked up. It was not because he was a gas station attendant. He had a fat wife. But he was a sweetheart. He did anything for him. Now he just wanted to do anything. So for him to do anything, I had to rob me and get the kickback. And it was so bad that, time like I kicked him in the chest and he said, I didn't know the cameras on those days. They said that over his breath, like, I felt bad. So I always had to give somebody 200 just because I felt guilty. I think I felt one day. Well, it's not why we wrote that. Like, I was just worried about what things I used to do. And I even narrowed it, and I had to think about things I did with certain people. And I hung out with this kid for years. And we used to be 16, 15. And I think they were taking 2 ways and big a bottle of vodka. He's fucking down about a bottle of vodka piece when he was 16. And I was an alcoholic. Like, I mean, the mic was down like a dick. I took a shot of fucking Jaeger from my comedy club. I can't even see myself. I'm gonna pop the bullshit. Even close, I can't even have that fucking orange juice. It's gotta be 25 years since I've had a goddamn fucking orange juice. When we were 16, winter time, you grew up on the East Coast. In winter time, you gotta get chased up every time we get out. So, great back here. Yeah, I'm a big time. We run down the street. We come from a gallon of cooking oil like the red shit. And we drank it at the park. That's the worst
You'll have I know. I never drank wine again. I had 3 sips of wine. Like, if I say I've taken 3 sips of wine since I was 17, that's a lot of like wine. I'm like, well, that's why they killed Jesus. The wine that night. What's that wine? I always kill you. So I don't take a wine and get a shot. I don't fucking know what I'm talking about. That really fucked me up too. I'm a little funny, but break this up here. Oh my goodness. They're like, one day, are you kidding me? I'm a fucking freaking when it breaks your what? 2 years. 2 years. 2 years. Oh, 2 years. Great. I had knee surgery. From August 24th. The second week of October. The second week of October, I was back at Egypt. And he had me do a little thing. And then start rolling again. To probably the beginning of December. At that time, he was just rolling with brown belts. And I really inside calmly write the technique you learn when you go to class. Taps, and you like this one little. Ever since I was like, please stay practice. I really, yeah, it was new to me. I didn't have to, so I don't know none of it. But, you know what, man, I went from 418 like 7, and I just think of that for about it. Basically just things, and Nakafo's down, man, if you ever watch Friday Night Fights, like that dude that does Friday Night Fights, when he goes, there's a part of the boxing thing where he breaks down a fight, he used to be Tyson's trainer. No, it used to be Tyson's trainer, not the old guy, the guy that replaced Tyson's trainer. Like a really cool guy. I met him. They were trying to put him on a fight show. So we're trying to look for focus. I had to go down there to a meeting and I met him. They did the show. So
Kurt Gomo?
no,
Teddy Atlas?
Teddy Atlas. Teddy Atlas is a really, really technical boxer. He's cool at Tyson, all those things. He's a bad motherfucker. That's what the animals do. He gets better. And, whenever he teaches boxing on Friday Night Fights on ESPN, he always goes, your strengths, the weakness, these strengths, and his weaknesses. What you have to do to beat him, and what he has to do for him. Having that breakdown. He'll say, one thing I like about that someone is how he goes to what you have to step back. And then he goes the wild right. Because that's something Nakafo's would do. Nakafo's who's like Justin Forge. He's like 70. He's a boxing dude. Boston. They're fucking crazy. He's like the mob. He's fucking nuts. He's got a badass. He's still down fucking Mitch with the big black James Tony. James Tony's down there. And so they got to that place. Nothing. They don't like it. You're going to like Nakafo. And he thinks that because a lot of athletes appreciate going there. 3 years ago, I'm pretty sure. I remember Justin saying to me if that dude ever gets his hands on, he's going to stop. Because they were doing jiu-jitsu. No Justin didn't know anything about jiu-jitsu. But he's jiu-jitsu for everybody, you know. It was everybody. All the other, you know. So he didn't do anybody. So he just I don't know. He goes to crazy. I don't know. Nothing. So that's how I knew Justin is good with that shit. He's like, look, there's a gets his head going. He's going to be a champion. He said that fucking 4 years ago. It's tough. He said I had stolen the gazelles. We went like this to the Mexican concert. That's right. You fucking, well, you were periscoping.
Up and down.
You were bad dude.
It was really fun.
I know you were periscoping. Remember you started that.
Yeah, it was so cool. It was like really cool. And then last night, the fireworks. I had because fireworks, they're the same every year. So like, okay, let's see what this is like. It's so much better.
Yeah, they fireworks, you know. So we went to that bowl, got that ice cream dance, and say you're packing fucking fire. You could buy some bottle rockets.
You know, I'm they're legal in Mass, so I've never like had fireworks.
What's wrong? Fireworks going up.
Not like, my dad was like, yeah, let's bring out the big guns. Like I said, we didn't have money, so I'll go to my
my best friend's house, and his family would have some shit to blow up. I would like to get maybe stuff, stuff cool. I like to try to, listen to images and various different objects and see how powerful they are.
The fucking wall of backgrounds. When I first moved to New York from Cuba with the lady next to the Field Street, the cops would come and come out of the car and show you pictures of your kid playing with firecrackers and shit. Lost a little firecracker on his head, and his head blew up. Instantly.
Wait, what?
Some
This happened yesterday? Or this dude fucking was like, hey, it'll be fun if I let a firework off of my head. And then it instantly wasn't fun. And he died. But he just blew up. What kind of firework? I don't know.
So,
They got that on video? I hope not.
I hope so.
Oh, yeah.
Good friend.
That's a big fuck.
Yeah, that's always a good friend. Crazy this shit. Oh, bam! That blew up. Now, it used to be a guy that used to come around and sell it. A man were the ones that were all connected. They were right up one shot. A man. You could buy a fucking bag. It goes basically like $20 a mat. And then you got a gross particular package of chilies wrapping out like a brick. That's when you were a badass. That's when you went to Chinatown and you were a fucking badass. Then you bought the cherry bombs that was circular. And then there were smoke bombs circular. Sparklers, they didn't count. You bitch that motherfuckers that sparklers.
Yeah,
And then with the M8. That's when I lived on 80th Street. And then the kids that bring stick off the bottle rocket. You lit them on this liquor taste. And this is hysterical.
Why do you call that?
Because they just go crazy.
I know,
It's fucking crazy. I don't know. I'm just informing the country on what they used to call in New York City.
They asked us, hey, tell them the name.
Well, I didn't want to question it. I had to. I don't know. I didn't say nothing. That's what they fucking did. Even black people.
No, I heard it too.
It's just what they did. They called them. What the fuck?
Commercial? Like, it was the name everybody knows. Like, imagine
What the name of the street was. You took the shit.
they wouldn't sell them like that, so it's not like a package.
A little bit. That's what it became. I'm not going to fucking say it again. I told it 3 times. Hold on my emotions. So you were talking about beer before. Why was it interesting? I'm sorry.
No, because you brought it up, and I wasn't a bully, and I didn't look for fights. But I had, I would fight. Like, I was a scrappy kid, whether it was to stick up for my friends or someone, wanted to try to bully me, and it wasn't going down. I was in some street fights, and I would have to say those were probably the most. Obviously, I never fought before then, so those were the scariest moments of my time. And I remember really, really in particular, after my first legit fight, which ended up getting broken up by I don't know, like a guy that lived in the neighborhood. He's like, "Hey, get out of here, blah blah blah." Like, I remember my cardio was like, "Oh my god, this is a whole different factor." And just the adrenaline build. Oh my god, this is real. The heart rate's up. Physical damage is real. And whatnot. I remember being like, how the hell am I going to get at this? It was absolutely insane. I've never experienced anything like that. The fear, the adrenaline, and the heart rate and everything involved was too crazy. And it was just like, how did you do it? It has a spot in the book, if I'm not mistaken, it's under attitude. He talks about it, and he said, I believe it was like, when you start anticipating the combat or the fight, and you start feeling the biggest thing, butterfly,
You know, like sometimes it's just reaction. The street fight happens, it happens. Sometimes if there's a little verbal communication, up to the fight, you're starting to already feel the butterflies, or you got that bullshit. I'll see you after fucking school, bitch. You know, and then you're like, am I turning for the next couple of periods, classes, leading into, oh, okay, after school, it's fucking going down. You know, you're fucking waiting on it. And I was like, how the fuck do you deal with this? When you feel the butterflies in your stomach, you feel nauseous or the anticipation of combat that is about to go down, don't panic from it. Don't be scared of it. Embrace it. It's a good thing. It's your body preparing for a battle, you name it, and it rises. It helps your body raise its senses, so you're more on point when the actual altercation goes down. And ever since that moment reading that, if I ever feel it, it will bring a smile to my face. I'm like, yes. Now, this is the moment, like, that you're speaking of, I'm ready. And you just have to go with it. And as in the road, 2004. How many years before that? That's what, Street Fights? Train. Oh, no, 1996 or 7, maybe? You know, the experience of that actions where we should, you know, walking into the Jesus to they thought in the third round, he backed over. Well, I think arm is tired, so they blew it to you. You don't feel it, it's not there. It's not there. So I've been doing comic game for fucking years. I did before that. I went to prison, I was calm. My cool was back into the floor of the circle. That'd be the funniest thing you know, working in. You know, fucking man, it's a set like this last Friday. I didn't tell him until yesterday. It was a set like any other set, right? I've been doing comedy. If I'm gonna fight, I'm fighting. But if I'm not fighting, I still go 3-4 nights a week. I still do 2 sets. So that's a week. That's my goal. And I went to a smoking gas my spot. And I won the comedy store. I found the prison leader. I found the road. And I still lose. That's true. I don't get fucking far with that. Right. Get Sarasota. So I realized there was a nice little storytelling show. I think that I can't go up first and throw it out. And I settled for that. I opened up with the story about my buddy Joe. So we bought the Sunday. Steve Mancini, I told her the things. Went to Carvel, this guy was over there to do this. It's kind of disturbed. You do set up with a big thing like devil worship, music and shit. So you'd be having nerves on rolling thunder, power and rain. What the Carvel? Like a little Sunday. Suicide bread, Sunday. To the glass of open bread. Nothing. So funny. Told that something. They just, this one I had no way to go. So my main story, I had a second story, but I was in the back of my mother. I think I was, and she just got a little bit. So I asked her how she got out. And she doesn't want to go. They let me out. They fucking they just ran like the whole final rest of them. So they're great. So I told them to bring it back out. But nothing else comes to come in. And then I had to go to the minimum. I just died. I just died. So I can't do it. This was right off the week. He said that I wanted to put you. in my world, my comedy world, this is how in every aspect of my world, going down there, I beat up I got down there at 11 o'clock, and I ate a frown. I ate a little bit. I opened it up like an 8 in the morning, I ate the half, which is 70 milligrams, and then I ate the other one. I was weak. I can't believe it. They looked at me and said, fucking food. I ate that. I gas, I shut down the Hollywood. I got there, everyone just had a word. So I'm sure they got me. No, yes, I put you right up. You go, no, I had to wait for someone to get back to the line. She's going to some people. And also, I hope you know, it's a nice game. One beach, man. You'll join up inside. Just because they go over and he gets mad attacks, you know, I get anxiety. It was tiny, that was all the thing, you know. So I get like 3 anxiety attacks every day. It's like a minute, I just breathe through them. I'm already know how to do it, you know. When you eat 500 food attacks, it's like it hits your heart at first.
I did that. I just had one because I thought the cops were coming. Yes. I was going there. I had to go over to the door with them.
Joe, see, that's on this. That window. We'll just go out like the so, and from the same point, something happened. I held my breath. If I got to stop down the stairs, I wasn't winded. So I think I don't know what I made it to go back to the girl. I was so proud. I was going through it. And I got a little chair right there, like God was moving. And I just got in and I sat down. This is it. This is right here. Right. I know everything on stage. I know what to say. I know what to say that way. I know who's watching in the back. I know what to do. This is my fucking rule in life. It's just only when I know I'm sitting there. And I get up and I turn around and look down the stairs. Get air, get fresh air. And oh my God, now I'm doing it. I see blood. I get blood. I turn around at the right one. I do the other one. That's it. My mind. Understand? It's a mind. Your mind comes to you. And he has a good time too. You know, so we smoke pot, drink alcohol. He's up there recuperating, losing all his happiness. He wants to have a good time. So the mind, with me in my case, just takes it to the different level. And also, like this one seems nuts. And if I don't breathe, I'll fucking faint. Breathe it out, okay? If I go into a cold sweat and they'll give me some water, but I'll lay there for 5 or 6 minutes, I'll be fine. Where I was going, guys. I was going there. She's closing up. The light's on us. That's on us. I can't tap out now. I got maybe 2 minutes to recover. Maybe. If she fucks around, maybe I got 2 minutes to recover. I'm looking at the light. The light was saving me from the face. I'm breathing. I finally said, fuck, I ain't gonna have time to go down the stairs, recover, and come back up. I'm gonna stay right here and breathe this up. So I got close to the wall and I just started breathing into the wall. And some motherfucker comes up to me very gently and he hits my side. Like, what's happening? I'm dying. Like, I'm like ready to start talking. And I just don't even look at the motherfucker. I just walk. And I'm breathing. And all something comes up. I goes, hey, Joe, you know me from this place. How you doing? He goes, where's the Agostino at? And I look up and I look like I know what the fuck Agostino at. Right away, the piano player's walking up the stairs. And he goes, hey, big boy, he's ready to go. I look at that. I grab him, I go, Jeff, walk the police, tell him he's got a vote next. I can't go. I'm dying attack. And I start breathing. And I'm breathing. I see him talking to the police shoot, and he goes back and goes, look, did you ask me if he even wants to go up to the column? I'm having a fucking anxiety attack. He's the closest one to the fucking stage. This is going down. I'm going to faint any fucking minute now. I could feel the cold sweat. I could feel that dripping going down my neck like I was dehydrated. I had water. I had a little bit of water. I went right into shock. And from getting mad at Jeff and Paulie Shore, like I'm from the school, if you come up and go, go. I'm going. I'm not going to ask you why or how many minutes. I'm going to fucking go. That's it. Go. We'll figure it out later. Something's going on with this fucking guy. Not these two words. They start asking me questions and shaking me down. I can see if it was Lee. But this is Paulie Shore. His mother owns a fucking comedy club. And then all of a sudden, looking at the wall, I got so mad at those motherfuckers for asking so many questions. It snapped out the anxiety. And I was a fucking caveman. I went to Paulie Shore and grabbed Jeff, and I'm going to go up right there with Joey Venus. Guys, they got me right with this. I'll call in the fucking Punch Drunk Sports. Sam Triplett. It was, you never hear me talk like this. It was the sense of my life. I yelled for 15 minutes. I was so scared to go down there and bomb it. Like there was so much pressure on me. Like I just zoned in. And I didn't even breathe alive where I was for the 15th minute mark. So I was talking about the Mexican ice cream truck. And I would ring the bell at 2 in the morning. I would go home and then I got on my lost the light came on. And I'm like, oh my God, I made it through this shit. And I closed and I got the fuck out of the club. And Paulie Shore came up and they said, you need to get more than I more up. Because I fucking slaughtered it. It was just a fear. Yeah. I haven't had that nothing blood in years. Then I went home and it took me this morning when I raised it at myself. And I used to think, when I first went to the valley, I had 2 mishaps in that place. I don't know when to get shoes. And my wife put clothes on the rack. And I cut my head open. I saw the blood in my arm. And I ran to the river. I put the air conditioner on. I took my shirt off. My son had this cat. This and I know this cat so much better on this. Anybody else would have swinged this cat's head because he knew all of it. The faint, the fucking dude just sweat all of a sudden out of nowhere. I knew my eyes closed, just breathing. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I was like with black land on my chest and his claws are going to my head and looking at me. Finny, you motherfucker. And I loved it so much. If I didn't love Finny so much, I'll tell you right now at the show, I just was this fucking head. But I loved it so much. But for me getting that pain with his claws, how do you expect you're a fucking idiot? Another time, I fucking cut myself in the shower. Like, I do every fucking week. I cut myself in the shower. But this one fucking from water hit it. I got blood drip from my chest. And my mind just ran away. And I got out of the shower, wet and everything. I felt up in my arm. I ran from it. I put the air in the and like a week later, I was going to kill her. Motherfucker, got no shirt on. He's right now. He's all right. I love that. Hey, he knows that this he knew whatever I was going fucked up. So he would jump and put his claws on me. So I would take my mind off like that. Never. Your own claws? Oh my God. That you, when I watched when PJ Patty fought Danny Stevens, he cracked his fucking skull. Okay? And I fainted in my house. I went up. Oh my gosh. I went to see Ultimate Fighter. I'm sitting next to Ralphie Bay. And in between rounds, he busted the guy's. I don't remember the fight. I'm sorry. Busted the guy's eye. And he had the towel in his eye. So he was right there. And we were feet away from where I was sitting. It was like in the second round. And I saw the guy throw the towel. And it was just red. So, and I just saw the red eye. I couldn't even remember my uncle into it. And I fainted sitting there. And I fainted on a check for the boy. She was with us. She had like 9 out of 10. And they're like, are you okay? And they gave me water. And the doctor saying, what happened? Like, I can't see blood. I got his towel. I wasn't that down. Like, he's sick too. Some people got it. So I fainted twice. I fainted at Pulp Fiction. Yeah, he's sick. Wow. First time, I thought, oh my God. haven't fainted. This last time, I had 2 days in a row. So when I went to get blood, I didn't faint. But when I went for the heart thing, they fucking put ink in my heart. And that made me fucking all fucked up. Makes you break on slits and feel right. You know, the breathing is hard. When I was younger, I didn't know anything about the breathing, so I could laugh. But you know, just keep breathing a certain way, and you tell when I could like, what the fuck happened? I had to meditate. When I first started jiu-jitsu, I used to have the panics on the bottom. I attacked for a long time. I got discouraged. They were like, Dr. Phobia, yes. Here comes the phobia. And as soon as I would hit my bottom, and then you're on there, that's it. Oh my God. And I would be edibles. It was so dope. I was a steady problem. And I go to fucking jiu-jitsu up there in the valley of PT. And it's Monday night at 8 o'clock. So I put you through a half on what's called Marcelo Madness. You do 10,000 sit-ups. He makes you do everything. To tie you up, so he teaches you the technique. He wants you to complete what you tie it. So they dirty stuff to the portion part of that. He's the class about 9:15. Drill it and then you start. I couldn't fuck go. I almost paid for that. The t-shirt, I'm at the middle of a rash guard. I got a rash guard one time. I picked myself up. I was down there. That shit was tighter than fuck. I couldn't get it off. Panicking. So forget the last guy. I got a t-shirt that the undies was a nice fucking thin rash guard. That's nice. It's a little, isn't it a little I like my titties to breathe. I don't need that fucking choking down by myself. But you know what, man? I'm like you. I got so scared of going to jiu-jitsu. That was fear me. And I just pull guard and I tap. I think it's Big John Carpet. What you talking about playing about things that I had done years ago. Come in and pass me turn and run out of the building. And he came one day and goes, I'm not going to go. The technique. He's laying down. I got running down. And now I know what I'm doing. My knee under the ass from the I was fucking pissed at that before I was I was so I stopped at the reef. That's why I need to know this. I can't make anybody any progress. Never gonna happen. I am not gonna go build it. I can't do it. 11, you got me. I can flip on the 7. And by the time I get to the 2, we're going out. I'm tired. I've got my week. I need to practice. I drink some coffee. No, man, I mean, why are we talking about it? I almost feel like my favorite word is perseverance because I don't even care what you do in life and like what you're thinking, you're comedian, you're cubicle, whatever it is. And deal with trials and tribulations. And it's one of the hardest things anybody can ever do, but it's also the most satisfaction you could ever experience in your life.
Any part of you when you were in Bellator for 4 years consider like retired? Like 4 years would be a long time. It'd be like probably that frustrated with what you were.
Yeah, man. I almost went to kickboxing and jiu-jitsu. You know, the politics that things that I want to listen to. Things that make you think negatively on many factors. That's not what I signed up for, man. I try to live a very positive life. I like to smile a lot. I love to laugh. I love to meet. And you guys are great things in this world. So definitely don't stop that. But yeah, there was definitely. I think there was really just maybe like 3 people, but there were like 3 top people in my situation that caused just absolute nonsense drama stuff I didn't really
to sign up for to the point where it was like, well, I could just say, fuck you. I'm going to do my own thing over here, man. I'm going to do grocery boxing, line fights, Abu Dhabi, PBI, name it, man. Like, I'm just a martial artist. I chose this path. I definitely didn't sign up to have anything to say what my destiny in my life is. And, I never signed up to stay with Bellator for the rest of my career. And if that was my choice, that's my motherfucking choice to make, not theirs. And once again, the people that were involved in what made things kind of depressing and dark for no longer. So, and considering where I am now in my life, I'm very happy I'm very happy I just did what I had to do, man. Push through, do what's necessary, picking up a nice little a couple of crash on bookie house, whatever the fuck we're gonna do. And living well, taking care of myself and just choosing. But they always have people that they didn't know that struggle. They tried it for a couple of years and got out of the first they knew it. And now they're in a control position. I mean, listen, makes the world go around is that we all come together. Can you imagine if we all get together? Be this every fucking man out of hand and you went to step left with the fucking with the whatever that jumped up and down. It's like, no, man. So some people are gonna like it. And here you are working on your dream. And this one motherfucker and sometimes you go head to head with that person, which you make a person. Now you get that motherfucker moving. It's funny that always override that. Somewhere along the line, you'll find something as a bandit. You're in it. One day this guy will be gone. There you are in a position to say, one time you couldn't learn about life. You learned that maybe you were ready, you weren't ready. And this guy that was fucking with you, he's selling real estate somewhere in Kentucky. He doesn't even matter. He doesn't even matter. Like people. And when you're going to fight him, you have a family, you're fighting on national. Just think of that, bro. You're in the UFC. Let's go down to the fucking. You're in the UFC, okay? You're in the UFC. You're in the UFC fight. There's kids leaving right now a job. 10 to 5 right now. This guy is leaving a job. Someone digging a trench. There's some fucking gym. They get beat up with the dreams to fight the UFC. I never feel where I came from. If it ever squeezed away where I'm like ever thinking negative about what I've accomplished or where I am in my life, it just takes a split second for me to remember working at McDonald's, working at Burger King, working real shit jobs. I was a hardwood stair carpenter, waking up at 3 a.m. to be there at 6 a.m. to work the most rugged, hardcore, destroying all my joints in my body, to then leave there at 2:30 p.m. to go train and stay at my gym from 4:30 to, I think, 8:30 at night to go home, hopefully pass out by 11, and do that again, all over again. And now it's probably the most physically and mentally just really miserable time because it was just killing my body. My body is necessary for me to succeed in the goal of where I want to go. But this job's fucking deteriorating. I'm feeling arthritis in my wrists and my hands. These are supposed to be for babies. Boxers, they talk all day long. You need to protect your hands, man. Without your hands, what good are they? And eventually ended up getting like a bartending job. I got to work more nights. They would get on my schedule. Bar industry definitely was a perfect industry for me. I didn't need to drink. I didn't like to drink, but those motherfuckers like to drink, tip, and talk. It physically do fucking do goddamn thing, on my body. There's a lot of porn waiting around sometimes, but I definitely can easily just look back to the hard times. Fuck man, one time, I was one of the FedEx guys in the back of a truck doing Tetris, where they would just shoot these boxes down, and you would have to Tetris up, rows and rows of all these packages. Sometimes the package looked, as small as a ball and weighed 150 pounds, right in your back, because you're not even realizing how fucking heavy it was. You didn't bend over properly to pick that shit up. Like 30 degrees in the back of the fucking thing, and you're fucking sweating your ass off. You're going home, your back hurts, it fucking hurts. And then your car breaks down, you gotta fucking walk like 8 to 10 miles because you don't have a phone, you don't fucking have anybody's number, they just call, and then you're gonna get fucking evicted from your apartment because you no longer have a job, you no longer have a car to fucking get to your job, and then your family is going to them to help tell you what you're doing with your life because you're not making a goddamn cent with the fucking career you're talking about, fighting and whatnot, and then you fucking showing your family, and technically you gotta get by. Fucking finally they got it and make it on live television, and that's the world turn. Everyone's like, oh shit. Open your mind. Yeah. Website with code. I think that. I drive. I think everything wild. Being at a bus station. There's a bus station here in my code, But if you go the whole night, people that have no land there at midnight, wait till 6. Yeah. I was paid on the road, paid for tickets. I would have to say, for a plane ticket, I would spend around the bus station outside. I'd bring 2 drawings and I'm walking. Fuck, 6 o'clock, get on that bus, whatever. Sleep in the condo. When I got there, the car, they took a shot. Oh my God. What did you think about it? That's where you think you're drinking. I did that. I started there with breakfast here. I started feeling bad for him. So one day I'm like, fuck him. He's going to get a day job. He's going to go out and make the comedy. And that's how you look at it. Everybody looking at me. You want these kids, they get 500 and shows, so they go to Wikipedia, whatever the fuck that is. They get some hotel, $48 a night, and a bed that's something that's stacked in the last quarter. The remain paid, there's no light, no good stuff, there's no water. They gotta drive for 15 miles. I mean, I tell police kids, we got fucking drive. And for a minute, I feel bad. We go, no, I did the same thing like you motherfuckers. I didn't my destination. I just left the fucking bus station to see a 44 house. You wake up, you get a fucking hot bagel. And you get a cab, and some days you fucking stay in your door. Yeah, some days you make a store, but some days you don't come over. Go in Michigan. The guy wanted to give me a hotel for Friday. This Monday, I got one thing. And the rest of them, what am I going to do? Come home? No, I just got another hotel. So I find like a Motel 6 fucking hell for $24.99 for Tuesday to Thursday. And I'd eat Subway sandwiches, veggie and cheese like I'm motherfucker. This is before this the first get divorced me with the regular fucking white bread. They have no wheat bread, they have white bread. That's it. It all tastes like a milk bottle. It's actually been more expensive back then. Veggie and cheese is still $3. Put it on the road with a Dotson. Nobody knows what Dotson is. Both used to know the fucking Dotson. We managed before with a hanger pole with a person behind my suits and shit. Chocolate cables,
we had a football, a basketball, fucking sewing machine. He was in. That was my job. I was a comedian as well. So, and you wait every week. Somebody go to the ice. No. I've been there. You're saying it's amazing and pathetic at the same time. I get it. People never take that away from me. They didn't look up the IRS. Joey B's worked on these days. He killed something. And destroyed our back with that plunger. For some shit, he broke the plunger. But you break the fucking plunger. No. Sure. Get your plans, man. Boxing, you're lying hard up. You're fighting again. July 25th. You're fighting again. Yeah. Kenny Robertson, real tough guy. The wrestler was the same color as that wrestling and really worked his two games. So he's got a real tight 2 game stand up here and a little, it's fun. It's great. And that's really good. And from all the fights I've seen, he gets it, he loves the swing, goes to takedown, and he'll take shots, give shots. So, I'm expecting a war. Never taken into it lightly. If it turns out better than a 3-round war in my favor, that's great. But I'm not going to get caught sleeping, thinking, oh, I got this guy standing, I got this guy on the ground. Where's he going to do? I'd rather just say, I'm doing my power to prepare, and let's see if those guys will fit. Think about that, Lisa. I think we need you for the teacher guy to come with us. I'll say, let me play with it. Shout out real quick. David Beavis, Sandman, Don Randy, Bill Blasky, Alec Hidalgo, Victor Villarreal, Curtis Haley, and Nick Richardson. I love you, Tom. I'm going to be at the Atlanta Improv this Thursday through Saturday. In Chicago the same weekend with my band, from the 23rd to the 25th of downtown. Yes, sir. South Valley. Please, what's going on in your world? You looking good, though. Thanks, buddy. Right now, you look for panic attack. But no. What am I doing? I'm going to this weekend. Oh, okay. Yeah. Driving? Yeah. Not really. I think I can date, so. What are you doing? Well, that's the whole trip, though. Get a taco for $1. I can't throw it in the pocket of money. Nobody knows. I'm working here, man. I gotta fucking hold your hand. I'm gonna make love to it. I'm like fucking savage. Fucking 40 out. Right there. By the time we get to San Francisco, by the time you wore that ass out, you can do 6 hours straight. It's interesting. Fucking tell you this shit. You're a sexual fucking man. What's up? Wow. You take on it. Anyway, let's give a shout out to this bad motherfucker. On it. Total human optimization. You know what I'm saying? They can't do it for you. Fucking shoot yourself. Right here. It's a complete earth road nootropic. 100% money back down the street. The product back. You follow? That's how strong they are. They fucking upper brain. You try it for 30 days. This motherfucker will work for you. Stay clear. We'll get you focused. You have some clarity. You have some fucking nightmares for 2 weeks. But that's fine. It was last night for a fucking nightmare. I was like, you just strip his asshole. You know what I'm saying? Same thing. Try it. Anyway. Alpha brand. They got the 90-pound kettlebell, the new one. And these motherfuckers don't stop. The tea oil, the fucking coconut, the coffee, and the place factor. Hey, look at the supplements. I can't help you for weight. Fantastic stuff. Even the coffee. I'll get you 10% off. At the end, once you bring everything up, bam! You get 10% off the fucking water. Who's better than me? Who's better than you? Stay on the show. Every month on the first. Also, 86. Throwing the heat over there. 5 to 50. You get so 5 of it. Get 3 cigars. You get the down on the other 20 to 16 and fucking go right for it. Eliminate zero. By that time, you'll be smoke free. You're going to smoke one of these with nothing in it. 2 cigars. Save one for legs. Save one for legs. And save one for fucking years. That's how the real thing do it. 24 or 16 and 8. Don't get the zero. Trust me. It's not for $50. Go to 86 on the plus end. Joey's Church gonna suck it and get what? 1286, the best fucking hitties thing on the market. 1200 guaranteed price. Tastes better. That's wrong with you. I mean, you go to one of these 7-Elevens, all these places, you gotta taste the fucking oil every 2 weeks. It gets on your paperwork. If not, you gotta go over to this other fucking place and deal with them and fix it. For 2 hours. 86. 1200 guaranteed something. I'll share this with me. So 86.com. Joey's Church. No. Get 550. Hurry. DaleJoeLife.com. Who's better than these folks? Then we hit up one skill they came up with. If these guys listen, if you're into driving, they nailed it. And they got the vapor pen, they got the suitcase, they got pens, they got the stick, the fucking fucking lung. They got everything. David and Peter don't fuck around. They're up there going. Go to network.com, aka Roomies are mine, aka roughly 250 milligrams fucking dead. Fucking water, they all got it. 7 girls they got. Right, pudding, strawberry cream, 250 milligrams of hash oil. You understand me? Well, anyway, go to Rabbi, see like stuff there. But they need one of the best they've been in the market. 100% guaranteed. 20% off the first order. So they go for 50. So when they get fully, they're 40 years. Here we did. So there you go. Now, life, aka those speakers are models. You got these things, and you got 100 doctors right there. And they start out the Iron Dragon. Don't forget. 3 movies. Go there. You fucking whatever. That's my Christmas movie. All the way. Think about that one, how to go book.
I like it. I like it.
Thank you very much for coming on and taking the time of training. Good luck.
Thank you guys for having me.
You're on the fucking highway with fucking the chicken shit, man. That's very fucking good.
Try to ride this wave as long as I can. Definitely use the honest stuff too. Tech Sport, T Plus, Battle Ropes.
My parole. I can't have both of them. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know what you did with the ropes.
We kidnapped him. I can't even have a voice guy on my rope. Crows fucking show up there. I should have done that.
Okay.
Wednesday afternoon, Lisa, I had Joey. What's going on with you?
I had a good night last night. I tore my arm up, but it's good. And you guys, everyone keeps asking if I like it. I'm not at the point that I like it at all yet, but it's been a while. Something happened that you told me would happen. Not in the shower, but I was just thinking about it because we were doing this, and it was hysterical. We were just doing it on the floor right here. I was doing it with Casey last night, and he said, "Who's out?" But he was showing me how when the haircut on the bottom, how to like sneak out, like when you're doing it, where you like kick your leg up, you just sneak out and take the back. And I kept it wasn't as smooth as it should be, and then when I was doing it, but he showed me like you one move, you just get to your side, and you do a whole other move, and you get that. It's something that you don't get mad at me about, but sometimes I think it's far ahead. Look at a lot of people do it. They look at you the big picture too much. And like I'm just noticing this, so it's just doing very small things in my order. So like I was thinking it works the same way for your whole life. Just you can't just get a great podcast. You can't just be a comedian. Little small thing. And like I was in the shower, I almost called you from the shower. I don't know why it just hit me right there. But it's crazy. You know,
hard work is hard work.
yeah.
And yeah, I was telling you that the first 4 years for me for comedy was just painful. It was just like, fucking brutal. It was painful. Something that you broke, you don't want to work. Something that it work. You know, I did little things to stay alive, but I wasn't making any money. You know, people said, "Yeah, you're making any money." I think you're making any money. It's like you love doing what you're doing. When we go to jiu-jitsu, we pay a monthly fee to go there to get points. But the more you go, the easier it becomes. That's why I always say, once you stop going, you got to start all over again. Become a specialist.
Oh yeah.
That's scaring myself. Fuck those us. It's trying to something that I scared the shit out of myself because I would always put the steps. I would always think about Friday instead of Tuesday.
Yeah.
And then you're not thinking about what's in front of you. You're always thinking about what's and then you cave. You always say no to it. And that's it. I did that for me. I do 1,000 jobs. I do 1,000 careers. I do by looking at yourself. Also, my first thing has got nothing to do with it. You know, I was on Nick. I love Nick with all my heart. But every time I used to call Nick and go, "Nick, my name is Rothschild." I never forget I get something. Okay. Looking for my name. Right? Right. I can't put order. Like I was in Sacramento. I did Thursday night. I got a talk to the teacher. He for 2 years. And I fucking shut down that night. Because I told him, "This is what I'm in LA for." So what I was doing. So I went in and I left. I know I told you. And the guy goes, "He was a full home guy." So I went home and I fucking make the looking guy. Who's the director? What do they pay? He said, "The Kelly was the third deal. There was 19 questions. Look at all the fucking thing. Just do it. That's what the fucking question. You're going to see that all those questions are just not detours, but they're kind of detours. You know, what the fuck would the fuck do? What the fuck they have? Go in there, get the job, and then we'll worry about everything else. Everything else will fall into place. We'll figure it out." The people who like, "Well, I didn't go because I'm like, I didn't go out of town for a month." That's one of those people. Like, I was going to Taekwondo and I stopped going because I was going. Couldn't wait to go to class. I would go to class from 6:30 to 7:30 and I'd be surprised. I'm in class. Oh, really? Oh, I couldn't wait to go to Taekwondo. Kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? I was kind of hiding my money and not going to go out and game when you got that. Get out. Listen, from real life. It's the same thing you're doing every night on the same thing. It's all wrapped up the same fucking before you come in, the dead together. Right. And he goes, "Even if you don't do it, that should be just one should be a lot better." You know what I said? But what about people on Monday? If I'm here on Monday and I'm in exercise. Right. He goes, "Why would you do that?" That's the guy who's important. On the road with Eddie, Kate, and Joe. So we would meet at 1 o'clock. It would be I was being back in the
then we make excuses like that. I almost didn't go last night. I was feeling awesome about that on Monday. Didn't want to go. And I was already getting my call. I was like, I could not go, but how would I explain this? And then, of course, I see the brother and Zach texted the teacher, so I had to go to the excuse. I was like, yeah, I didn't feel great. It wasn't my best class, but at least I went to do what.
Listen, man, you keep showing up. You just keep showing up. It's amazing what happens when you keep showing up. You know, I just keep showing up. I'm the worst guy in the fucking class, but I keep showing up. And it's the same thing for comedy. It's the same thing. I was horrible when I took the major. I didn't do badly. I could always study, and I always knew how to study. Right? I know that if you take notes in class, write notes. You can't put your head in that fucking notebook and write it politically. It's a light note about the situation. We're talking about contracts and something. You can't sit there and write, podcast Lee says that. No, little notes. Yellow it, saying put a note there. Stay fresh and put the thing in yellow. If you do that, go home every day. You review that over the day. You read the chapter, the professor says. Just the way he says to do it. These chapters aren't out there. You can do it in 2 days. Yeah. Much good. Come finals. You don't have to cram. And if every week for 10 minutes you look over those pages and just read what you wrote down, you'll be perfect all the time.
If I had done that, I would have gone to Harvard.
Yeah. That's it. That's the chemistry. That's the chemistry. So when I was taking all those other classes, CMC, college, I was doing that. It was pretty good. I was already a fucking 20-year-old, so
Yeah.
I really was, Jesus Christ, this is easy. I mean, I could master it. Excuse me. And then when I got to University of Colorado, I had to pick a major. When they had me with each other, it just wasn't working. It got real. And I was fucking flunking intro to macro, some shit, intro to micro. The little shit. When it becomes something big, I was just gone. And I was ready. I went to a counselor. Somebody said, you can send a counselor. The fuck is a counselor? You're stupid. And this fucking dude, I'm just going to be in the meet for about 2 hours a week. Like about the third or fourth week. I with the GPA, I was up there. It takes some people to take harder to get something. But if you quit, you're not going to get it. I'm going to get good. When I was a kid, I quit some pretty fucking things.
Yeah.
Just because, maybe this or fear. I've always started thinking this is the best thing you can do for the worst situation.
Yeah. No, I get a lot of emails recently about how did you make the decision to come out to LA. And I've started thinking about it. I really didn't even make the decision. It just I knew it was going to happen. So I knew it's not like I sat down and planned it out. I just like, okay, when I graduate, I'm moving to LA. So it's, but I'm still with other stuff. I'm still working out and doing other stuff like that. But it's weird how similar we all are, but how different. Like something, I would like the fact that you get up on stage freaks me out. Like the fact that you, I don't know, do all those progress isn't something like necessarily proud of, but it's weird how different we are. And we try to be kind of measure ourselves against other people, and it really has no bearing at all because they did have to do it.
Right. No, I was the king of that.
Yeah.
And I got out of that when I moved out there. I knew to move forward as a comedian, as a human being. I had to stop worrying about this one would get me, or he would get me. That really held me back for a long time as a human being, because that's you grew up with that. I got invited to this place. And here you got invited to a fucking party, Halloween party, some shit.
I used to do it with pool. I used to get really upset when people got better grades than I did, but it's I think that's why I'm not quitting. I'm never gonna be good at jiu-jitsu. But if I can be, absolutely
right. That's the thing. You get good at one.
Yeah, that's what he can say, right?
That's the thing. You find one look. Got all that, and even though the person knows it's coming, it doesn't matter because you're going to look for that. That's your one move. You're going to look for that one move. That's your go-to move. One move in jiu-jitsu, get defense, escape, push away, get your leg back in, and you're back to square one. You
your movie yet?
I got no most.
Really? You don't have one that you like?
I like Kimura's.
Okay, yeah, that's what I wanted yesterday.
Kimura's.
Yeah.
I like bow and arrow joke.
Okay.
Because I always end up in that position with people. So I can go for a choke and get down and you know, and you strap the China real quick. And you grab their pants. Well,
I like the straight arm bar, not the one that Ronda Rousey does. I've never even heard of it before, but it's the same sort of way that you do the Kimura. It's you just kind of like grab the arm and push it straight. That's short arm. So for me, in the Kimura, to grab my own wrist, I couldn't do it. So I was like, okay, let's try the straight arm bar. Let's do it like that.
just this is ridiculous. Is always, and I let someone, I can't believe I spent the time. I told you 2 weeks ago, yes, something about stand up. It wasn't Brian Filaro. It was 2 weeks ago. And we were about the struggle. We got really high on everyone. I went home and something, my Roku was working. Sometimes I go to that Roku, it's not working. I don't know what shit was going on. It's maintenance or some shit. That whole fucking So I took a notebook and I was writing. For some reason, I went back to living in that basement in Boulder. And I had the most facts. It was worse than the Rothschild. And I forced myself every night. I think groceries and refrigerator. So I forced myself every night to find the spot. But I went, this is what I thought about discipline. You always hear like this Chinese discipline or Russian discipline. When I went back, I was in such a bad shape emotionally. I was so heartbroken, so frustrated. I knew as a human being, not a fucking psychiatric psychiatrist, or nothing. I knew as a human being that I could stand there out. I went on the line, I went on the line, I went up around the paper. Right. In those days in Denver, legitimately, legitimately, in 1993 to 1995, on Monday nights, you had an open mic on Australian bar. They usually had 7 or 8 people. On Tuesdays, at comedy clubs, they put you 3 minutes every 3 weeks. On Wednesday, you had a commerce thing, a truck stop. On Wednesday, you had the Elvis impersonator. We spoke about the There's no impersonator, you felt in fucking Vegas, you bought a bar, and Thursday, I was also reading.
Oh, wow.
And Friday and Saturday, I had guest spots at different places. One Saturday a month, I had 11. There was a fucking room all the way in Cherryville, or whatever it's called, in Colorado, like 50 minutes away from where I live. And you went all the way there. Nobody knew me. I was fucking 115. But these all open mics. All of them. There was no money in my life.
So you pick it up from all these.
I knew that my situation. I was 31 years old. Money. I had no savings. I had a beat up bar. All I had was the clothes I had in that apartment. I was freshly divorced. I had a cocaine habit. I had a heart. I'm a fucking criminal. And I wanted to do stand up. I didn't know stand up. The same thing. I didn't know stand up was going to be. Take me here with you. I didn't know how fucking movies. I just wanted to do stand up. The time I had been doing stand up for about 3 years. I started in Denver. I got to New York. I wanted to get back to Colorado. Mobile, my fucking wife. And I had to get odd jobs. I worked for sports betting services. Time I wanted to stand up. So I knew the pain was so much that I just couldn't sit in that fucking apartment and smoke. So I forced myself to walk to comedy. Every fucking night. I forced myself. Like I didn't give a fuck if I didn't have money and there was a couple that lived around the corner from me. Like she was Chinese. Like she was a white pound mom. Sammy, I go to they asked me just to get to it and home, stand up comedy. There was a boy named Murphy. Oh, it's still there. I used to go in there and just crack jokes at the bar. But I did so many fucking things to get better at comedy. When I think about it sometimes, I used to go to a poetry reading where something fucking armpit and it was cold. I don't even fucking remember. I didn't rain. in Boulder. There was a little fucking place now, which was a great coffee shop, very bohemian. Everybody had dirty feet, stunk bad, but they were nice people. And they used to have poetry on that shit. I would go back to all over jokes. But the poetry reading, they chased me. Yeah. I say, so chick that ran the place was a beautiful girl. I knew the boyfriend from the halfway house. So when he could come out, he used to be at my house. He used to write jokes at her coffee shop all night and stay. She came over and his friends and she called different places. She was like my first manager, not really. That's cool. So she was a hippie chick. Her goal was to get the business out here. And I told her, I'm going to see her. I'm in the coffee shop. And get in between the poetry. Got your back. And then on Saturdays and Fridays, she was a 24-hour shift. She was a manager and they worked from 11 to 61 years. And I go in there. There was a baker up one day named Joe Cox, who I still speak to today, one of the closest friends. Mr. Baker, how easy. He would take Tuesday and Wednesday. On Mondays, he would have to look at the shift. So he would come in at 4 to 12 and work the shift on Monday night. And they would stay from 4 to 8 and bake all the carts and the ice cream and gelatis for the next 2 days. Jesus. I would sit and I would write jokes. And I had no idea what I was doing. Please, Joey, I was going on. No. I would sit there all night, smoke dope outside, and I'd make around 4 jokes. So I would write topics of jokes because I was a host of the Boulder Broken. And Monday nights, I was writing jokes.
Right. That's crazy. Now, how did you keep doing? Like, how did you convince yourself to keep doing it? If you were having all these you home every time you went out?
Those days, I was
Or 7
I don't want
And what was the key there? That, okay, I'll go again. Like, it was every time. It was like,
good job. Carry on, improvise. Some nights I improvise. Some nights I just carry on. I really wasn't getting the whole joke that made sense. Get funny. I was sitting by the streets at the bar. Yeah. They say something. He said, "Can you believe this place is mad at me? Because I haven't seen this place this mad." I'm still I know. I still remember. It was time to go over. Regular 5 to 8 minutes comedy. Created all yeah, Felicia Michaels, Steve McGreen, all these guys. Like if you want, like they know that like Larry Cable guy was on there's a man just stands without even Sunday morning, you stand up comedy on Sunday morning. Hosted by Rothschild and Bobby Collins. Oh, fuck yeah. There was a ton of stand-ups when I got to stand up. So one of the stand-ups I was watching them and I went for inspiration about everything. Before we came to shore. So he walks out and gets in the fucking Joe Torre, Janet Jackson. House party. Joe Torre, from St. Louis. And she's got a guy Torre. Joe Torre. I used to rent. But Rodney Dangerfield special, and the other tape was the best of that. Which I was used to be the warm-up when Mark promoted.
I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah, here it is. Yeah.
St. Louis, Missouri.
Doing a lot of stuff. Using your NCIS, your Mizzou episode, House Party 3, and all those things. Yeah. Walk down.
He was with brother, this guy is in jail. Anyway, those stories, like, those stories, yeah, he brought us to understand the real things. And he goes, you don't believe me, then I love you. That was one of my favorite shows. He's the same. I would tell him this. I studied the world, I studied everything. Well, he was two guys in that kind of thing. I came watching. Not everybody was learning.
How does it make you feel that there's all the young comments stuff for you like that right now?
It's fucking crazy. It's embarrassing. Why? Because it's fucking embarrassing. It's fucking embarrassing. Young comments. The other reason I don't want to do that. I feel like breaking inside. Like you fucked up. You fucked up. I mean, stand up for people.
Well, I think like Joe Joyce, you must have felt so similar. It must be kind of normal to feel that way. If you really love that sort of stuff, probably not as a
Listen, man, I remember the first time I watched it. But when I watched it, that's what he is for. He's not for it. I'll stand up and listen. I just fucking said it. Don't work. It don't fucking work.
I've always wondered that. So, like, you have to try that out. How many times do you feel every night?
Matching.
The dog and what you're wearing, or is it just whatever you want to wear? Or
Yeah, I can get I know I don't like tight jeans around my legs, and I don't want my jeans. That's how I fucking feel about it. Dress. I like to be loose. I don't like clothing. Or something. I'm going to use something. I'm worried about my house. I'm doing something. I should be doing something. But I don't care what I want. I want to look protected. I don't want to pay for my fucking self face. And the fucking motherfucker. I don't look like I feel. I don't look like I walk around. I don't look like nothing. I don't look like a fucking martini. I don't fucking walk around. Right. It's mad like that. When I see a comic with a fucking cocktail on stage, I want to look them breaking over this fucking head. Because I know when they're up there, because they're alcoholics, and I know when they're up there, they're fucking cool. There's a big difference. It's a distraction. There's nothing I want to do more than smoke a fucking cigarette and throw it up on stage back to back with a ice cream. Away from the audience. Fucking Joe Cool. How do I know? Because I tried it. I can't wait joint on. Yes, a fucking drink. To take a joint, 3 fucking joints. That's how I know it's time to go. 3 joints are done. Okay? That's it. What do you want to talk about? You already smoked 3 joints. You did your fucking time. You roll through. I stuck it out. There's 3 different weeds. A couple things of water. A fucking half a sandwich. A little turkey sandwich. Sometimes you want to fucking eat. You know, and add to the flavor. You spit lettuce.
Funny.
Sure. I don't want to go up there and have something on that would fucking yeah. I don't want to fucking leather jacket walk around. I wouldn't want to guys in that car. I wear jeans. They always got one hole in them. So by the ass, I always got a hole somewhere. A nice fucking t-shirt. I don't know what this is. I don't know. That was in my body.
So the first 4 years though, when you were in Denver or whatever, I remember. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Listen, I always knew I wasn't fucking healthy. And I'm not one of those guys that comes to come out. I come at you when I come at you. I'm not a fucking I am, but I'm no fucking solid chair. I'm the master. You know, you're walking up there and take that, but it's you know, I'm fucking always so.
Because they do that for a while. All the comics have like weird set behind them. You ever think about what they're doing for you? That's all you want to do. Go a little basketball. They didn't have it.
I don't want nothing in the world. I want the Eddie Murphy had an outfit on. You folks. You're gonna fucking stop.
Is that what
it's not
you guys figure it out. Okay. I'm gonna go do 1 a.m. I need to look at it. How am I gonna do it?
something about people
Yeah.
just something like a bacon. You pull it around. Put it in your mouth. Don't believe it. They're gonna know when they find it. That you're a fucking organic plant. You don't give it that much. I want you to feel it. Tell me the illusion you're in bacon without that fucking apron.
What? Because like everyone's going into it. As a,
Me, I'm going with a white t-shirt that says "I fuck your mother in the ass" on it. It's just a white t-shirt. Still everything me a bacon. But without the fucking collar and the hat on and the apron, you follow what I'm saying? I'm still giving you the cloth, but I'm not giving you the I'm putting one thing in your asshole, not four. The fact that you know what I'm saying? I don't want to fuck shit up. I just want to try to go home all the fucking day, right? But that's what I do stand up at night. I'm fucking nothing. I just want my wife goes there. So that was that fucking vampire. That's it. Yeah. I'm doing something for Harley. It'll look nice, I will do it. When I fly out, I get upgraded, I do the fashion, you know, the fashion, and everything like that. In the 70s, when you do
all about all that. Back in
your students, it's for super women, the little kids, girls, you weren't now I wear a jean that looks now I wear a pouch. All your life. So, you know, they told me a favor by doing that with them, but I was going to with my hair all fucked up and be all retarded. No, I'm going to give you the best I can be. But now, and I just 46 If you're not doing it, your friends ain't doing it. That's something like that. That's what I think. Yeah, I'd look halfway decent. I see guys going on planes with this fucking plane goes down. You put like 12 in the weeds down in Jersey. Once you fucking miss will you try? Will you want to go to the beach? You don't want to fucking. Let's just go down. Now you broke your fucking foot. Now they're looking for a living. Now they're looking for a you know what I'm saying? You always play your fucking shoes. You can't wear flip-flops on a fucking plane. You get out like that. Like a fucking animal. Sebastian's correct. He's
But he was there with Ado. There wasn't one you on this song, but that fucking guy. Just
sometimes you have to. I'm not fucking done.
I used to love when you see the
Hey, come. I got a nice jacket. I wore for I wore that's it. Fucking, I got a leather jacket that's brick. I wore 4 times. You get a chance.
I love the
Leather jacket now. It's bulletproof. This
it must make you feel bad about it out here. I've had I never once. The only job interview I ever heard from you was the UFC in Vegas, which I had. Well, I might have got it past, but it was it's kind of weird how they kind of everyone else is get nice and here.
well, listen, if I pay for UFC, if I paid $1,000 for the UFC, I'm walking that motherfucker with a job strap on the Pirates hat. $1,000. Right, so we compare if you move to see if it's fucking you don't feel your dick. You know, it's freedom of speech, the work move on, it's sanitary. So you got your little pirate's hat on, like fucking skull on your jaw.
I think we're gonna be relevant, but
It's still broken.
right, yeah.
Picture of him on your shirt. Fucking, Johnny Rebel. You're on your own fucking time. You're in there on broken time, but one of your uncle's times or somebody else's time. I like the other part. But Joey, why am I, when I did the longest yard at the premiere, that's what I will do. So I don't know what's wrong. Okay, let me grab some from my face because I have it. You know why I wore it? Because you fucking want. I was a language urban. I looked at broken arms. I looked at the rest. They're all dressed in nice. You know, bad I felt. Because I thought it was cool to be cool. I was like, your mom wants you to fucking dress up. That happened once in a lifetime. That's why I wanted to go to the regiment. I dressed to the fucking gun. I go to the bank, whatever. I don't go to the bank, fucking one of those polyester suits, with 3 suits. I go always poke around.
One of those bad, you only get them when I look away. They're probably
Those suits, what a group you was. I mean, unless you're hanging out with fucking Versace coach and business people wear $1,500 suits, which I love to wear. Yeah, I just don't have a purpose for those. The goal and buy 1,500 suits because you go my mate, the hang in the closet, there's no investment, there's nothing. It's just a 1,500 suit, hanging in your closet. I guys like me. Chuck, you guys like this. Wow. You get those good suits, good suits. All right, they give you a shirt and they give you socks and they give you a belt. The shirt you can wear in the is a record rip thing. And the socks are made by some Korean wine guy. That sock is nice cool. The other size 8. You don't know what the fuck's going on with your feet. Next thing you know, have the foot up, they give you socks, hit you in the meeting. You get the socks, you buy your own nice socks and your own nice shirt to match up those suits. For $200, come on, $65 a fucking suit. That's crazy. They say you wear the suit 3 or 4 times a week, which you're not. But you're fucking not.
really.
Yeah. And let's say you do. Go out to dinner with your wife and you get corn on the foot. Okay, your mother-in-law's going to be able to fix it. It's $65. Right, if you're bored, you look at the job. And you didn't make that much of an investment to fucking suit. When you went to the came to a check for $500, my boy was $3. And I gave $50 a pound. months. I know. That one too. And they put the $5 suit. The same suit on the $200. Oh, yeah, it just ties the more. You feel better about yourself. It goes right there. Yeah, just like 2 or 3 like this. Yeah, I like that. All the people might. If you fucking take the bright here and don't throw all the sprinkles and get the jacket off, I'm like an animal. It's not bad. Now, if you're an Asian and see it, you have to be the breast that stays face. You jump with the fucking Japanese fucking one, so whatever.
Here's the thing. I knew that the Fade to Black was coming. The reason I was thinking of it, I also looked, and the season finale, the senior finale, was June of 07. I was thinking about how I had probably just graduated in high school. I just graduated. That's it.
Oh my God.
And I was thinking, well, yeah. And I was thinking about it. Yeah.
I have to take a break. Fucking anxiety over here.
Really?
I never looked at it from that perspective.
Yeah. I remember that.
Like actually, I really,
If you would like look back and I remember the night I graduated. I don't know. I think it was a little bit after that. But I remember getting a call that I was going to Israel for the first semester. That night, I drove to the graduation in my shitty car. I was like, I wonder if I talked to me when I was graduating high school, how I would look at what I'm doing right now. Like, if I would have thought I should have the job or whatever it was, I'm like, I bet like 2017, things are pretty serious. Like, it's pretty fun. And I think I hadn't really stopped to think about it.
I was thinking about the movie's anniversary.
Mm-hmm. That's crazy. It's crazy to hear.
I listened to that first time she played on the does the knowledge. She was fucking God. Fucking truthful. Like the fuck is that? You guys got like a week to sell. You know,
It's completely different from my mother.
hilarious. Yeah, the third person. I look at this type of stuff. I was thinking about that salsa. Okay, that salsa. I had this story. When we first started the podcast, I had my Tesla call. Okay. Spoken on his brother Steve, a pharmacist, when he was in college. He's like, Jewish. On the weekends, early 60s, he started going up on lectures and shit. He go to the black malls. And he was young. And I listened to the people. He was he runs that chant. It was also chant. Fucking Mike. It wasn't that he was by nature. It was that he likes family. So he has parents, family, still together 40 years. Kids.
I don't remember. I have heard any connection on the movie Traveler. It was a stereotype, but
I know he was she was like you. I don't know if he's a good life. Yeah. You married a black girl, dating married a black chick. It's really, I just, you would think women before.
I don't remember when I actually like 3 weeks to live before she met online. And then, but I think it really was, and she got sick for the beginning of the theater. And I hadn't met her mom yet, but I went down there when she was sick. We watched The Exorcist on her bed in the middle of the day. But then her mom cooked. And I think that was probably Well, it's I see how it's this 4th of July. It's basically during my family. I only have family. I'm sure if I get married, I'll move out. Who knows? But I just it was a. And actually, I haven't even gone far this. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do it. But I signed up for a Spanish class at Valley College Monday to Wednesday morning.
I think it's a very interesting question. Well, you can be strictly honest with myself, people. Listen, when you got in that fucking car and pointed that car west,
Yeah.
did you have any idea that you would fall in love with it at all? Before you even fucking answer, because you're putting you in fucking a tremendous bad situation. I mean, before you get the fucking answer, when you sit down, 4th of July, these people kiss and balls, they treat you like a son. Did you ever think back of getting in that car and seeing yourself like, who would have thought? I have like a this is what I love about why I tell these fucking stories. Because this isn't about drugs. This is about you got yourself to somebody's home. You got your house with me. And then you come up with that is great. Like, he wants to say, I'm going to tell you story. Like, you're that way? Oh my God, I thought you were going to hang up with me. I'm not going to leave. This old guy wants to fuck me. Yo, you were like, let's get the donations. And I'm like, this guy. I'm thinking to myself, when this guy got this car, was he thinking of this? It's like, and I'm trying to answer the question. That's so emotional thing. I remember when it was happening to me. I remember being working at the 4th of July, building a wall with bricks and hitchhiking back to my home in Snowmass. And all of a sudden, jumped into the plane over and be up at my house, up in wherever the fuck I live in Snowmass Village. And going, right in that car. I just
Yeah. I thought it was coming out here to be an editor. I thought it was coming out here to like work a job, and then that I'm very grateful for the first job. But it was also very tough on me because I like when things are fast. I get very bored when things are slow or it like that summer. My first summer here was dead because the show was a hiatus, and they were very nice to keep. But there was nothing to do. So when you called me that night, it was like midnight or night. Like you weren't going to do it. You're like, fuck yeah, shoot the documentary.
So for people, that's what you call question. So for people, thinking about moving to LA, anywhere that makes you work your heart. We always have this fear that something related to this at a dinner table. People, strangers, they treat you like you've known for 20 fucking years.
Yeah.
And if you're not, you don't think about what you came from 30 seconds. Wow. A year ago, if you don't think to yourself for 1 minute that I'm over here talking to myself, that's the weirdest fucking thing. I'm not going to go for a bathroom cage. I mean, that's when you know shit's going down the fucking tubes. But we're onto something. You know, people who want to leave procrastinate. Trust me, when I first made the hurdle from New Jersey to fucking Aspen, or Snowmass Village, and so, Jesus Christ, I had 1,000 doubts. And I think of other people that say, no, I'll do it in a year. I'll save up money. It's like the same thing of I'm going to get you from in shape. Right? Okay, I'm not going to go in shape. I'm not going to go here to the shape. It's the same fundamental. Well, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to job at the liquor store. I'm going to go, you're going to get a girl pregnant and get yourself into a bad predicament. I think about going to Colorado. It was like a 3-week process. It was like a 3-week process. I had one time to the fire. I just went around somebody to get a little financing, and I was done. And listen, I didn't like family. Okay, I had to turn my life around 10,000 times, and I fucking did. And I escaped. One thing, you know, I'm standing there, guys. I've been doing this for 18 fucking years. Fucking people. There was a man last night. Like, this is real. This is a dream. 20 years ago, I was in the basement apartment watching Polish show on TV. I used to watch the real world. You know, kids got AIDS. The chick was over. This is like the third. I don't know. Don't quote me on that. It was 92, 93, 94, 95. There was a kid on TV, Cuban kid that had AIDS. And it was the real world. There was a cute girl on there. And there was guys in the store, Spaz or Red. You go to the grocery store and they threw them off. I don't fucking. I used to watch all of it. With that tape in. I'm so sorry. I hate some of those. Right, because I want to do this so fucking bad. I can taste it. If I could just go on stage, that
Well, yeah, look, I was laughing before because we were talking before the podcast started about Guinness, and we were talking about a movie. I said, "Come here," and I just started laughing because we're literally on the floor of an office building in the back of North Hollywood, and I'm then on top of Joey Diaz in the half guard, where you're in half guard, and I'm on top of you. I'm like, who is that? Like when I was listening to one of those Chris Rogans in my car out here, I'm getting on top of it. And then you just, I had to laugh for a second. And no, I was like, what's happening in my life right now?
This is fucking life. This is what I understand. Jesus Christ. Everything across. You got hiring a hotel down in Hollywood. You got a job somewhere. You fucking play the steel on that fucking place. Yeah, he's making money. I told him just still for 90 days. With 11 big books, and you get all their promoted. He now gets people who call them. Oh, cool. So we don't have to call fucking listen fucking. You can understand some box of tape.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh shit.
Uh-oh.
Oh
Here we
shit.
go. What's up, buddy?
What's happening, my brother? I'm happy you called in. We wanted to switch it up a little bit tonight. Fuck this Danny B called in and fuck things up. What's the latest with Gary?
My brother? Oh, God. Well, I know that he just given 25 years for one bank robbery. Waiting on the other two. It was never before at the beginning. You know, originally we took down one bank, but it turned out he took down a couple of banks. Some lady that owned the restaurant followed her home, business to her head. And it's somebody we know blowing up in North Urban, one of our friends, of all things. Followed her home to, I think, Bridgefield, Coke, and got her at the door. So he's pretty much gone. 3 strikes are out. Well, actually, 6 strikes for him. He's calling off a couple of pitches, but they, you know, I don't know, bro. I don't see him coming out. I think that's it.
No, I think he's not anybody here.
Oh, no. He did it, you know, he went out ugly, man. He went out kicking everybody, and he was drunk-induced, so, you know, everybody was supportive, everybody helped him out, and he kind of went out ugly, you know, like a gangster. And now he's kind of doing time on his own. It's a shame, but he burned all of his bridges, including us here. You know, my mom passed away, so he lived that life fine. Michael, my cousin, everybody, people out west like you. Yeah, so he's kind of sitting there. I'm not saying I'll never speak to him again, but right now he's kind of dealing with what he created, if you will.
Danny, you and I both know that there before the grace of God go on. I could have been a mistake.
Well, he had a lot of help, a lot of people were there for him. You know, it wasn't his first mistake, it wasn't his second mistake. And, you know, drugs, man. I said drugs. He couldn't just be happy smoking a joint or having a drink. He had to go on the powder. You know, and then he became typical Gary, no virgin style, you know, like with 1985. No control. You know, he thought he was smarter than everybody. He was going to outthink the cops and the cameras. Like, this is 1995. This is, everybody's got cameras. Everybody's cool. There's cameras, but he, you know, he knew more than everybody. And like I said, he's going to be swimming a long time.
Can you imagine him what's up caught on camera from across the street? They got cameras the size of a fucking car. Go down.
Yeah, you know what? Thank God I left that lifestyle many years ago. As you did.
I couldn't make a living. There's no way you can live a living as a thief. There's no way.
You don't
There's
think
no
so?
way. You know.
Hey, what's up? Lee? How are you?
What's up, Danny?
Even under the radar. Yesterday I was watching something, and they had closed off Studio City. Yesterday for 4 hours. No way. It's closed off Studio City because 3 guys they got spotted. They got 4 hours, and the one guy had a weapon. So they evacuated the maids, and I'm sitting there going, all my needs, that's what saved me. I always cry about that. I could have been a fucking murderer or an encyclopedia because I dressed the part. That's how I did it. I didn't walk on a neighborhood with a hooded sweatshirt with a fucking Brought the Loose t-shirt on. I walked looking halfway decent. You didn't know what the fuck I was doing. You didn't know what the fuck I was doing. I could have been doing anything.
And Gary did a lot of his stuff all messed up too. He wasn't thinking level-headed. He was up for 2 or 3 days, and he dragged some young kid with him. Actually, the lady who had died, you know, she was sick. It was a girl. She died of complications, and the young kid flipped on Gary and told her about the height. You know, and they got him for the bank up there by White Castles. And then they got him for, I think, 2 more banks and the poor lady there in the restaurant on Connelly Avenue. I forgot her name, but there's somebody that we knew was her mother, you know, and yeah, it's a shame, you know. He's sitting there by himself. You know, since my mom died, everybody's kind of doing their thing, Cole. You know, she kind of kept us a little bit talking, and passed away last September. We've kind of all lost contact, you know. Everybody's raising their kids.
She was the big deal, Danny. What the fuck what to do? She was the girl.
Yeah, she was a thing.
When the mother in the Soprano died, people will tell you, real people know what was going to go down. Tell you the day Olivia died, that was the problem. That's why David chases a genius. Because he bailed something out that was supposed to go one way. But I don't do it. That's the genius of chase. A lot of people, a lot of people who knew what was going to happen, knew that God was going to do. The mother was going to end up with loss of the family. So when she died, it was all over. They had to go a different direction. So they played a little hardball and then they went a direction. That's how they ended the fucking show. That's the upset.
Well, kind of when she died, the storyline was so messed up. I only enjoyed it the first couple of years, 2 or 3 years. Whenever she died, after that, it wasn't the same. You know, it was like they were reaching. She reminded me kind of my mom, you know. Take the knife out of the ham and stick it right here. She had that, you know, tough. My mother was tough, but yet she was scared at the same time, you know. She made good chicken, you know. You remember that chicken? She could cook the fried chicken, Coco. She was good at that.
I must have hated that. It was fucking 40. And in those days, I used to snort and eat whatever there was food. Like, I'd eat those sandwiches at Joe Mary, this bar we grew up in. It was on a corner or whatever, and everything like that. It was nice of ham and cheese sandwiches and insert the thing. Yeah, you pick the right thing and take the sandwich out and put it back down. But for some reason, it was always a fly Joe Mary. I would eat even of those fucking sandwiches. And I get a bag of potato chips with hot sauce on. Combine hot sauce, potato chips, and a mug of Budweiser. Shit.
You know what? I couldn't touch a fuck. I couldn't eat shit. I snorted the line. That was it. I'd look at fucking food and puke like that. From South Park, when it looks at the girl, it's kind of how I am with it. But you know what? That was a long time ago, you know. But yeah, I always do remember the food out there. And we weren't putting it out, but we didn't, you know, get a little something on our stuff.
Late night at 12:15, Colin would close chicken
Chicken Delight.
No, Chicken Delight. Chicken Delight was 2 blocks down. Chicken D was next.
Chicken Delight was on 78. Chicken Delight.
Don't cook that night called Chicken Delight. Go that tremendous spot. Next up in the Wing Fong Chinese restaurant. How many times did I dash out of that motherfucker? But got him.
Chicken joint on 78 was still Wilma worked there. Right on 70, right across the street from my house. I remember when we didn't go to school, he had the keys. We skipped school. We went over there. We grab some scallops, some shrimp, some chicken, and go in the clubhouse. Smoke weed over, burn candles, and, you know, that was our shit. That seemed like yesterday, close up like 40 years ago, for Christ's sakes. 1975, 1976, 77. You know, I just came back from Cape May, man. It was really nice. I told you earlier. Also, we knew him. I played baseball with him. You know, he's good friends with Jimmy Milano, all those guys. So we started looking for a place to eat behind the pizzeria on the boardwalk. And we pop in there. We started talking. Where you from? No, so am I. Turns out he owns a pizzeria. Jimmy Milano was popping in the next day. Cape May is a great place. We went down and do some shark fishing. Shark hunting, I want to call it.
You went to the wrong place. Not in North Carolina.
No.
It's not 15 minutes in North Carolina. You're always
Here's what you do, though. There's people that owe you money. There's people to boogie boards. They have legs, and then the sharks come down. That's how we started getting them. No, really, it's a really nice place down there, but I don't go in the water. I don't really fuck around. No sharks in this house. I did my thing, and that's about it.
they're coming up and pulling in. They pull you to fuck in those sharks. Something.
Taking that Sharknado furious.
Now, when the season starts, my friend, you ready to
Well,
rock?
surely let's look at August 9th preseason.
Fuck yeah. That's it. You don't know who's going to play. Bet on everything. And if they don't bet, you got to talk to me to bet. He does.
Hey, wait, here's take a like coach who's no way to win out the door. Certain teams, of course, they don't want to risk their stars. They already know what they got. But teams that are looking, searching for that backup quarterback, find a team that has a good backup quarterback, because he's going to be playing hard too. But if you have a rookie quarterback, a rookie coach rather, he's hungry. He wants to start off, with a winner. So preseason, stay away from it if you don't know what you're doing, of course. But there's money to be made, but it's tricky. You always got to figure out how you're going to get crazy on it, because anything can happen. It's right around the corner. Baseball also great after this weekend. Time's flying. Kids are old. Little girls 2.5 now. Get up there. Just
I got to ask you something. I really have to call. Because before Lee graduated, ready for this guy to sit down for a second. Lee graduated in high school in 2007. I just realized I had no idea. I had no idea.
You're people and stuff like that, man. You can get in trouble.
I took 500 programs here. I gotta tell you something. I was fucking gone. I went home. I ate fucking Captain Bowie. I ate fucking peaches. I ate every banana. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Make me shit. I can't take
What do you think I did the next day? I was all fucked up. I puked. I puked for 500 milligrams. I ate self-propylene.
I did that. Every time I puke,
You want to be? It's not totally. What's happening out
It was dry, and he put that straight a mix of preparation. It was on the fucking brown.
it was about, I had 25 hours breathing up against my fridge, talking to somebody who wasn't there. I was in the closet.
Oh, no. Listen, I had a little, I just fucked around with those Tootsie Rolls. It wasn't enough for fucking scare me straight, man. I will never do that edible stuff again. Oh my god, sir. Just give me a joint, give me my teeth. I like cutting it up. I like smelling my fingers. I like the presentation of it. I don't like it.
I get $1.75. No, this thing, I give him what I fucking
I was like 2.5. So you could,
Yeah, but we're here on the East Coast. We're not privy to that stuff. We get some smoking good weed here, but you guys are spoiled out there, man. You got that, like you said, Puerto Rico.
No. He went home. I think before I had graduated high school, I was thinking about that day he got up like you and I did. got this car and came. Something that people from our area don't even do. Like, we were growing up, it was me and you. And we stayed away. Everybody else go less for a year. They come back, oh, it's great. You got it, you lose it. And then 3 years later, they come back with some story. Grandmother died, they had to come back and take care of the house. But they get that shit again, they're going back. We're the ones who stayed, Like, I get surprised that towards the end, I did all the creepy shit to get out of there and never come back. It was so painful for me growing up. But that was my mind psychologically. Towards the end, just like I go back there, like high school. And that's when I really met you, 81, 82. Like, I had no dream at all. Like, when I was like another John Barry, I had a dream of being a drug dealer. And being successful. That was it. Well, being a part-time thief, like James Carr, busting at jewelry stores and make 30 grand at partying for 6 months out of that. But wow, that was what I wanted my life to be. I didn't consider fucking movies. I didn't consider legit work. We could all get a job at ABA, making $40,000, $50,000 a year to start. We could all get a job as a fireman or a longshoreman. Those jobs were there. They were right there. It was sure. It was no dreams, Lee. You were way ahead. I had no dreams. My dream was to go to Porky's in April, birds for $2 a piece, and hopefully get trips to suck your dick or something.
Holy shit, that's right. That's old school. You know what? We started hanging out early in 1982, but I didn't know you in the 70s. But yeah, you were included. We all became one crew. You had the Fulton, and you had the Morris Man and Kennedy crew. It seemed like in the 81, 82, they all clicked. Joe and Mary, the Town, Corky, Gregory, whatever.
My world, my real world, people was because I'll tell you something. I turned 30 on Facebook, and I had always heard rumors that they got confirmed because of the yeah, because I had heard rumors in 87 that somebody pulled out a crystal ball and it was the back. And they finally opened the door and shoot. And it broke my heart out. And I feel guilty for not only about going. I can't lie to you. I can't imagine why I don't come to the book. I mean, I have.
You look up to nobody. You know, it's funny. I said the same thing. I was up at Genia Brown with his brother Jason. They have a Super Bowl party every day. You know, that's weird content. They told me he isolated himself. John Lehan, they were pretty good friends for a long time. And Lehan told me that he'll contact him once in a while, but he came back to North Bergen after years and not talking to nobody and had one all-nighter with the guys, and that was it. Then he just basically turned his back. That was just what I heard. I don't know for sure. Because I always liked him. And, and I, what was the good kid? I just brought a seat to Glenn's grandmother and my grandmother were friends. And so I was Glenn for like 16 years ago when I still lived in you. So I have a very long history with him.
Me and him were glued to the hip in 79 and 84. I would die for that kid. He knew it. He fucking knew it. He knew that whatever I had after it was always his, And he was my brother. I stood with him and Bernie, and I was talking to Bernie, driving to the airport in the cops in the morning. So I was going to Sarasota to hang out with Jimmy Hartman. And I still remember them both looking at the phone. They were both did we do? I've always said it. When we looked at the summer, that's it. High school was done. Whatever had happened in summer, it was over. It was manhood. Like the cops were looking for them. They wanted their children back. And here I am on a plane to Sarasota. Who the fuck goes to Sarasota? To watch the ball game?
Technology was down there.
What do you think?
Well, you know what? I just got out of the army for summer of '82. I still that was my favorite summer. We were all young. To me, I had some money I saved in the army. We didn't have to work. It was just a and going down to Seaside, crashing into one room with 15 people. That summer ever was the summer of '82, and then shortly after that, September of '82, I headed out to California. Then I lived out in California three different times, 81 to 83, 88, 87 to 88, 93 to 94. So I lived in California on several occasions, and one day I really hope to get back there. You know, to get some fucking water though. I didn't come out here to get water. But I've been around. You're right. We ate like it. Thought that was funny. We But listen, most of the people, like you said, for their version of escaping is moving to Bergen County. They got away. They really went far. They went 2 miles up the block.
That area, I'm not even making fun of them. That area, it's like people think, oh, when you beat them up for 8,000, they're gonna plan with land down after that. And look what? What are they doing that? You rent the car. They got GPS. And they're like, I'm looking for you. They don't know nothing. If you tell them you escaped to Atlantic City, they'll shoot you.
Look at that. Funny you said that. In '83, James, my cousin, did very well in Greg, of course. He was an old-time jumper. The gangster up in Richfield, New Jersey, whatever. Showed him about 10 logs, and he showed this other kid that I forgot his name. So he owed about 18 grand. And then he came out to California and never left, never went back. And then when I did get back to California, I bumped into Frank Jumper in a fruit stand in fucking West New York. And I'm trying to avoid it. It's a big fuck. And I don't
Big fuck, dog. This dude was juiced up in 1983 under that guy, and more that guy.
Oh, but he was a and he was a connected guy. I didn't realize how connected he was until he got pushed and he tried to get me to fight against the Rothschild and shit. Who fucking prosecuted him? Governor Christie actually was a prosecutor. I was just talking to somebody about that I ran into. But yeah, so James got out to California owning the monsters money. You might just go to Atlantic City, though. Speaking of Atlantic City, man, I'll tell you what, if they get the sports betting in New Jersey, which any day now we're waiting on the wall, we're supposed to be in already. But I'll tell you what, it'll be big. I don't know if it'll cure Atlantic City's problems, but the place is really hurting. But it'll definitely open up some avenues and maybe start the recovery, to Atlantic City. And if it is legal, I'm moving my ass out of Pennsylvania into New Jersey.
Well, it's not good. I know inside information. If I wanted to bomb someplace, that's what I was talking about. So you go ever be a fan. Just ban us and shit from miles around and start from scratch. Start from scratch.
That's why I went down to Key Lane, man. Every summer, twice a summer, every year, we go down to Atlantic City. The Rabbi is one of the nicest places, but this shit was the fucking, but we're down to Key Lane, it's so great. The people are good, they're not crowded, it's very tutorial.
It's short and crowded. I've seen the pictures. It's fucking amazing. How many people at the other beach? I confused with the other beach. If somebody was 4 people in there was a beautiful young lady of that. I was 4 people somebody. I grew up in like 10 feet away from the car. That's the first thing you saw. People thousands going to the beach. Now you have people right on top of you and see something. Other top of and you said, so
you don't go there. You gotta go down to where you are. Then go where the kids 40. Let me tell you, we went from Key Lane to go to the boardwalk, which is only like 7-8 miles to Wildwood. I haven't been to Wildwood for fucking years.
30 years, it's beautiful.
Dude, you kidding me? It's a huge boardwalk. It's literally 3 amusement parks on the boardwalk. It's like 4 miles long. You go from like you're in a different world, 6 miles up the beach. You got the store smoking cigarettes on your head. We got a 2-for-1 special. Bring it in. But one of the fucking, I want to white trash bar. You're kidding me? Your white trash is fucking the wildest these days. But yeah, we go to where people can't afford it. I'm not
freshman to sophomore summer. Again, freshman to sophomore summer. It was this time around 35 years ago with the kids that me, my son, John Bender, went in a summer house in Seaside Park, New Jersey. 2 weeks after we broke our parents. 2 weeks. Because I hit the number in February for 2,500. Mom took 5 off the top. 500. I had 2,000 in the bank account. My mom goes, don't touch it. I fucking took that money. I started buying coin pounds and Joe Rayo. And I started. He became a cop. He's on Facebook every day. He hates it. The niggas. Nobody hates fucking more racist than Joe Ray. He's still my brother. I am not. I love Joe Ray.
Because I'm going to fucking have like baseball card collection. Let me tell you something. When I was a kid, that fucking that name hangs up so big time.
But there's 2 brothers are murderers. The one brother was a cop that got thrown off, and the other brother stuck the flagpole up the gay guy's ass. That's right. That's the other guy. They stuck the fucking hand up his asshole. This the gay guy.
That's right. That's what they were saying.
It used to make the damage. So one brother went to jail. That brother robbed my house. I had a buddy down to the apartment. Somebody had cracked the season. So whenever you live, it's like explosive burn. It's like those candles that don't turn on. Every time you look. Every time you look at
Oh, God.
Joey Rails was stolen, and that's how everybody knew that he had robbed me. Because he was selling nickel bags of
It's the breed. Fucking Joey Rayo from California. I'm in California. I got this baseball card collection. It's a fucking interesting story. I come back from California, busted out. I know the baseball cards in the late 80s were at an all-time high. So I think I'm going to sell these cards. I had every card from 1970 to 1979. I'm done. So I'm going to make the score. I'm thinking it worth 30, 40, 50 grand. I come back and Gary tells me, oh, man, it fucked up. Turns out he got 4 doing something one night. Joey Rayo knows about my baseball card collection. Tells him, I'll let you go. You can baseball card collection. So 5 years later, I'm hanging out with Scott Devin. And the home always so they just the thing that she was like I give it. I know it's great that my baseball card said that that's funny. So Devin tells me, no, I really got him, but he got that we're hooking up with Joey Rayo's stripes. They got the win. So sure enough, there was my baseball card. Like 7 years later, 5 years later, I just took out all the Pete Roses, all the sanctions and shit. I still got those cards to this day, minus the big name players. But yeah, man, there's nothing fucked up people in that town. Joey Rayo was
his house was the first time I had dark rye. I almost lost my mind. But the only reason dark rye was mustard was the best thing I did. That's dark rye for like Joe Ray. I went to his house. His father made me a ham and cheese sandwich on dark rye. I almost lost my mind. Fucking dark rye.
Anything about Sabatino at all?
He's living somewhere. He's missing somewhere. The guy that was my brother. My brother.
Yeah,
My brother.
he got banged up, man. He got banged up on that shit. Couldn't. Same shit. Like 1985. That's the same shit. Left his wife, his kids.
It was 2 years ago. 2 years ago. Me and on a couch. He was still working for UPS. He got 6 kids. He was still writing baseball. One day he went on my, hey, listen, man, you gotta remember one thing. Again, I always tell Lee, I love that. I grew up with Anthony. I grew up on Terrace. He grew up on Charles Ford. Right next to Charles Ford. I love him. He lived next to the Iceman. The guy who was the Iceman's cousin.
I told the Tron game.
The Brown game. Which John, the one brother, changed his name. I found, I didn't want him to lose his privacy. We have contact me, put him on the podcast. And I said, Lee, he went that kid went why am I going to bother and put him on the podcast? But Sabatino was my brother. I went out to Marcus to get the sandwiches. She was the best lady and McKinley.
Good lady. Yes, good lady. Good family.
People, who the fuck I am? Who I am? Sabatino. They was in my head every fucking. It's the funniest thing I've ever.
The last time I saw him was the summer of 2012. hours. I got my place up in New York. He called me up. He had to buy me a couple of hours. I hooked him up for like 200 or 300 bucks. He looked at me. I asked him, hey, listen, you want to crash here for a little bit? He's like, nah, I got to get home. It's my kid's birthday. And that's the last I saw of him. I think it was June or July of 2012. I ran into him in New York. I was up there for about 2 years. At that place up in Weehawken. And I bumped into me and then I started going out here and there with those two, and I started like, what the fuck am I doing? I got 2 kids, and these guys are a train wreck. It was fun. I had some laughs, but I was like, oh, I can see how
No, you can't do it.
No, I can see how you could fall back into that. That fucking it's cursed. It's a fucking curse. It really is.
That person that I would shoot my hand. I can't even figure out that. I can't even get up.
You start shooting it, but you want to go coke, right?
No. I don't even I just told you, like, no, this is one next door. It's never growing up, I don't show off the fucking neighborhood. You know,
you're playing in the clubs all the time.
But, you know, I grew up New York City, that was New York City. You have the extreme fortune, very fortunate. And new people coming some money. And I know that these little spots, I don't know where they are now. What the fuck knows?
You know what? I was a notorious party by myself. I do like the weird shit, like the guy believing his city and turn on and I refuse to leave. I mean, I just live here like the sports about it. No, I'm a piece tomorrow. Get your dad home. I fucking find a little hole in the wall, party by myself, hanging out with homeless people. All types of fucking weird shit. Now I'm drinking home. When I drink fucking home with my wife. We have a couple of drinks, and then keep it fun, we keep it safe.
No homeless people anymore?
No, operating the homeless. I just, shake the cat a little bit. We're almost married 15 years now. We're ready to go up next week to celebrate a couple of days together. We're going to do some zip lining up here. Naked zip lining. We're going to try it out. Naked zip lining. You laugh.
We're going to enjoy it.
We're going to do naked zip lining. My wife's pretty stacked, too. I'm just going to do it. We're going to keep our clothes on. It was like that shock story that never happened. But sometimes I do want to put people on boogie boards and just float it out there and cut them just to see what happens. Like, get out of the pipe and water, morons. You fucking water like it's the SDF water. Stay out of the water. Don't go in the fucking shop water. People are stupid sometimes.
I love you. We got
Yeah, you're a boogie board. Don't go on the boogie board. It's always a pleasure. But I know you're up this way in September. I'm going to stop flying to you in September. I will have a good time.
I love you. Thank you for
You
bring me back to fucking 20. People listen to us talking like, what the fuck language is that? What the fuck language is that? These guys are talking sound the same. Don't tell me this lady's not going to get me diarrhea. I love you. I gotta go, Daddy. You say what?
Yeah.
Who knocked on the door? Who did this?
Your Mexican lady for barbecue. And the owner came over. She told us that she worked in our space for the past 2 weeks. She said, "Oh, can we talk about this was speaking of being kicked out?"
What?
You knew I was nervous on Monday, and he called me like every 15 minutes saying the cops were coming. To the door.
Because I know you.
And you're very good. You're like, go into the phone. It's a phone call to me or call up if you're really serious about it. Every 15 minutes.
Over 1,000 logos. Next time, stars. That's a great thing. The mail. Yeah. Letter. All the time. we start you have a sense of great folks and show some fucking pictures of us. Beautiful brief studio here with the music podcast going and put these up. He did a beautiful job of really 400 pounds, no picture Brady. Like that out. Looking legal. You got a part-time job at the main thing. Impressed me. Main famous. That's the fucking inventor right there. Shit. What do you think you're dealing with? Anyways, shout out to the main cocaine Collins, Mr. Gonzo, Casey Jones, Greg, I live hours. I got an email about you. Make it happen. I'll win. Philip Reyes. That's a good guy. This weekend. Oh, yeah, man, I can't wait. I'm going to be in Chicago in 2 weeks. That's what you need to know. When the ice now, it'll be a light. Take it easy. Got a different. No, it's, I have no imagination.
I was going to ask you about that. So, you, like you said, when you graduated, all you did, like drugs here, whatever, like whatever you just told Dan. When I was at no, from the time I can remember, I was always thinking, I want to go to college, do this or do that, or this. I was really worried about the college applications and all that. If you were going to talk to 17-year-old you, it is like on your mind, but nothing of that at all. You're just thinking about the present.
Well, this is a situation of little.
To put it lightly, your mother died.
Little winded. High school, we dropped it out. I just didn't feel like something. And I was you know, being a I saw my face. I was so I knew that it wasn't like Mason, but I couldn't get a book for Mason in Jersey. I had to get on labor. Hopefully, they put on the Mason guys and work a certain amount of days. And then I labor for the Masons. So that was when I went to Colorado. I got a Mason. That's where I was talking about the 4th of July. I remember that was my first 4th of July away from Jersey. Ever. And here I was working too much time. Like $15 an hour, time and a half or something. And then I was going to a barbecue. A guy from New Zealand's house. So I got there. 15 people there. Here's this kid. You know, like in the back of my mind, I'm like, if Halloween, I robbed the fucking Jewish less than a year ago. These people would never say nothing. I tried to be, I didn't know who I was trying to be. Talk about movies, I didn't talk about food. I didn't talk about any of my personal life. Nothing. They would ask questions about Oregon. They would say, oh, where what's the county? But no, if I was 17, and what's the other thing that if you have to go through journey for 4 years, you know, more of it, college education, that would only stuck with me for a while. But we really needed college education. The only reason I was going to college was witches.
Right.
I started taking night courses. I really enjoyed it. I missed that today. I would love to get a second chance at going to college. I still wouldn't go to college as a rookie.
What does that mean?
I still wouldn't go to college again. I know that for my child, for you as a young man, I tell you, the way to make it in college today is to get involved. You have to get involved. You have to be part of the group. You have to mingle. You have to see other things. To sign up for those workshops they give you. That's where you get the most out of knowledge. But on the other side of me, I know at least I actually go to film for 20 hours a week. I live very comfortably. So for me, I know that I'm gonna go sit and listen to some black guy play the piano with a little hat on and shit, and I gotta make believe I'm entertained. I already heard and seen this shit.
Well, it doesn't. I mean,
or whatever the fuck it is.
But aspirations doesn't have to mean college. Like it could have been in high school. You wanted to be to go.
Listen, I didn't go to college, but I didn't know if I wanted to be back then. I didn't go to fucking college. I had to try.
Okay.
With all the opportunities available to you, how's the picking up when you go to college? There's some work, there's shit that you can do to get into some college and get some type of fucking degree. There's a college somewhere that will take in my life. So you pay a fucking tuition. You get a degree in fucking philosophy from Barry. Can I? Yeah, it's the same fucking degree you're gonna get from somewhere else. And when you go to that interview, it doesn't matter what you call yourself. It doesn't matter what system. You know the other day, you see a girl with that business shirt. I almost said something. I go, what the fuck? Why would you do me, right?
And that's really all it is. That's
the name like you attended. That's it. And then they'll make all the reference. He attended here. Did he really get beat? Was he told the fucking stuff? That's a fucking something. Whatever the fuck it is. That's it. What the fuck? Yeah, you're going tonight.
Tonight I'm doing nothing because of this.
Just yeah, start things.
Oh yeah, maybe I'll do that. I already went to the gym today.
So you
Now,
yes, yeah. It's drive over here. But I'm gonna write down. It's weird. Right before I look at it, shoot, like fuck. I didn't do that. It's on that list. With my right hand.
it's crazy. It doesn't make it makes you feel good when you.
If you're gonna work for yourself and you're gonna be independent in traffic, you have to have some type of skill in your life. And can't have that was in the house, writing a fucking book, and I said, right comment, I went outside. I smoked a number, and I said, listen, 2 different rooms. We fucking vegetate too much. So what is that? An hour and a half? How many hours? 7 times 20 fucking 4. Then you divide that by fucking 8 times. So you need 56.
160, yeah.
So 160, right? You get 56 hours of sleep. You got 100 hours. You ain't got an hour and a half to go to jiu-jitsu. You got 5 hours to go to fucking college. When you break it down like that, you're embarrassed.
Yeah.
What you really do with your fucking life. When you put into a times table, so whatever 7 times 20 hours, how many hours a night you sleep? 8. 7 times 8 is what? 56. So if there's 160, you minus 56, you still have 100 hours. That means you have 100 hours to play all week. You don't go to the gym, you don't take a class, you don't do something constructive. 3 to 4 hours a week, there's something wrong with it. Right? You really gotta look at it. Like, how will they run? Who cares? Just who's the fuck? You go for a miserable life. I mean, that's what I have. That's why I go to just an hour down and 45 minutes back, cutting people off and shit. At least it takes my mind away from the joke. You know, I beat myself up just like anybody else. You know, you try to keep your mind occupied, especially when you're an independent contractor. At least you have it up before you do something before you're moving to somewhere else. You have 5 hours on a computer, and you pull it up. But for the most part,
Do you ever tell someone to like check you or whatever? I'm working on that. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm working on it, and I told Paul that she has to like check and see you like every week. Do you ever do that, or are you just all self-policed? Something that needs to know wisdom.
There's music to say. Everybody thinks that they're smart enough to control them. Have to use, we all do that. But one day you realize your friends are and these friends care about you. And they know you sent to them. And they also trying to they see like that's what your friends do. As crazy as I am, I'm friends with John Butt. Because they don't think it's John Butt. I didn't know what to do. I love John Butt. What a good guy. And,
Look at friends around you helping.
I can't do that with a problem. Discussion. I told you that my numbers one my parameters are supposed to breathe.
Yeah.
Are you commenting?
No.
But you know, different kind of and you know, smart.
Yeah, you need different points of view.
I got it my wife. I was spot. I should see the green thing. I should see the white thing. I think my idea is better. So I take it to the most intelligent people I know. And then I'll call a friend from Jersey who I trust his judgment. I'll call them that. So now I have 3 judgments, 5 judgments. Out of those 4 judgments, something's going to be right. You follow me?
Yeah.
Because I had the same formula for fucking years in my life. I've always asked people I trust his judgment. They'll say to me, you know what? I like you. You're going to die. Drugs, someone's going to shoot you. They're going to catch you robbing their drugs. Friends like that, are honest. I was watching the James Brown movie.
Okay.
Did you watch that?
Yeah.
And he goes to the guy's office like, that's a big fat Jew.
Yeah.
He goes, yeah, but he doesn't sell. He takes his shoes up. He gets up and starts dancing. He goes, what the hell are you doing? He goes, I don't do right. He goes, that's right. That's not my father's business. I know the business side of it. It's like, I get the shit on it, and I'll take care of the business side. You're fine. So I don't know everything about everything. So I have to ask questions. But I don't have to ask the agent. It's stupid, you know? They're not going to give you the real advice. They're going to give you advice from the monetary sense. How much are we going to make on this?
Right.
So I got to have 2 people who cares, and that's how I make my decision. I said, I'll call Ricky, I'll call Ari. You know, you make a joint public decision. Somebody's going to come up with it. And we'll help out. Most of the questions come. Let's wrap it up here. Let's give a shout out to the sponsors. We got to go this weekend. And they went, well,
You're going to San Francisco.
okay. Well, you want to
Was actually thinking about leaving at like 6, to be honest, with the other around lunchtime. Because if we don't leave at 6, we have to leave at like 11. Because otherwise, we'll get stuck in the morning truck.
Can't get stuck in it. But not north. That's too bad.
Yeah, it's not that bad. And then we like to eat, so we looked at a couple of places to go eat. Then we go to that Haight Ashbury part of town. Then go get some chowder.
Mm-hmm.
Cheers.
Regulations, but you come along and show you know. Like what he's like. That is something big and Frisco, like obviously on the trash. Take this next level.
Well, it's really good too. I mean, you just went on Rogan yesterday, and just what we were talking about earlier, like, what do you think that happened? One of those first Rogan ones you were on either the couch or they were saying just in these kind of chairs. I mean, how cool was that for you to play? You're sitting in front of like 1,000 or so podcasts of you guys that are just your own podcast of the hundreds of other ones you've done. And it's just as much of a part of you as being a comedian. Forward, maybe it's right.
Like I told you before, when I was finally, I was thinking about podcasting, being on the Johnny Carson show. Late night with Blaine, Dave Letterman. I said I had no, heard nothing. I knew nothing about this problem. You know, this was, I used to fucking giggle a little bit when he first did this. I'm not going nowhere. I'm not going over that. I was clean sober then. I'm like, I'm not going over that. I'm not going over there. And
LOL. Oh, I like that.
underwear, t-shirts, cut off sweats, that's some cool ass shit, man. Go, let me honest. Take a look. You know I'm not messing with you. Cut off sweat. Anything else to say about me?
Like that's something you're right, dude. Especially if you're jujitsu, if you don't have like your right underwear, you're gonna have to readjust.
Anything. If you don't do anything, you got to readjust. If you're on a bike, I think too. You try to warm up with your pedaling, with nothing always pops out of your left side or your right side. Fuck that. MeUndies.com right now. And press it. I get 20% off in Canada and the United States.
I know like a girl don't like when you scratch. Like we were out that night the weekend. I was doing it like on an event. And all looked at me like I was crazy.
Yeah, women don't like nobody likes women would never scratch it up with a that. You gotta give it credit. Whether on the end, nobody have it, you only control it, but I gotta get up and with a fucking bell. Sometimes you get something by mistake about that and just sit there and sometimes I'm uncircumcised and trying to get caught. Sometimes I gotta sit there up there and have a conversation with somebody. I think I feel. But anyway, where did they get right beside the gentleman? This is getting home. It's halfway like a little sustenance. I think it's caught. It feels Rothschild.com right now. Press it. Get a great selection of underwear for men, women, sexy women stuff. I'm telling you, this is the vulnerability. I wouldn't go no. How good we got these were. They weren't that good. What are they pressing? And probably 20% off. And free delivery. I'm figuring that's what I meant to say. A little cotton mouth. So I got to forget. On it. Tremendous. You know why I eat these edibles? Because I pump this alpha brain. I take a lot of fucking style. You understand me? I go on alpha brain cycles. My joy was alpha brain. You told about last week. Okay, if it's some sleep, first level to drop it with alpha GPC and AC-11. Don't ask them what it is. Call us on the computer. You'll see when this stuff is not in this. They give you 100%. They can't guarantee. You don't even have to feel it back. That's how strong fucking on it is, okay? It's going to put out the brain. This is like a full drag race. It's their problem. This is nothing that we did well. Start with it. I need out the brain. If not, get the heck protein. I love that stuff. There's banana in there. Ice cube, some peanut butter. Nice chocolate taste with protein on the market. Number 3, the chronic, what is it? The mushroom. Oh, yes, you take me on thanks for it. Tremendous pre-workout type stuff. I'm telling you, just look at your face. MeUndies.com. They'll give you a description. Robbie's doing a great job. Put MeUndies.com right now. They're really a great selection of supplements. They got fat oils. They got kettlebell. They can't even be there. They help you with supplements. Whether it's the MCT oil or the testosterone movement. Listen, go to MeUndies.com right now. That's it. Yeah. 10% off the first order. You also have to stay on a program. You know, start to change your life today. Start on it right now.
What side?
You're like, but Joey, what type of snacks you got? You got any little stars that I can't fucking help you? Delicious.
What up, Luke? How you doing, baby? This was amazing. It was like I just looked over over here and Oop was there. How the fuck are you doing, Oop? You. What up, Terry with the BBC? Yo, you're with the fucking British Broadcasting Corporation? Are they blown? God. How you doing, dude? PR Quilly. W. Content. Gangster. Look at this body, kids. Look at this body. Fucking unreal. Look at these muscles. That's fucking amazing. I love you guys too. Hey, with the BBC, how you doing? Hey, how did you guys hear about me? Please tell me. I do want to know. How did you find out about me? I love you too. I love you. You want to see someone's body? Look at this. Look at this body. Come on. Dad, body. Oh, yeah. What's all it's going to get into? How'd you find out about it? Was it him? Oh, yeah, muscle, baby. Did you find out about me from Ken? What's good, mate? Well, I see my like 24 It's the biggest event in global history. You guys know about Kick? I dominate Kick. Check it out. Go to anybody's profile and just look at their
You guys know.
and you'll see all of my clips of people with my linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. What's your product? Yeah, you were just in his chest. He reached no. Okay, I'm coming, baby.
Fresh ingredients and step-by-step recipes. You can just complete hormone. They deliver it right to your home, allowing you to create handcraft meals.
Oh, you're here! Oh, that's fucking tight as fuck.
These are products for fresh. I'm not busting your balls. Deliver and they deliver every year. They deliver for fish.
I'm here, baby. I'm right here. I am here.
Everything is good.
You're live on like 8 different YouTube streams right now and 33 different platforms. Biggest event in global history. Yeah, I know everybody, baby. I love everyone. Oh yeah, I'm coming.
Each meal is 5% of it. The 2 meals I had, you showed tremendous stuff. Steak, whatever it was, hot dog, tremendous. This is what they got this weekend, right?
Oh, I'm coming.
Steak, Romano,
Come in
beef,
Discord.
risotto. Are you fucking kidding
Let
me?
me in there, beef.
Stir fried.
Oh shit, we
Who's
Discord.
ever fucking done something like this? You know, who was
You know what?
take it from me, right? From here, bro. We're gonna
Discord is your link.
like no, BlueApron.com/Joe. That's right.
Your Discord link is broken.
Joe. Mike treats. Really, the first 2 meals are on me. When you go to BlueApron.com/Joe, you're right. .com/Joe. So there you have it.
Correct.
MeUndies.com. Nature Box and Blue Apron. Hook me up. Drink some fucking some. So,
I'm mentally here, baby.
Right or wrong.
DNG Hideout.
You might as well get a nature box. That's it. I'm going to Atlanta concept. I love you guys with all my heart. Thank you for another fun week here. At least I have always trying to make your hour more enjoyable. Man, that's all we're trying to do. Always.
Hey, Rabbi's in your Discord.
Hey, you're the
Rabbi's in your Discord. Rabbi's in your Discord.
Fucking better than I probably.
I'll let you know.
Now, oops. You know I love you. Have a good weekend. I'll see you Monday afternoon. Monday night. Yes, next week. Episode 300. 300 episodes. We are good episode. Thank you for taking the fucking
Right
crazy
guys in the
ride.
Discord.
See you next time.
Yo, drag me into where I need to be. Hell yeah. Is that my boy? Hell yeah. How you living, pimp?
It's good, bro. Like, shit, I'll see you around, bro.
Hell yeah, dude. I'm gonna make you great. When your dreams come true. I'm Rabbi. I stream my life 24/7. I don't get bored anymore. I've been doing this now 24/7, 365 years. That's more content than anybody has on the internet. This is actually a recap for the day. You're
No, I'm a Rabbi game.
Oh hell yeah! Oh hell yeah! You're like a
God.
you have to, baby. Absolutely. In fact, I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna get you in on the instant. All right, so I'm gonna show you how my box works. You ready for this? Now, this is all right. So I got 4 different devices going, given time with the laptop, and what this bot does is it spams 13 different times when people chat. It follows them, and most funniest of it is to create a clip. So if you check any of your clips, the recent ones. I mean, the FIDSH. I'd probably already talked and then just I can't do on my computer. And what I can do is my button. I don't know why. I should have FIDSH. What? Oh, I see. Fresh is fresh is tired. Yeah, I'm good. No. I get a few. I get a few spams in on here. Everybody, yeah, but that's okay. Check this out. We come over here and we look at Precious Tired's clips. You're gonna see if we sort by the beat. You see, Linktree.com, Rabbi.com. You look at the last 7 days. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. This one has 15 views on there. Like, go look at yours. I don't know because this thing just gets anybody. It doesn't discriminate. It just like we have basically so here's how it works. It goes to the front page and it goes to anyone who just chatted. And what it's going to do, the next person up, I may have already, yeah, I don't think, her name is Natalie, Nikki, sorry. She's a KCFD streamer. I do shout outs to all these, but she hasn't banned me. So here's what it's going to do. It's very, very smart. It recognizes what this picture is on the follow button, which it recognizes it like from the shape of it. Meaning you could put this follow button anywhere on the screen, and this pointer is going to find it in just a moment. Yeah. So that's what. Exactly. That's why this thing is so fucking big. I mean, it can take over the world. when it has the I downloaded software and programmed the bot.
So you basically made it.
Now, if you're like, well, is it gonna go? I don't see it. But, it will. It just has to run through a couple of tests to make sure. You know what I mean? Tests. Make sure that it has the right screen. So, what occasionally the people at Facebook will ban my account or ban my ID. So it goes through and does a Cloudflare check to make sure that my IP is human. And so very, very smooth. And well, I don't know about that, but here we see it on all of these. We just bought with it, and it's
Type in the word.
oh yeah, definitely.
That is great. That's
Right. And it is. It's
like does it automatically.
exactly. I have to hit 4 buttons. I mean,
Wow.
I have to hit 1 button for that. I have to. Oh. Mhm. Well, no, yeah, but this one, I'll show you. Right. 3 of them here. iPhone. I shouldn't say 32 bucks. Because I have a bunch of them. So I'm trying to tablet here. Phone. I on YouTube. Also have I love YouTube over here in the corner.
So covers.
They're just like dust covers. Oh, these covers. These covers were donated to me from the cryptocurrency project of Harry Potter Obama Sonic Coin Meaning, which is a meme coin very popular on Twitter. Yeah, I've been in their Telegram 24/7 for more than a year. So I've been live 24/7 on YouTube, but I've been live in their Telegram where anybody in the Telegram can come and talk to me. All right, so let's talk about some of the cool shit we talk about on the street, aside from my robots and such. Here's what we do. We talk about anti-habits, building disclosure, mind-blowing technology. Let's get into that first. So your entire life, basically, people have made you aware that there are two things that are inevitable in this world: death and taxes. Let's start with the first one. If you want to escape death with modern technology, known as manipulative technology, you essentially scan your brain to the computer, load it down into a cyborg, a cybernetic being, and form of yourself, an avatar, a robot, even perhaps a material being. And you're able to live your life in control and mortality. It's a wild thought, but within the next generation, science is going to be publicizing these type of technological events. What are your thoughts on that? Do you want to live forever? Yeah, great question. So basically, what defines your soul, basically, that's part of your body that isn't physical, your nervous system, essentially, whatever is sitting to the firing in there, we're going to scan all of that in from the tip of your toes all the way through your spinal cord, through your brain. All of the data that's captured in there will be transferable into exactly. It's like back in the day, you want to go?
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's first credit is due. If you ever saw that show hit where it was where he What about pissing on the chick? It's absolutely hilarious.
Yeah.
He does two of them.
Literally, bro. Like, I feel like it was funny that
Oh,
you
geez.
that's crazy.
So what do I think? What do I think of the art club? Look, I'm not cool with anybody doing anything with anyone underage. So, you know, I think I'm not cool with underage. Well,
No
that,
way.
that's why in the skit, Dave Chappelle says, "Look, I wouldn't even believe this if she was holding up her ID. Her grandmother was there, taking pictures with her polo, and there are all kinds of things to prove it beyond the shadow of a doubt." But as I understand, those girls were like underage, so I'm not cool with any of that. However, let's assume that they were of age at this point. Piss on them all you want. If that's your case, if it's cool with consenting adults, go for it. Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm sure there are thousands of bitches.
Think about this shit all the time.
Absolutely.
Like, think about it all.
But some bitches like, look, it puts me over the top. They open up their mouth and let it in. I'll do whatever it takes to take you to that higher level. Really, there's nothing wrong with it. You know what? Honestly, he is sterile, so it's not like anything bad with it. As long as it doesn't cause that bacterial infection, he's sterile. I mean, it's like medical quality. So go ahead, piss on anybody you want with that shit. You can drink that stuff. Listen. So let me ask you, you KPIT? What is CP? Oh, fuck, no. Look, are you KPIT? I already know you're cool. You don't have shit like that. Nobody wants that. Are you Kick Creator Incentive Program? Oh, yeah, you big time, man. Good for you, man. Congratulations. I'm going to do a shout out to you today. I don't know if you know. So I do shout outs on Instagram. I got banned. I got so many bots. So, no, so I stream on YouTube, Twitter, all the others. So basically, I sacrifice one platform. It's a really interesting strategy. Sacrifice one platform and use it as your punching bag to promote on all of the others. And like, you would know who I am. None of the people would know who I am, but for the fact that I spam the shit into the platform. And everybody knows it.
I literally know who.
Everybody knows who I am. 1 month. So I heard one of the major mods at one of them employed by it was asked about me last week and asked what the strategy was to do that, which is kind of I know ways to make it, but here's the thing: whatever the internet is going to get around it. The key point already happened. I already became a meme. I already became something on their platform about everyone knows. So whenever I show up, it'll be, oh, we already know this person. I don't have to do all that work again. Exactly. I don't think celebrity. I do it for roasties. I don't have people who have warning warrant, and I'm sure that we can do that. But you don't have the right to put your hands on me. I don't have the right to put your hands on me. My hands on you. And let's do this globally. This is what we have to perhaps be able to rid of war in a modern sense. But we have to do it. So before we end all war, there are other things I want to address. World hunger. How are we going to make world hunger, right? Vertical farming, cloud technology. Those are just three of dozens of ideas we have to work on. How about thirst? Right? Digging of wells, desalination, water from the ocean, and turn it into potable water for agriculture. Absolutely. I'll never believe that we have a water crisis when we have the world's. We just have that away. So we desalinize the water so that it's drinkable. Those are the two ideas, big idea. And so when people start to find out about this, like, whoa, hold on a second. You think I can always check you out whenever I want, like basically any other show on Netflix or anything. It always ends. It always ends. Mine never ends. You will end before I end. So go to bed, take care of your kids. How do I take a shit? Oh, yeah, they're just going. They're scrambling. Oh, word. Oh, here it is. I can see. Wow, this is crazy. Hold on. Keep it right there. This is wild shit. It's a thing on a thing. So, literally, watching. Exactly. It's like a flip view of me. Wow, how meta is this? This is a new one. Yeah. So, apologize for that, but that is an organic robot interaction. Oh, absolutely. But, essentially, what is special about this is anyone who puts the content, it always ends. This one doesn't. We have so much content. It's not just on one stream. It's on 6 different streams, redundant streams, in case anyone didn't catch the footage of one or the other. I've seen as far north as south, or south of San Monica, Beverly Hills, Disneyland, basically everywhere, all over Southern California. That's all on Instagram. And then we have videos, 24/7 content on YouTube, but also I'm live on 33 other platforms. I talk about what people haven't heard. Like, well, even some of them just shut down. That's someone who's a stream. That one just shut down, but I'm on 2 billion consumers in China. Africa, TV, that should be South Korea. Why? Yeah, that's not being Africa. It's in South Korea. I would think Africa TV would be, but Africa is like on YouTube, like most, Western civilization. But it's Africa, AFRECA.TV. It's South Korea. In fact, I get people when you put South Korea, how the hell do you know about Africa? That's it's like South Korea on YouTube, but unless you're in South Korea, you don't know that. So what I did, I've been using ChatGPT the first day of this launch of ever for 2020. So I would just say name 15 different platforms that allow for and keys, no keys that you need to be able to manage. 50 of them, one of them, and then essentially have one computer that goes to 33 different platforms. Once that goes on, it start up another, So every single one of these devices isn't just streaming on YouTube. Local streaming. So let's say YouTube doesn't like what I said. We have backups on Twitter. We have backups on LinkedIn. So that's really cool. But other things that I like to talk about are really whole mind and whole body happiness. Like I would say, basically, mindfulness is very important to people, and we don't discuss these things. So when we're talking about peace in the world, that's very important. It's important to have peace in your soul, absolutely. But other things, like when it comes to real issues, decriminalization of drugs. So I'm an advocate for the decriminalization of drugs. I'm an advocate for the promotion of psychedelics. Yes, sir. Well, I'm a professional. I've launched apps, technology projects. So I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I had 6-figure contract in the Fortune 500 company. Yeah. No, I wish I would. And perhaps I may be the richest person. Why do I say that? Content, according to Bill Gates in the 1990s, is king. He coined the phrase. And the Economist magazine has put in stated that data is Earth's number one resource, more valuable than overtook petroleum. So that means it's more valuable than gold, food, and water than air. Data has become the most important thing on Earth. And I have no data than other person on Earth. Now, it's like, Rabbi, why don't we know about you? Why didn't we know about you with this kick thing? Like, why didn't we know about you just from YouTube? Great question that I just asked myself. But it's a question that would arise. What's the deal? I have some YouTube accounts with tens of thousands of followers. They get that. Wow. They get that. When you do 24/7 streams, you get a lot of copyright strikes just accidentally. Why? Because the radio was on and it played a copyrighted song. Or because you're watching a podcast, you was copyrighted. So here's what I do. Every 6 months or so, I get all my YouTube watch them, but I create new ones. So every 6 months, basically, I have little time snippets so that if ever at any time any one of my YouTube accounts gets banned for some reason, it doesn't ban all 3 years of them in my ban in 6 months. It's that big. And consider I have over 100 YouTube not visible. And also on Instagram. So on Instagram, I create a robot that automatically uploads my life before stuff on Instagram. So how does that work? Basically, it's an automatic button on your phone that knows exactly the right time to click on the phone to Instagram, start up a video, have it last an hour, end the video, upload it, and start a new video. So it's doing that now for the last years ago. So not only do I avoid YouTube content archive, the next person that I have on Instagram can archive the same person. It's a huge deal. And especially with AI, when it comes to being able to parse through all of this, nobody wants to watch me right now before sleep, 8 hours a day. But in the future, universities, those that sleep studies and sleep doctors are going to watch that national information. They have 3 years of basic your sleep, a couple of things, obviously, but to be able to study the result, what happened with cardiologists and my heart rate, and say what happened with psychologists and my behavior, my emotions, dietitians, my nutritional intake. Wow. Have you seen the movie The Truman Show? There's a movie in the 1970s called The Truman Show.
Yeah, it sounds like that thing. It was like, it sounded like he was this show. He was in the show all the time.
He was. It's and I would recommend this project. It's basically he was born on camera and doesn't know that the whole world watched, and he becomes the biggest star in world history as well. And his whole life is observed by the outside world. It's similar. The major difference is the world has my consent to be able to stare into whatever I want, or whatever they want. Whatever gets special is what I want. I appreciate the opportunity here. But I want you to know that this isn't the last time we can speak. I really mean that you are going to be a great person. I hope this is the place to help me. Absolutely. I'm going to be the world's first trillion. World's first trillion. Be a spokesperson for everything, particularly college. My price will start at $1 billion a month. Look, the amount of computers that I have just put on Microsoft and $1 billion for more data on you want me to speak positively of Windows or negatively? We have 3 years of content. Your choice. Basically, people are going to want to connect themselves to this. Everyone is basically going to be able to connect with me. And any company that wants to connect me, I'll be able to start up with somebody else. Just like my kid right now. If kids for one reason said I couldn't use their platform anymore, people don't know about it. I've already made my special strategy. I'm glad that I could be here. Shout out to your audience. Hey, shout out to everybody. This is wonderful. Thank you guys. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. That was amazing. So what's on your screen? I'm gonna do the shout out right now. Hey, so if you're watching this right now, shout out to Carrie with the BBC. I love you, bro. Oh, what did you say, sir? That's the name. PR been that's it. Hey, Carrie, I love you. I want you to know, Carrie, if you could let him know. I'm gonna do a shout out to him right now on Instagram. If you see right here, I have my Instagram, and everybody gets a shout out on Kick. So all these people have names, and let him know I'm going to do one for him right now. I'm going to tag him in it, so he'll have it in the next like 45 minutes or so. You're like 45 minutes. I thought you were going to make it right now. I am, but it takes a little bit of time. I add lyrics to all of them, or I add captions. So like you see how it has the captions underneath it. So it takes me a little bit of time to do all that, but nevertheless, he's going to get it really soon. Now, he's a wonderful person, and it's a pleasure to be there. And he handles himself with amazing professionalism. If I were getting all of these fucking bots, I would be like, get the fuck out of here. I don't want to have anything to do with you. Shoot the fuck up. But he's kind. Wonderful. All right, so I'm going to do a shout out to him right now. What's up, baby? It's everybody's favorite character, Rabbi Rothschild. Boy, did we just have a wonderful conversation. This was amazing. We're going to come over here with our friend and confidant. PR Greenstone. This person is interviewing Rabbi Rothschild. Let's there. Fuck yeah. You rock. You're amazing, and I love you. Yeah. You are amazing. So check out all his social media here. Let's take a look at his clips. Why? Because I've been dominating people's clips. Let's see this shit work. Link tree. Amazing. Oh, amazing. Look at it. They're all mine. Hilarious. Shout out to PR Greenstone. 8 times straight. And get into that mega level. Give away every single day. If you haven't joined PR Greenstone Discord, you get in it and now. What's the link we reference? He'll fix it. He knows it. Haven't already fixed that stuff that's finished. Now, here we have PR Greenstone. This is amazing content. Look at this stuff. Subscribe. Listen to your Instagram. I'm going to close that down because I don't love you playing Fortnite, but I want people to be able to fully see your Instagram. I really mean, and I'll say it at the end, but I think you're going to be a really big streamer. And I know you're like, well, Rabbi, you say that to everybody. I don't say that everybody's the next generation of people. I don't say that about it. And I am saying it about you. I only say that about a limited amount of people. And you're the we can try it here. Oh, there we go. There it is. That's amazing. Very, very cool. Very, very. Oh, we got those. Oh, cool. Very, very cool. So if you look here, Instagram app over time. So if this doesn't crash, apologies to you. You're being stoned. You're right. I love that girl who is that hey, shout out to you. I appreciate it. I do think that you're in the generation and you're going to continue to grow. It's just it's really like mind-coding technology, Patterson things, very, very important. Like these, like it and like a future technology. So, and like cryonics is really temperature and like really interesting things. I don't think you're gonna die. I'm actually able to play like I'm the first person to tell you that. Now I am. But you're in it. I wouldn't make a video about this if I wasn't. You are young enough, you're making enough money, and the technology is going to advance quickly. You're going to be able to one day plug into the perhaps that's really cool. Anything else you want to say? Yeah, you're a good time. Thank you for that. You're a great interviewer. I'm everything from everyone. Take care, everybody. Take care to the world. Shout out. Peace on earth. Stay back, everybody. Rabbi Rothschild. Up on Rabbi's board, we have our friend, PR Beanstone. PR Beanstone is an easy individual, and I want you to know him. Okay. Come over here, and we're going to take a look at what PR Beanstone is. What's up? Everybody's favorite character, Rabbi Rothschild. Up next on the board, to PR Beanstone. I just had the opportunity to speak with PR. PR is, PR is amazing. PR is a very streamer. I'm going to be a major streamer. Let's take a look at PR's clip. Link is absolutely beautiful. Shout out to PR there. Go to PR and their Discord. This link, imagine a place. He has one. And when you touch this, I'm already content. Look at subscribers. His Instagram. For some reason, it doesn't work. Check them out. We're going to his Instagram content. Looks like he's got and this the time. Instant memories of this. Love it. Hopefully, talk to a girl. I think people there. And people on Instagram. You know that you are a very special individual. And this person just randomly has 113 people watching them. And I'm thinking that they have nearly 6,000 followers. That is a perfect combination. Ready to explain this person. Hey, you should know that you are the next generation. Yes, going to be, I would say, within the next week. So be ready for them. There are a lot of people who are going to be influencers. You are to be one of them. I've been smart, charismatic, with a pack. After this word, we very individual. I want to know that the most that we discussed the things that are very interesting into the faster technology, faster like content, content. So hopefully you have an opportunity to check out Rothschild on any social media. I wrote 1,000, 10,000 Twitter account with the information. I mean, PR Finstone at PR. That's just PR person. Whether you know whether your audience don't just be beautiful friendship. Shout out to PR. Shout out to Rabbi. Hey, Black, everybody.
$1 million fucking dollars.
Sure, definitely. Yeah. You know, in my career,
Say you were gangster, but you never talked
with a couple of guys you probably know, Big Blue. Oh my God, he was the man. That always did it. Had this guy in New York City. We had this black guy, like a and he would go around, sit on like 150 nights, and just bunch of people. You know what I mean? We get home for Big Blue and Danny. Those are the ones that would do it. You know? And we did for a while. We had teams. Big Blue comes in, right? Bosco. There was he was 178 and they did right.
What a
Right there.
afterward.
Right there, yes. 34th precinct. And we took this guy time, man. Got in a van, locked him up, and we handcuffed him, and we drove him for like 2 hours, trying to beat the shit out of him, beating him up, trying to get his keys to his house. Finally, keys to his house, going to his house, he got nothing there. So Big Blue tells him, look, I don't know if you ever met Big Blue. Big Blue was 6'6", 300 pounds. He's very, very, very. Big Blue told him, hey, listen, man, you know what I'm going to do you for your body. The guy also made a phone call, and it goes, right out in front of the police station. Phone call for this guy. And this guy probably, I got a 9 millimeter in my pocket. Was got a badge on. So now he gets personally to a cop. Goes to pulls off, that's special stuff in Spanish old stuff. Bob still gets in the car. The guy gets out of the car. Goes, hold on 1 second, I'll be right back. Now we just sit down. Miranda. So we go 20 minutes later, he comes back with a brown bag with cash. All of a sudden, let the guy go. We jump in one of those homes. We go right over to his house in Saudi. There's so many of them I can tell you.
How old were you doing? Like high school?
Well, this is a little bit. I mean, about when I was 20 years old. job. You know what I mean? And it's like 4x4. You know, I mean, we at one time we had no money, and all of a sudden Danny was like, well, I can see somebody else in California getting a lot of weed. Okay, let's do it. So all of a sudden, I'm planning this caper, and we go to figure it out. His father was a career criminal too. He's like, you guys are fucking crazy. How are you gonna get the hardware on the plane? The gun, stuff like that. So we were like, we don't know. All of a sudden, we go out to California, and we're gonna be. Can I say his name, J-Mo? I can say it. I already said it. You know, we meet him. All of a sudden, one day, Danny would take him. We come back to this place. We go to a pellet gun. All of a sudden, we get $2,000 cash. We put all the $100 bill on the outside, so it looks like we got a little money. In Colton, you know, he's at the hotel. Now, Danny is like a big one. All of a sudden, he comes into the hotel. I'm standing in the closet. He's still the man in the closet. And he's on all of a sudden, comes walking through the door. I jump out with my pellet gun. All of a sudden, I get free. The other guy before, I was like, oh my god, here it is. In one bag we grabbed them. To the keys there. The shit we did with Lou was fucking crazy with that big guy. Oh my god. Oh my god. Shit. Oh man, what we did, like maybe 5 days straight. You know, let's go to the club. So all of a sudden, you know, and we run out. All of a sudden, boom. We put a phone call to this guy Al, and all of a sudden, every couple of months, we would go over there, shake down the drug. I do a couple. Like, you remember, what's the other one? Dave, the guy that lived now. He went to jail for killing somebody. Stuff in his head, they killed him. They all had that teams and stuff back behind them in the court. And Lou did a lot of them. Big one. It's unbelievable. That's how I met him, though. You know, that kind of stuff. You know, he's a professional boxer, too, Lou. So, you know, graduated. Yeah. They were from my kids. They were to my serious man. And they were from Miami. They were in one restaurant. Oops. I was doing this show natural form. Oh, yeah. I couldn't Ringo used to tell me all the shit you were doing. Oh my god, he was the only guy that was honest. I was you saw Joey those days. Yeah. Fuck. It was so funny. And then you know, here, that's all we did. You know, because in New York City, Jersey, it's so easy. You go right across the bridge, and then we had this guy just about an hour. It was right. So it was actually so great. He right over to us. And he came, you know, those yards and all the Dominicans, stuff like that over there. You know, he wouldn't even know we were there. All of a sudden, a couple of people, we get a phone call. All right,
they're done. We get 160. And they did, all right, you beat up. It was crazy. And then one time, we almost got the FBI called us. We got called the FBI and was like this. Oh my God, that's a big fucking deal. I had to go through the FBI 100 percent. Camp Manila thing was, oh my God, fuck man, that guy, I must have robbed. I did that. Just did it. But then I went to Colorado. They don't see you in Colorado. In New Jersey, they see this guy. They're like, why is it like that? Why is this thing coming over here too much? They know. He's to buy grams, now he's buying 8 balls. Where does he get the money from? People have leaders. So I went from fucking Jersey where they saw you coming. Colorado where they expected. I was shoving snow, Robin. You know what I was doing? I knew and I got them on the street. And I'm like, like a real. But a big shit. For a month, I take it for an 8 wood. Like nothing. Yeah, that was good money back then. That'd be good. Yeah. Like property tax. I was talking about Periscope before. Which is fucking coming there. You know, we got fucking ice knocking people's heads off. And you're in San Diego dressed up like Batman like a jerk ball. You know what I'm saying? Like a fucking jerk ball that you are. Star Trek, look at me. Like I'm fucking, meanwhile, those are the people I pray on, those fucking jerk balls. Because they just listen to me. They're the best people involved. They can't go to the cops. They go to the cops. You know what I'm saying? I just go to the cops. You know, this motherfucker's going down eventually. And they tell you, I don't see it on Wednesday, we party out there. If I were on the beach, I used to rob the maid's key. The maids in those days would leave the keys in the door and they clean. I watch them, and I pick the fucking key. It was over. It was up to the right rock. We couldn't figure out who was robbing. They come to me. He was like, $1 guys, so those tickets. Yeah. If he's fucking single, he's sitting there, somebody fucking robbing. There was beat up. I beat that. Oh my God. I can see a drug dealer out now. Yeah, well, that's how it was with like, you know, everybody had their own team. We only put like 92. Everybody was dead and Danny knows a lot. That was this guy out. You guys got so good you started robbing each other. Yeah, you motherfuckers started robbing each other. You took Russo and Kirk to Florida. You guys started robbing each other. The greatest quotes I ever heard in my life was Joe Biden. It was 99. The Blacks. That's how I got with these guys. I only left for Rob, so he started robbing each other. They were white. Yeah, you were like, oh my God. That's good. And the fucking I had all the toys. All the cycles. He's not even they even got, they couldn't get called for them in Miami because they run her. Miami, right? They run Miami. That's a whole lot of good cake. Danny robbed his cousin. We robbed his cousin, J-Mo. And then we really funny because and then also we had to drive down the Los Angeles, some places in Nagasaki, California. Also we had to drive up to Los Angeles, then we had to ship it back in the mail. We shipped it to like Addison. Oh my God, it was when Davo was calling Danny for months because he knew he set him up. And that was just we had to rob. We were so down there, we had to rob his cousin. So he had to. Oh man, but it was never the time. Thank God I'm on the land though. Now I'm right down. Nobody knows where I am. Oh my God. Like I see, like, the situation that we lived in last night, you guys really did well compared to it's not so good. First of all, I had anything barrels on there. I'm not the one. It was amazing. That's wow. Right this shit. Oh, no way. I could be a life over by you. That was it. I mean, you could read it to Manhattan. You could go to night to rob somebody, get you out of there. We do it on a Friday night. All of a sudden, go get your money, go make a store, come back, and do what the good stuff. Well, what I did, you guys rob the gas station with the water guns? With the water guns. You robbed the Alpine. You put it in some coffee. I never forget it. Came out of the fucking what was it? I think two guys down there or Kmart. Yeah, the Alpine, the box with the speakers, everything. How did you get back in 1982? It was a lot of money. It was $250. It's a car stereo here from the album. Used to that's how you got the thing started. Now you saw 3 of those and you got 300. Another half. So you know what? Regal loved that. Regal loved doing that shit. I love it. I love it. There, they can have Jesus Christ on those motherfuckers. You can't, man. And my boy was fucking that car lot down there. Fuck yeah, the car lot, the bank. I remember when the dude from Joe and Mary's used to write checks to Loan Shark.
What a mistake that was. I had a day job.
Thursday night.
Yeah, icebox. Remember that icebox?
Favorite thing. This. I was lying. I was just getting in. Those days, they were. I think they were. Make some my teeth, what? That's how we live. Yeah, it was crazy. Week was over. Thursday was tomorrow. Together. But Friday it was deep. Everyone that money was picks up Quaaludes.
Everybody.
Went down by the terrace where I grew up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah, oh yeah, the big guy that's so tiny. Yeah.
All he had was blowing. All he had was blowing. All he had was sucking it in. With the foot. And it goes back.
Yeah, it's a Stein.
It's like home. Anything. That's a 19. Was that I remember getting
Back then, that was huge.
his money. I got divorced. I lived with I gave him half of that thing to get blown. Like, I did. Everybody.
Everybody wanted the big one. I got a couple of we got a couple of big ones without me. Yeah, I got a couple of little ones. Let him tell you. Ask him about the story about the bridge. They were behind us. Jumped out of the car, left it running on the bridge. Lucas jumped in the car and went back to New Jersey. He really jumped out. It was so nervous because we were in the house. They were following us. They made a wrong turn. Over the fucking rail. Jumped in.
One time, they scored. Yeah. Like by 1:30.
I don't know why I didn't go with them that day. I had something to do with something like that. That was a lot of money. Remember that one Spanish kid in New York,
and he wasn't. If he was out, and we got to pick up 15, 20 pounds, he was back real quick. Hello. Yeah. Me? Did you get around? No, it hit me for $7,000. Nothing. I wrote it off. You can make all they're going to go down. Plus, yes. Shot. And doing it the time back then. You know what I mean? So we had like 5 minutes on the team, and we had some small ones, big ones, once in a while, but never changing it. My brother's fun. All left. Yeah. No. I talk to you, man. I guess. I even lose. Completely different fucking episode. I love you, Joe. He's gonna call. Hey, I love you. Please. I'm gonna call back, but I'm gonna see you in Vegas, baby. I'm gonna call back, okay? Me, you, you got it. I love it. I love it. Giants. Love you guys. All right, buddy. Thank you. Bye-bye. And then I still got make sure you learn. Yeah. Right. Fucking school. You know, fucking school. No, it wasn't like that. No. Just learn. It's coming right. No, you just learn these. I never thought. I was telling Gary. Yeah. Team carry up like a piece of you know. The fucking edibles. That's your fun.
just to play like devil's advocate, wouldn't you also be then scared like there's a lot of stuff around your wife? Like that's the only thing that scares me. Is oh man, easy. But I don't know. I've always got guns. Yeah, they're scary. And people feel like I, I don't really want to.
As a plan. At least that's what they who does it. They don't have a plan. They don't have an execution. You know, just like a fall.
Get more with Paul. I can see before Mercy, without the one, but just you and two. Yeah.
Man. Really? I'm gonna you take so we deal done and you get pretty good. So it doesn't get I'll be you. I'm not saying come on. Saying is you start from time. Again, fucking American. Canadian. Right. You wake up. Oh, eat it.
Well,
Good thing. Top. Amazon. And rock. I'm not saying you put it off. At least you have. Yeah, you're seeing it. Good thing. Horrible fun. It comes one rest of the fuck. So, follow me.
well, look at this. 6 months, and there's right here. I know people. I don't think girl.
Just what option? No, same. Luke,
What's up?
oh my God, we just Joey. Oh Jesus. Did we ever cross paths? Did we ever cross paths? Do I remember you? I left Jersey and last week was my 30th, and by that time,
85 hours.
I was more for that than
over there. So I told you guys are nice guys. Why don't you come with me on a vacation? You'll be able to make the money, get this guy free, and get back on your feet. All right, let's go.
It's fucking history, yeah. It's so crazy that it's blow and this and all that.
Oh my God, we're so like crazy. We didn't care. We used to go with